She picked all the worst skills in the game and accidentally became unstoppable. In a new full-dive VRMMO, a quiet first-time player chooses a female avatar and loads up on crafting, support, and trap skills, the ones nobody else wants. But through creativity and pure curiosity, she ends up breaking the meta and building a character no one can predict. Prologue, a tester, and a beginner. In a forest, we could hear the sounds of multiple footsteps crumpling the leaves. The sounds were approaching us. One-ichan, support please. Understood. Enchant, attack, speed. We had noticed them immediately. In order to prepare for battle, we reinforced our stats and waited for the enemy to approach us. What appeared soon after were 3 monkeys covered with dark brown fur and malformed arms with a pack of mash apes. Their arms were long and delicate, but the monkeys' fists were hard as stone. Their pupils didn't show any intellect. They were displaying their sharp fangs with frenzied expressions, and the monkeys released strange squeaks as they raised their arms up high. After the first one leaped at us to attack, the other 2 followed up in the same manner. I'll take on 2 of them. Stall the third one and buy some time. Got it. In response to the instruction, I pulled out my weapon, a bow, aimed at the monkey in the back and released an arrow. The released arrow hit beyond the hardened part of its arm and pierced deep into its shoulder. As the arrow struck, the monkey released a painful squeal and pulled away. While maintaining distance between me and the attacking monkey, I continued to shoot arrows at a regular interval, making sure its attention was focused on me. The 2 remaining monkeys that were left to my female partner pounced and whipped at her with their long forearms. She was calm and prepared for the prey, parrying with a slash of the long sword in her hand. A sideways glance confirmed her safety, and I judged that she could take on 2 monkeys simultaneously without any problems. As always, I admired the skill of the girl who at all times positioned herself in my field of view. Fifth breaker. The monkeys were lured in, and the moment they entered attack range of the girl, the art was released. As the beasts received continuous sword attacks, their HP displayed above their heads continued to decrease until they completely disappeared. Every time I saw that, I was impressed by the sharp slashes, and this time I even forgot I was still fighting against the remaining monkey. Although I managed to avoid the monkey's hammer-like arm, it grazed my body, and after staggering from the impact, I fell on my bottom. As I looked up at the monkey from the floor, it seemed like it was bigger than me. Once again, it raised its hardened arms above its head, getting ready to swing them down any moment. Seeing that, I closed my eyes tightly and curled up. But the shock from the attack didn't come. And done. That dry comment made me slowly open my eyes again. In front of me was a crumbling monkey and the girl with shiny silver hair sheathing her sword. Thank you for the follow-up, One-ichan. No, I was the one who forced you to do this. I need to do at least this much, don't I? Even though I said that, I could only attract attention of one beast and ended up looking so pathetic. For the time being, I was using a bow as my main weapon. From the fact that I couldn't defeat a single monkey, one could tell it was not easy to use. Before brooding over it further, I checked the vicinity of tree roots, which were my original objective, and collected an item. That was the last one. I've collected all necessary materials. Looks like it. That's great. So One-ichan's errand is complete. By the way, what are you making? My crafting skill is making drugs. For that, I need to acquire a large amount of materials. In combat, it always feels like dang and bang, but it's hard for me to imagine One-ichan's crafting. No, I don't think you can describe crafting with onomatopoeia. Also, Mew, don't call me as if I am your sister. That's right. For the time being, my in-game character is female, but in real, I'm a man. Who cares? Next, let's go and have you level up, One-ichan. Time to head to the hunting grounds. Let's go. Hey, wait. Mew, you looked quite pitiful earlier. That's because you didn't level your senses enough. Now, let's go and fight against a bit stronger mobs. I muttered, geez. My little sister, Mew, took my hand and pulled me deeper into the forest. In this forest, there was a variety of monsters like the malformed monkeys from earlier. For the current me, it was a little bit too heavy of a load. I didn't feel any pleasure from forcing myself to level, and doing so only mentally exhausts me. However, Mew was just the opposite, and as she had a lot of fun, I just left it at a sigh and followed her. Originally, the first opportunity one had to play this game was during summer vacation. And only since online, also known as OSO, the players are all equipped with abilities called senses, with only one way of life. It's in VRMMO, which attracted players with the slogan "Only One Play Style" when it was still in beta. It boasted an autonomous AI developed by the publisher, Epsony Incorporated, and a realistic virtual world maintained by a huge amount of computing power from large servers. The world looked like your regular Middle Ages fantasy setting with swords and magic, yet it stood out from other worlds of that genre thanks to its degree of perfection, or so it seemed. How one masters his sense is up to the player. There's a countless amount of basic senses, and even more of them have been added which didn't exist in the open beta. The playstyle, and there was truly and only one, was to play together with your friends. And the day before the game officially went live. Why? I've been abducted, imprisoned in my friend's house, and forced to help out with the collective summer homework on the first day of break. And the culprit was my no-good friend Takumi. Hey, Shun, show me what you did for maths for a moment. Without any reservations, Takumi ripped off all my effort. A blood vein appeared on my temple and my cheeks began to convulse. Then, I forcefully quelled the anger welling up inside of me. Why? Not only do you bring me here, but you also make me show you my homework. It's fine. Haven't we done this every year? The homework piled up, and the end of the holidays was coming. My no-good childhood friend Takumi said that nonchalantly. And this time we did it early because he wanted to absorb himself in gaming for the entire holidays. Seriously, I give up. I don't want to bother worrying about it later. Also, there's a game I want to play together with you. No, seriously, you blackmailed me by saying you'll reveal that story from my past that I don't want to be known. Well, fine. It's not a bad thing to finish the homework as soon as possible. But there's nothing in it for me. I told you not to worry. You'll be able to play a game together with me like this. Why'd I have to play a game with you? Also, for us to do all the collective homework on day one. Unlike you, I'm quite busy. There's housework I need to do. Our household has both of the parents working, so during summer vacation, the children are supposed to be responsible for housework. However, in reality, the only one who's responsible for it is me, the brother. With the older sister far away in college, and the little sister Mio's ability to do chores on a devastatingly low level, as a matter of course, I became responsible for all the housework. That's why I shouldn't waste time here by being kidnapped. When I started to think about that, Takumi mentioned something unexpected. You haven't spoken with Shizuka Nizan, so you don't know, but she is also playing this game. So if you play it, you'll be able to play with both your older sister and your little sister, all three of you, for the first time in a while, right? You mean Mio is playing that game as well? Yeah, I met the two of them occasionally while it was still in beta. Oh, I see. Mio made a huge scene when she learned Shizukane was going far away for university. So that's the reason why she's been so cheerful lately, like that never happened. Now, let's put all the homework behind us. In exchange, I'll release you and prepare the game hardware for you. Good grief, I get it. I'll play the game with you. But don't expect me to match the pace of you three hardcore gamers. As I said so, I took the paper bag Takumi held out to me. Inside, there was the VR gear, the hardware for new games. It was the latest VR hardware, a hypnotic induction type rather than a head display type. It was the latest hardware developed by Epsony Incorporated, and the only game that was currently supported was Oso. In other words, it was hardware dedicated to one game. The advantage of the hypnotic induction type was the fact that operating it was done through brainwaves. Conventionally, one watched the display from first-person perspective and manipulated the controller in one's hand, but this long-standing problem in operability has finally been solved. Hey, this is the latest model. I've seen it on TV before. They can't keep up with producing them, right? I can't take something this expensive. Don't mind it. So that I can play Oso with you, I got it from a sweepstakes site. It was quite hard to get it before they went out of stock. I got my own for free because I was a beta tester. Now, it takes time to set up the characteristic brainwave detection, so go back home already. If there's anything you don't know, just ask Mio-chan. Why yeah? I kept the bag and was sent off from the entrance by my no-good friend. Geez, he can handle this matter more politely, and thinking that, I continued to walk on the road home taking steps on the sultry asphalt. On the way home, I stopped by a convenience store and bought ice candy to cool myself off. I'm back. Welcome back, Oniai-chan. You were at Takumi-san's place, weren't you? After I arrived at home all sweaty from walking in the midsummer heat rising from the asphalt, a voice welcomed me. Moreover, there's that look and that expectant grin. I know what you're going to say. I bought ice candy on the way home. Let's eat it. Yay. Ice candy. Is it my favorite Boroborikuin? No. Wrong. Wait, not wrong. I like Boroborikuin, but what I want to say is that, and as she said that, she energetically pointed at the bag with the VR gear I held in my hand. A third-year middle schooler, a cute and lively girl who still had some childish facial features. Unfortunately, she was a hardcore gamer. As her older brother, I've already exhausted myself worrying about her. She's been a bit down until recently because our elder sister Shizukane left home for university. I've heard she regained her vigor after discovering the world of Osa, which made me a bit interested in it as well. I get it. I want to see Shizukane as well, so I'll play with you. Really? Thank you. It's officially starting tomorrow, so let's set it up now, ahead of time. At least let's eat the ice candy first. Although she tried to steal away the VR gear I held, I quickly moved away, turned my body, and dangled the convenience store bag I had in the other hand in front of her. She displayed a frustrated expression. However, after she took the Boribori from the bag, her mood immediately changed to a happy one. I don't know whether she's innocent or just simple. I stopped for a moment to take a breather and ate the ice candy I bought. After that, I booted the PC in my room while listening to Mio's directions and set up the VR gear. I installed the game, attached the VR gear, and laid down on the bed. Now, first let's try detecting the brainwaves. You need to put that on, fall asleep, and it'll be over soon. Mio's voice could be heard from far away. My eyelids became heavier and I closed my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, it seemed like the setup of the brainwaves was over. While I was sleeping, it seems like Mio finished the required procedures like account registration. However, I had to hurry up and prepare dinner. I hurried over to do so and postponed the detailed settings for later. And as we sat to eat the dinner, I asked Mio, what kind of playstyle you use? In my case, I use swords and magic, a magic swordsman. As for elements, I use the light element and healing senses. Well, money aside, everything from the beta test has been reset. Although it would seem like light magic might just as well include recovery magic. The name reminds me of priests in RPGs. I'm not a priest. I fight with a sword and protect my allies and my armor. Oh, so your role is to happily charge at the enemies. No, my character is made in Paladin's image. And how about Shizukane? Interrupting Mio's protests, I forcibly changed the topic. Gur. One-Ichan's configuration was that of a pure sorceress who's wearing a robe and wielding a wand. Her main element was water, and she could use healing as well. She'll probably end up fighting similarly again because she's used to it. Well, she's surely not the type to hack at things with a sword. I've seen a little bit of the directions Mio and Shizukane have proceeded in. After questioning Mio lightly, I've decided not to overlap with the two. Then, after going back to my room, I started skimming through strategy sites. OSL's basic overview is as follows. OSO is built around senses. A sense is an equipable talent that exists separately from the normal equipment like weapons. Learning such a talent consumes points, and every player can equip them through their inventory window. While equipped, a sense can give you a permanently active ability, allow you to use certain skills, have an effect on various actions, or provide corrections and multipliers during the game. And by repeatedly making use of their effect, senses gather experience points and continue to level up. When that happens, the effects of the multipliers and corrections become greater. Up to 10 senses can be equipped at once. The player starts with 10 sense points, from here on referred to as SP. There's no point in just having a sense. Remember to properly equip it. An acquired sense does not have to be equipped and can be kept as backup. The senses can be freely re-equipped. If a sense's level is high enough, it can advance or branch and become even stronger. The stats each player has are MP and HP. Physical attack is ATK. Physical defense is DF. Magic attack is INT. Magic defense is mind. Then there is speed, which influences speed, DX, which applies a correction to weapon and production skills, and LUK, which increases drop rates and the chance of critical hits. These statistics are calculated from the total configuration of all equipped senses. Players cannot see their own stats. It is presumed that this was decided in order to make the game more realistic. There are special techniques and moves called arts and skills in this game. Arts are weapon-based special attacks. Skills are magic-based attacks and support abilities. In addition to that, the naming varies depending on the sense. For example, there are also recipes or EX skills. Arts apply a correction to weapon attacks and make dealing damage easy. People who aren't accustomed to fighting are recommended to solely rely on arts. Skills use spells and techniques that cause a fixed, predetermined phenomenon. Paying attention to MP management is required in this case. Recipe are related to crafting skills and allow players to produce items. In order to obtain MP necessary for using arts and skills, a player must obtain the magic power sense. After obtaining MP that way, player is required to obtain yet another sense. In order to use magic, the magic talent sense and an element sense are required. These two senses are mandatory if a player wants to use magic. Moreover, there are different element senses, namely fire, water, wind, earth, darkness, light, a total of 6 elements. These elements' usage is not limited to magic. Apart from these 6 elements, there are magic senses that specialize in things like support and recovery. There are highly versatile elemental senses, as well as multiple magical senses which specialize in specific actions. Considering the senses related to magic, the 3 of magic power, magic talent, and element are considered the basic set. The same way as there is a basic set for magic, there is also a basic set for warrior-type players. Weapon senses allow attacking with a corresponding weapon and increase the damage dealt. Another type are the armor senses. They are senses which add a correction to the corresponding armor type. The armor can be equipped even without using an armor sense. However, in order to damage the enemy with a weapon, one needs to use a corresponding sense, which makes it a mandatory sense. The recommended senses other than for weapons and armor don't allow using any special abilities, magic, or attacks, but in return they do raise certain stats a lot. Now, it is recommended to choose the weapon, armor, and stat-raising senses to suit your style. In this game, the playstyle changes as you equip and combine senses. You can enjoy the occasional adventures while equipped with the senses that suit you. Moreover, if you do not like your own playstyle, even without deleting the character, you can reset the equipment and relocate the senses. As I looked through the strategy guide, that's the kind of feeling I had after briefly skimming through it. Here and there were advices for which I was very thankful. Also, the template builder was very helpful too. There was quite a large number of senses that can be initially obtained after starting to play. I was troubled over what sense configuration I should use. Among the 3 of us playing siblings, I was the only beginner. Also, I absolutely didn't want to become a burden on my older and my little sister. So what to do? Going full support should be good. In that case, I need to acquire senses that give me a long-range attack, crafting supplies for adventure, and non-offensive magic with an emphasis on convenience. And then, in front of my eyes appeared the strategy site's questionnaire. On the top were the names of major senses. As I scrolled down through the screen, just the opposite of the popular ones from the top were lined up the unpopular ones. If I'm picking, then I might as well aim for the senses which are in industrial gap. It took me quite a while to pick the potential candidates from among senses. While comparing the template with the mandatory requirements, I started picking the senses from among the ones that were classified as unpopular. The only thing that was left to do, OSOS character's appearance edit, seemed to have been already finished by Mio. I was told changing the character's color scheme was unusually time-consuming, so I gave up on it. In the character editor, there was a projection of how the player appeared in reality. Apparently the body build, amount of muscles, and so on could then be adjusted naturally. There was nothing to tamper with in particular. The character could be left as it is. That's what I thought. And like that, my preparation for adventure has ended. From now on, the only one game begins. Chapter 1, Official Opening and Mishappened Senses. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Mio fidgeted as she was eating toast for breakfast. Hey, why are you being so restless? It's going to start at 11 o'clock, right? Yup, that's why make an early lunch, please, and we have a gaming marathon afterwards. Rejected. We're going to have a proper meal at 12 o'clock. Also, we're not going to spend that much time playing. Hearing my serious declaration, my little sister let out a boo in complaint. I thought of saying, you should at least help out with housework during summer holidays. But after considering that she only would get in my way, I remained silent. Good grief. All right, then let's have simple fried rice. Yay. Thank you, Oni-chan. I muttered, geez, what a kid. After that, I finished the housework and started wondering as I prepared lunch. For dinner tonight, I'll just make something hot with somen. I considered the nutritional balance and something that can be prepared by boiling in water. It would be nice to have banbanji chicken for the fried food as well as pickled eggplant. If I make Mio's favorite shrimp and vegetable fritters, she will definitely come down from the second floor. In order to immerse in the bliss of eating something crispy, she would even put her gaming time on hold. I want Mio to eat it as soon as possible. I thought of spoiling my little sister like that. And at 11 o'clock, I put on the VR gear and laid down on the bed. When I started it up, the hypnotic induction began. The feeling I had was that of my body falling asleep and my head becoming really clear. After that, my field of view spread out, and I appeared in a pure white space. Choose a name. After I was prompted by a female mechanical voice, I typed in a name on the semi-transparent keyboard that appeared in front of me. As I wasn't accustomed to VR, I carefully typed in my own name, SYUN, and confirmed it. The semi-transparent screen switched, and a selection of tutorials appeared. Since I obtained information from the guide sites ahead of time, I didn't need it. If there is something I need, I'll just ask Shizukane or Mio. I chose to skip it. 1. And then, a spectacle appeared before me. Around me, there was a flood of people. A lot of people seemed to have logged in. And for me who arrived in the VR world for the first time, it was a very strange experience. Well, I didn't feel any VR-specific discomfort, but for some reason my hair was longer, and my butt felt somehow more round. What's this about? An icon appeared in on the edge of my field of vision. I quickly looked towards it and selected the audio input. Chat open. Oni-chan. Did you connect? What? It's Mio, huh? You surprised me. At the moment, I was unable to assess the current situation, and my thinking was being interrupted. However, I calmed down when I recognized the caller's voice as Mio's. There's too many people here, so we can't find each other. Oni-chan and I arrived at the cathedral on the north. We'll wait for you there. Got it. I'm going there now. I moved from the spot immediately. I hated crowds. Moreover, many of them were staring at me. In front of the cathedral, there were many people meeting up with each other. I looked for Mio among them. Hey Oni-chan, have you arrived yet? Yeah, I did, but where are you? Under the church's statue. White hair. Oni-chan has light blue hair. I finally found her. Certainly, her hair was white. Next to her, there was a person who wore a magician's robe and had light blue hair. It was a beautiful woman with slightly droopy eyes and a mole under one of them. The colors were different, but it was a person I was familiar with. I called out to them. You're Mio, right? Yes. I'm Mew. But who are you? It's me. Your brother, Shun. Shun-chan. Oni-chan hasn't met you for a while, so she doesn't know? But when did you change your gender? No, Oni-chan, that didn't happen. That's not the problem here. Why did Oni-chan turn into Oni-chan? After being called Oni-chan, I placed my hands on my chest and lightly stroked it. Although there was almost no bulging in there, the palms of my hands felt something soft. When I slid my hands lower, I felt a soft reaction from my slender waist. I felt embarrassed feeling my soft and elastic chest, even through the clothes. No, I don't even want to think about it. But when you don't modify your body after your figure is captured by camera, an automatic body correction is applied. Mainly it works in the direction of adding femininity. I don't want to think about it, but I do have a feminine face. This is terrible. It's a system bug. How did this happen? And so, I cried out in my mind. Also, isn't Oni-chan's voice higher now? Somehow, it's a quite cute voice. Certainly, my voice was slightly higher than before. It was close to the so-called anime voice. I had an uncomfortable feeling. It seemed possible that I could let out the same voice in real if I were to try it. Because of this voice, I was made to compete in the costume competition at school's festival. I was forcefully cross-dressed into wearing a fancy dress and characterized to look like a famous voice actor, after which they forced me to stand on the stage. With the audience unaware I was a man, I ended up winning. If that dark past of mine were to be made public, I would have no choice but to hang myself. By the way, that's what Takumi blackmailed me with to help him deal with his homework. You've turned into a real beauty. Oni-chan's really happy for you. Shun-chan. No, how about Yun-chan now? What? Cause, isn't it written Yun on your name tag? That's true. Yun-chan. I should have typed in SYUN, but it seemed like because I was unfamiliar with operating the VR, I entered it wrongly. The first letter S was missing and YUN was left over, and the name I ended up with was Yun. Arg. Come on. I'm going to erase this character. Calm down. You can't play as opposite sex in this game, so I think it'll be a good experience. Yun-chan. If you erase it, Oni-chan will order for your dark past to be exposed. Yua, Shizukane. No, right now she's Seine, and she's serious. Whenever Seine is serious, it turns scary afterwards. She's pretty stubborn. Although she usually is quite gentle, whenever she's being selfish, she can be very thorough. I get it. Well, I'll do it, as long as I don't have to do any acting. So, did the two of you acquire your senses yet? Yup. When you acquire the initial senses, you also get an initial weapon. Alright, let me get the senses as well then. I asked the two of them to wait for a moment, and as I picked up the senses. Hey, what's Yun-chan's sense build? My build is Bauhawk Eyes Magic Talent Magic Power Alchemy, Enchant Taming Synthesis Mixing and Crafting Knowledge. Somehow, Mew opened her mouth agape, and Seine made a troubled expression. Yun-chan, what are you aiming for? Something like a support? I looked at the template and properly took the mandatory skills. That's magic power and magic talent. Also the magic corresponding to it I took was enchantment. Oh, and Chan's an idiot. Why would you stack up trash senses like that? Yeah, I knew they were trash, and I tried to aim for industrial gap. I tried to argue with her, but listen, okay? The BOW's cost-to-performance ratio is the worst. Hawkeye's only allows you to look at distant objects and isn't in unique sense at all. Also, Alchemy's material transformation conversion rate is horrible. Enchant is half-assed. Taming's success rate is very low, so it's a dead sense. You can't survive just by having magic type and crafting type senses. And here I wanted us to adventure together. To be exact, you can't use bow if you don't have a set of arrows which are consumable items. Hawkeye's isn't useful aside from predicting incoming enemies. Magic talent, enchant, and alchemy can be picked up, but they're inefficient. Something like that. Sene explained it to me politely. In other words, even though I decided to pick support senses as not to become a burden on them, but I didn't manage to. Moreover, what was next said finish me off. The items one can create by using synthesis and mixing are also sold in the shops. That's why in early game they're unimportant. Yes, any significance of my existence has disappeared. That's why, with everyone's eyes focused on me, I fell into a slump. The amount of gold every starting player was in possession was 1,000 G. In order to prepare the equipment, we walked around the town. One set of arrows, which numbered 30 for the bow, cost 30 G. I bought 4 sets for 120 G. Also, the initial production kits for synthesis and mixing cost me 300 G each, 600 G in total. 30 potions for beginners cost me 150 G. In total 870 G, I still had 130 G remaining. In case of using a normal build template, after obtaining the senses and buying weapons as well as consumables in the store, they still had 500 G left over. So, the low cost-to-performance ratio of the bows is because of the arrow's cost. Arrows were consumables, and the arrow that was once shot cannot be recovered. In case of the early game's enemies, they are defeated after being hit by 3 arrows. The drop items from such an enemy is at most 3 G, and in the worst case 1 G. Even if all the arrows hit the target, there's still no profit. Even if I use my crafting senses to change a drop item into a different item, I won't get any big profit out of it. In other words, the poor performance-to-cost ratio is the reason. Yes. Moreover, while magic-type senses obtain functions like tracking as they level up, the bow has nothing like that. The trajectory of arrows is always straight. That's why the bow alone is heavily dependent on players' own skill. Well, there's the motion assist, so even beginner are able to do it. So don't look so down, Yunchan. Sure. I was being lectured by Mew, who just a moment ago was happy about going on an adventure together with me. I wondered if she was really that bothered with me picking up trashy senses. No. Well, I asked her about builds and yet took this. No wonder she was angry. It's fine. Let's just go hunting. We should hurry up and finish the tutorial battle. I'm going to go on a hunt with my friends in the afternoon. Sure. Sene, help me. I sent her a glance, but the only response was a bitter smile. We went outside of the initial city, nicknamed First City, and moved to the plain near the outer wall of the city. On this map, all the mobs on the plains were aiming for the novice players. There were roads leading towards north, south, west, and east. According to the guide, in beta version, north and south roads led to high-level zones. They were unexplored, and there was nothing written on them in the guides. In the west, there was a lot of collectibles, but the balance of enemy mobs seemed to be bad. Let's try defeating an enemy to see first. Oni-chan will attack with the bow. One-chan, please attack with magic. Understood. Got it. After that, we've hunted for a while. My little sister brandished her sword and cut down the mobs named after herbivorous animals. Sene was releasing bullets of water, and I shot an arrow, but it's not hitting. Sene was able to easily hit the enemy from 2 meters of distance, the same range as I was in, but I didn't manage to hit. Moreover, the arrows that were used were disposable. Not good. Cost-to-performance ratio is very bad. Moreover, after the arrow was released, it had to be replenished from the inventory one by one. This is annoying. I released more and more arrows without aiming properly, but there was no sign of hitting. I advanced forward to a position from which hitting would be easy. One-chan, if you go in front like that. If it's from here, it'll high. I was startled while drawing an arrow. The beast was coming after me. After taking half a step back to avoid, I fell down on my butt. Be careful. Aqua bullet. A bullet of water was launched towards the animal that was about to ram into me, and the herbivore disappeared. Yunchan, you can't approach them that closely. Are you all right? Sene came over and bent over to look at me as I fell on my butt. That's when a glimpse of her smooth collarbone and white nape appeared from the gap in her robe. I removed my line of sight from the spot. So people change after becoming university students after all? I felt a little bit of sex appeal from Sene. Gore, that's because you took such trashy senses. You used up all the arrows, haven't you? Now then, the special moves, arts. Perfect, my sword just leveled up to 5. Somehow, as if to rouse me up, she raised her voice. I stood up from the ground. Mew approached the herbivore slowly and poised her sword as she's gotten closer. When I started wondering what is she doing, she released a flowing triple attack. The sword's trajectory was tinged with a pale silver light. This is arts. If Yun Wenshin intends to raise the Bao S sense, then you better remember it. But I recommend switching the sense out as soon as possible. By the way, every 10 sense levels you get 1 sense point SP. For the high-level senses, it has to be at least of level 30 to get a point. Got it, thanks. The 3 siblings continued to hunt. The items I obtained weren't enough to cover the arrow's cost. I no longer had the money I placed aside for the crafting. It feels like I need to make a full sense replacement. I separated from Sene and Mew and went back to town while checking the status. My senses were like this. Possessed SP0. Bao LV3 Hawk Eyes LV2. Magic Talent LV1 Magic Power LV1 Alchemy LV1 Enchant LV1. Taming LV1 Synthesis LV1 Mixing LV1 Crafting Knowledge LV1. The result of the hunt was that I've barely grown. Mew's sword was at 5, her armor at 3. Since she occasionally used recovery magic, her magic-type senses also were growing. Sene's magic talent went up to 3, her MP was at 30, and her water element was at 5. That meant my level was quite low. I sat down on the plaza on the outskirts of the city and tried a lot of things. The first thing I tried was alchemy sense. The feature of this sense was matter conversion. However, in actual fact, it was far from its name and was treated as a trashy sense. To try it, I took out the items I obtained from herbivores, gallstones, fur, and about 50 bones. It was my sister's pity for me. When I opened the menu, I found the matter conversion skill. After selecting matter conversion, I moved on and select gallstones from the target list. The consumed amount the screen displayed, gallstones x10. It meant that this item would be consumed in the process of matter conversion. I started it without hesitation, and the result of item conversion was a medicine stone, only one. No, well, the gallstones became a Chinese medicine. Okay, it's just a game, so I won't retort to that. Furthermore, converting 10 furs resulted with 1 large fur. As for bones, I could make a choice between consuming 10 bones to make 1 big bone and turning 1 bone into 2 bone powders. Why am I able to change target item for bones? Did my sense level increase? I thought my level has increased and confirmed the status, but the level remained on 1. The number of items consumed changed. In case of 10 bone powders. First I changed bone into bone powder, and then I subjected bone powder. Alchemy once again. It resulted with turning back to bone. After studying, I found that there were 2 types of results from Alchemy's matter conversion. It was dividing the matter into higher and lower level. To produce a higher level matter like large fur or medicine stone, you needed 10 items of lower level to make 1. And for a bone to become a lower matter, there was a doubling conversion rate. If the sense level ups, the conversion rate might change and a new target item might become available for creation. However, currently there wasn't enough items to level up alchemy sense as it is now. If I can't hunt and defeat enemies, how do I collect items? Well, let's think about it later. I postponed it for later and tried the enchant. Speaking of enchant, buffs and enchantments were classic RPG's basics. Commonly called buffs, they were a magic type sense raising the status. To try it, I set the enchant's target to myself. Unlike the matter conversion, I only needed to be aware of the target and recite the magical skill's name that was in the skill list. Not only was almost all my MP used, the effect was nearly insignificant. Its duration was short and lasted only for 60 seconds. It was questionable whether it can be used in combat. However, if the MP consumption is large, then the growth of magic power will be equally big. I tried out other enchantments. After subjecting my own body to speed increase and defense increase enchantments, the effect expired very fast. I just noticed, but if I sit down and rest, the MP recovery is slightly faster than when I stand. I sat down and didn't move. As I continued to cast enchantments on myself, the magic talent has increased to 2 and magic power has increased to 4 before I noticed. There were 3 kinds of enchants, the red one for ATK, blue one for deaf, and yellow for speed. As the sense level increased, the stats increase rose, and the time the effect lasted was also extended. If I find time to cast enchants properly, it would easily grow to at least level 10. As for taming, it was a death sentence. As I am now, I have no confidence at all in defeating a mob. And for synthesis and mixing, I didn't have the required items. No items, huh? What should I do? That's when, a chat invite came. The people who knew my mail address could start a chat with me as long as they were registered in this game. The chat's host was Takumi. Yo, did you log in? Yeah, what is it? I'm doing something now. How about we meet up? We need to register each other on friend list. By the way, my name's Taku here. All right. Then the places. And then as I waited for Takumi, I continued to cast enchant. The level went up by 1. Hey, Shun. Where are you? A character named Yun. Black hair and casting enchants. Right now, emitting red light. Even I thought it was surreal as my gaze met with a boy I was acquainted with. He stared at me and said, Oh, Yun, you. Why a female character? No clue. Machine's misidentification. Ever since I last saw you, your beauty level increased by 20%. You're a pretty girl now. A bit flat though, Fuo. While still having attack enchant on me, I did a body blow into Taku's flank. Although he received it like it was planned, his simple and tough armor repelled my fist. If anything, I've hurt my hand. Obediently let me beat you up? I'm bothered by that as well. You damn hardcore gamer. Fine, but why did you choose a name like Yun? Isn't that feminine? Your appearance too is. I'm mistyped. I know it. My eyes are even larger than usual. Anyone would say I have a girl's face. My body too was one of a girl. Try imagining it. The moment I've been called one-ichan by my little sister. Chills ran down my spine. Oh, my condolences. Moreover, after daring to aim for industrial gap, my little sister has demanded for me to change it. No, it's your fault for taking trash senses. Cool. That's why they are hardcore gamers. They only focus on efficiency. By the way, how are your current senses? They're like this. I showed the sense status to Takumi, and the first thing he said was this. Yua, horrible. I'll cry. Is it that horrible? Among combat senses, the bow is synonymous with inefficiency. The alchemy is completely pointless as it's ineffective. And taming is, hurry up, level something to 10 and change one of them. I can't earn money in combat, and all I have now is 130 G. Aren't you playing casually without any restraints? Absolutely not. In the first place, I had no such intentions. Damn it. I've been demanded to change by little sister, and Shizukane gave me a bitter smile. I've lost all the confidence. In the first place, there's no such thing as self-confidence for someone who just started playing the game. Gore, that's where you should console me. I have something called an older brother's dignity to protect. I sat down and held my knees. I glared at Taku, who was standing next to me, but his only reaction was scratching his cheek. I won't console you. You must be glad to be a pretty girl. The easygoing beauty type Sei-san, energetic type pretty girl Muchan. And now you are a cool type pretty girl, aren't you? Shut up. I'd rather if you didn't try to console me rather than give me this. Also, there's no way that's true. As I glanced at the players surrounding us, everyone turned away all at once. No, that was a coincidence. A coincidence, it must have been. Hey, there's something I want to consult with you. Is there an efficient way to earn? Do you mean the leveling? Or maybe gold? Both. I have neither money nor skills now. Taku folded his arms and started considering it. That's when I started emitting a blue light from enchantment. I thought it was quite a strange combination. There is. If you're not going to engage in combat, then you can collect items in the forest after you advance to the west from the plains. Since you have mixing, you can both process it to level up and then sell it, can't you? I see, thank you. I'll try that. Any other advice? There's not much enemies during the daytime, but more of them appear at night. So watch out then. Rather, what you gonna do? Want me to help out? No, the advice is enough. Thanks. Though, going alone is probably impossible. This much should be fine. All right, let's register ourselves as friends. I'll help you level in my spare time. I was the one who invited you to this game after all. Geez. In real life, he just continues to trouble me, but he turns reliable in-game. That makes me a bit dissatisfied. Then I expect a lot of you. I'm not a hardcore gamer like Mew or you, so that's impossible. We exchanged light jokes and separated from each other. With a lighter pace than my earlier one, I headed towards the city's west gate exit. My aim was collecting items. I ignored the herbivores on the plains and rushed past. Apparently, they were non-active. Even as I approached them, that type of mob doesn't attack, or so it seems. Thanks to that, I was able to advance through the plane while ignoring them. Occasionally, I proceeded while using the speed enchantment, which released a yellow light. Moreover, I used hawk eyes at the wide plains and mobs in order to level it. The level increased in just a moment. It was rising at a pace comparable to how Muse and Senes did during combat. Along this route, there seemed to be no items to collect. I squinted while looking at the back of the forest with hawk eyes. There seemed to be a collection point in there. Now, harvesting time. I felt there was an item on the ground at the base of the tree. My consciousness was naturally drawn to it. It was a strange sensation. I wondered if it was the sense's correction. The items I've collected started with tree branches, mushrooms, herbs, stones, wildflowers, and bird feathers. There was an abundance of types. I've gathered roughly 10 of each. After that, from the soil in a specific location, I've recovered mulch. Whether there was a purpose for it or not was unknown. I've gathered quite a lot of different item types. I couldn't be thankful enough to Taku who told me about this. And then I went to non-combat area, a safety area, and took a break. I didn't enter into mixing immediately. I was staring at the menu, devouring it with my sight. As I looked at the skill columns, I still didn't have any combat skills, arts. Other than that, the skills from synthesis and mixing, recipes were there. By the way, the status of my senses is as follows. Possessed SP0. Bow LV3 Hawk Eyes, LV5 Magic Talent, LV4 Magic Power, LV7 Alchemy, LV1 Enchant, LV6. Taming, LV1 Synthesis, LV1 Mixing, LV1 Crafting Knowledge, LV1. It was hard to say it was going well, but it's better than the initial misery. Now then, let's try to stretch up the mixing and synthesis. First, I removed the basic Mixing S tool set and arranged it side by side. What appeared was a bowl-sized mortar. A small container used for heating supported by a tripod and a mysterious heat source for heating it up. Also, a box with glass containers and paper for wrapping around the medicine. When I took out a glass container, a new one was born in its place. It ceased to exist if I didn't put anything in the container I took out, and was replenished in the box. In these aspects, it's really game-like. Truly a fantasy. With a chemical kit like a middle schooler would use, I brewed classical fantasy herbs and boiled them. I tried practicing it earlier after I took a look on the guide's website. And what I created was a beginner's potion. An item that costs 5G was created for free. A beginner potion can be created from a single herb. The conversion rate was much better than that of Alchemy S. As expected of a crafting skill. Well, I guess alchemy would be classified as crafting as well. After that, there was a change in the skills column. The beginner's potion recipe appeared. I selected that recipe and created beginner's potions. When I looked through the selection screen, same as the one from Matter Conversions, I found that a beginner potion can be made by using MP in the process. I see. So the reason it required magic power sense was this. In the other recipe lists, the things like large fur, medical stone, or bone powder were now categorized. The rule is that if you create an item once with mixing, it's automatically added in as a recipe, and next time it can be created just by using the skill. If alchemy was the same, that meant it applied to any crafting professions. To try, I created a beginner potion, but I changed the process slightly. The name of the creation was also beginner's potion, but there was a slight difference in the amount it recovered, and the recipe content was updated. It has been updated to a potion with a higher amount recovered. In other words, the mass production is standardized depending on your skill. You can improve the quality by preparing it manually, So that was the advantage. When I made 10 beginner's potions, my mixing sense went up. Now that I know how to level up my senses, next up is synthesis. The synthesis sense created a new material from 2 different materials. In other words, creating a new item from 2 different items. This one seems to consume MP from the very beginning when synthesizing. Anyway, let's try it. I took out the synthesis kit. I placed items on the left and right of the picture with a magical circle drawn on it. First, let's try something basic like combining potions. I placed novice potions I made earlier in the designated positions and activated it. Momentarily, after releasing a white light, the 2 potions disappeared and a somewhat dark potion was completed. What's this? Did it succeed? No. Based on the appearance, it was a failure. I've checked the item. It was poison. It was causing an abnormal state, which continuously damaged HP. Well, it might be useful for something later. And while thinking that, I put it away in my inventory. Crafting failed, Certainly. It seems like my crafting level is too low. Well, I've gotten experience for that, so I guess it's fine. While talking to myself, I selected 2 more beginner's potions and synthesized them. This time, it was a potion of a different color from beginner's potion. it was dark green. Its name was Potion. It was a success this time, and it was also added to recipes. And like that, I synthesized potions until I reached level 2. Then I compared the potion and beginner's potion. It's the potions left over from the ones I bought together with Mew and Sene. I bought some beginner's potions, but thanks to the two who wanted to level their recovery since I had some left over. I wonder what will happen if I use alchemy to do higher level conversion of beginner potions. Something like an experiment. The result of conversion was unfortunate. It has also became poison. Alchemy failed. 50G turned into poison. Alchemy sense leveled up to 2. The magic senses also rose by 1. That wasn't bad. However, the expense hurt. It was painful. But all I could do is to ignore my worries. I tried it out again. Alchemy's result was a potion was created. It gave me an incredibly lethargic feeling. Ah, what a waste. I should have changed them into potions through synthesis, and synthesis level would be raised as well. However, I confirmed one thing. There was a performance difference between potions created by synthesis and alchemy. The synthesis potion was close to the one made by the default recipe, but the alchemy's potion recovered 10% more than the default potion. In other words, alchemy's potion was of higher quality. In terms of the performance of the items crafted by skills, it was alchemy. Synthesis mixing. However, in terms of efficiency, it was just the opposite. Moreover, as I was crafting them, 2 of them have failed. That's a quite good balancing. Even so, these are quite ridiculous senses. Of course, in a bad meaning of the word ridiculous. Thinking of it normally, the reason why alchemy is being avoided is its inefficiency when it comes to crafting. The synthesis and mixing were more efficient. Overall, the 3 senses I've had in my equipment were quite unbalanced. However, my objective now is to level up my senses. The herbs were mainly used for mixing scents, and other items were used for alchemy and synthesis. I continued to collect and craft repeatedly, leveling up the senses until the time to prepare the dinner came, and learned a bit. The stones couldn't be selected in alchemy no matter how I tried. What I concluded was that they are a named item that needs to be appraised. Also, if the wildflowers, herbs, and mushrooms were to be taken through steps such as drying them before the name dry would appear and their effects doubled. However, as mushrooms were food items, they couldn't be changed any further than drying. In the end, when I tried synthesizing crow feathers and tree branches, what I got was something 1 level below iron arrow, a wooden arrow. Surprisingly, 2 of them could be made from a single branch. I've had 2 sets of 60 arrows now, and I was relieved to see how my worries about arrows disappeared. Currently, my senses were Possessed SP0, Bow LV3 Hawk Eyes LV7 Magic Talent LV6 Magic Power LV9 Alchemy LV2 Enchant LV6 Taming LV1 Synthesis LV4 Mixing LV4 Crafting Knowledge LV3. A bit more and Magic Power should hit 10. Leveling the senses is quite easy at the beginning. It's great that I'll be able to easily fix it. First of all, I'll remove taming and try getting a new sense. It looks like it's about time. Once again, I changed location to safety area and logged out. In the game world, the dusky sky could be seen, but in reality's midsummer, the bright sun was still high. Even so, since it was past 6 o'clock in the evening, a slightly cool wind was blowing. Although Somin was slightly cool, there was another reason for the atmosphere to feel cold. When the time has come, Mio came out of her room. She sat beside the table and sipped the noodles in silence. Her glare was sharp, and the atmosphere was bad. What is it? Nothing. Normally, she's an energetic little sister, but occasionally she's sulking. Well, she's in her 3rd year of middle school, in middle of puberty. And when I thought about that, I realized why was she feeling grumpy today. It's because of my sense build. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? That's, in the game, sorry for troubling you. I didn't get it too well, but I apologizes for the time being. It was a way to avoid problems. Mio took a big breath and made a grand sigh. About that, I'm sorry, Oni-chan. Oh, you're calling me Oni-chan now. Come on, don't react to something like that. Gur. The emotional scars left behind by my little sister calling me Wunchin were deep. It's not like that. The people with whom I've been playing ever since beta version of the game brought a new person, and I'm on bad terms with that person. Sorry to put you in a bad mood. Is that so? Well, I'll gladly hear your complaints. Sure, that person's a show-off. Although we were still recovering, they proceeded forward and died. After we gathered again, that person called our support terrible, so I'm kinda angry. Oh, I see. So, it must have been hard. On the other hand, without that person, our exploration proceeded without any problems. As expected, one wouldn't enter a party in which they died. So what happens if you die in the game? There's a death penalty. The death penalty's effect is decrease of status for 1 hour. That sounds like a pain. However, in case of my crafting professions, if I use the time to craft items, the time won't be wasted. I told her already what direction I intend to go in. Since I can't fight, right now I'm increasing the crafting senses. That's a shame. Since Yun Wenshin is such a beauty, I wanted her to enter the party and boast about her. Spare me from that. Well, as far as combat goes, I'll hunt single mobs for item collection. I want to increase the bow sense too. So Yun will continue playing solo. For the time being, I want to concentrate on steadily harvesting and hunting mobs. That's why I don't want to take others along for such roundabout errand. I asked another question to change the topic. Myo, how do your senses look like now? Sword LV12, Armor LV11, Attack Power increase LV6, Good Defense Power increase LV6, Fighting Spirit LV4, Magic Talent LV10, Magic Power LV14, Magic Power Recovery LV7, Light Element LV5, and Recovery Magic LV7. Something like that? That's quite a growth. You've gotten 4 SP too. One-Ichan's about the same as me. Also, if Oni-Ichan gets attack power increase, won't you be able to reduce arrow consumption? Isn't it better to replace the senses early? I'll do it step by step. Currently, I'm being self-sufficient in the forest to the west. Well, I want to go on an adventure with Oni-Ichan. So hurry up and raise your level, okay? Even though that was what I was requested to do by Mio, I don't know whether making a total replacement of all senses or raising the senses I have now to a level where I can fight would be faster. Although normally I can keep my act as an older brother, in the game I'm a bit overwhelmed. After the dinner, Mio went to take a bath. I prepared a meal for my parents so that they can eat it when they come back, and cleaned up the dishes. Next I went into bath as well, and leisurely enjoyed it, after which I once again logged into OSO. I continued from the forest safety area. That's where I started. In the game it was pitch black night. This place was lit up by bonfires. However, when I looked further it was quite dark, and occasionally I could see flickering shadows that looked like bats flying up. The night sky was beautiful. I looked at the stars which looked like Milky Way. I stared at the sky dumbfounded, and when my consciousness returned I used hawk eyes to zoom up as if I was using an astronomical telescope. The hawk eyes seemed to be growing. I enjoyed the time spent in this game now. I was in a daze for about 30 minutes. In the meantime, hawk eyes reached level 10. Yay, and I rejoiced like that over the fact that my expectations that magic power will reach level 10 first were betrayed. I didn't think hawk eyes would be the ones to reach level 10 first. Moreover, when I looked around while spacing out, I realized that I see farther in the darkness than I did a while ago. I decided to hurry and get a new sense. There was plenty of senses that were available early. Since I already went in the direction of crafting, I thought it would be good to find a matching crafting type sense. After smithing, sewing, and woodworking, the last one I found was craftsmanship. Rather than a main, craftsmanship is being treated as a bonus, and smithing was a more commonly used sense which handled a bigger amount of items. Effective craftsmanship sense was creating accessories. Smithing created armors and weapons used in battle. Sewing was used to create leather armors and clothing used by magic-type players. Woodworking was used to create bows, staffs, and wands. Accessories were only supplementary. This, too, was another one of decisions I made with my starting policy, to become a support and aim for the industrial gap, and I decided on it quickly. I felt like I chose something good. Even so, I thought that the sense system was very deep. I thought Hawkeyes only provide far sight, but there's also an effect giving a night vision. It gave about 1 meter visibility per level, and in case of bow senses correction, it was a fairly short range. Speaking of which, I've got arrows, and even though there's no enemies I can still practice with the bow. I thought. I took out a wooden arrow and have drawn the bow to its limit. The released arrow disappeared in the darkness beyond my visibility range. I continued to release disposable arrows into the darkness. The bow's sense increased when I used it. Were there to be an enemy, the sense might have leveled up faster. I carefully shot one arrow after another. Since I've never had any practice using a bow, there was no other choice but to increase the hit rate myself by doing this repeatedly. By using Hawkeye's farsight and night vision, I continued to aim at a tree trunk and learned how to shoot. For now, my hit rate was 2 out of 20, so I've had a long way to go. The bow's and the Hawkeye's sense increased considerably. I was curious and took a look at the bow's skills and found arts there. It was named simply long-range shooting. To test it, I tried using the long-range shooting. In exchange for a longer time of bow's charge up, A more powerful sound than ever before has sounded, and the arrow was gone far away in an instant. Even Hawkeye's was unable to perceive it so far. What was the extent of the effect? It was still unknown to me. Mew said it was mishappen, and I shouldn't use it, but I need to confirm it myself at the very least. I got a proper reaction from it now. Now then, it's about time, so let's go to sleep and continue tomorrow. I logged out with an intention of continuing to raise my crafting tomorrow. 1. To be exact, his name is pronounced Shun. It's a pretty sketchy process of romanization. Cyan, still pronounced Shun in English, YN. Chapter 2. Crafting and Enchant. The next day I logged in the afternoon. Why, you ask? Of course, that's because I needed to go out and buy ingredients for meals, clean, do the laundry, and spend time to prepare meals in the morning. Since I too wanted time to play the game, the lunch was curry with summer vegetables. The same menu was for dinner, but I won't listen to anyone's complaints. Oni-chan, after I leveled up my sword since one-handed sword was derived from it. Good for you. Also, I found a new friend. The girl I met this time is very cute and polite. Is that so? You've got it nice? Since you're terrible at housework, you can indulge in gaming as you wish. But is that really all right? You third year middle schooler. Even if our school was an escalator type, that doesn't mean you can ignore studying, is what I said, but she didn't even hear it. This little sister of mine. She's giving her all for hobbies, but aside from that, Mio's an idiot. Even though she was always worrying me in real life, why was she so dependable in a game? But well, I'm a support. I reminded myself of that. And I logged in as Yoon once again. Where I landed was the safety area on the west side. Although I made potions and poison with mixing yesterday, I haven't stocked enough. And the scents I'd gotten yesterday, craftsmanship required the basic polishing set and mobile furnace set. The polishing set costs 300G, and the mobile furnace 800G. I have nowhere near enough for that now. Anyway, I need to earn some money first. I still didn't know what mulch was used for. The herbs and mushrooms which I obtained were dried by using a recipe, which made my mixing and magic power level up. What I had on me right now was wooden arrow times 90, potion times 25, beginner potion times 50, pebbles times 75, and also a variety of items like mushrooms and mulch. I wonder, maybe I'll manage to get around 300G for this? Their effects are a little bit higher than the normal ones. A bit confident, I left the forest and went back to First Town. On the way back, I fought against some herbivores to practice with my bow. Although I fought them yesterday without enchant, now that I used it, they easily went down even though I was using wooden arrows. No, the main reason for my victory was the art's long-range shooting. I shoot arrows from the maximum range of 15 meters, and was able to shoot 4 times before enemy approached. Although I used 5 or more wooden arrows to take it down, they were free anyway. Even if I failed, there was no performance-to-cost ratio. They were consumed rather rapidly, so I guess I should raise my crafting senses. I entered the town with a pleased look on my face, and felt the attention was focused on me. No, well, I've still had initial equipment, and the bow was considered mishappen. That must have been the reason why they took notice of me. Since I felt quite ill stares on me, I sped up a little. Enchant, speed. I muttered so, and passed through the western gate at a quick pace. Occasionally people turned around to look at me, but I ignored their annoying stares and arrived at a square on which stalls were spread. I immediately forgot about the trivialities from before. Where do I sell this? And I looked around at the stalls. While I did investigate it in advance, not everyone was able to put down a stall. There were items required to put down a stall, and only those who have it are popular. Moreover, crafters can rent an existing store, redecorate it, and make their own customizations. Well, the item to open a stall costs 10 kg, and renting out a store for a month costs 50 kg. And how much money do you think I have? 130G. There were many people with the stalls. Some sold potions, others sold weapons. The people who had stalls at this point in the game were people who still had their gold from the beta version. Hey, the girl over there. Won't you take a look? I've got weapons and accessories. A woman with a light brown skin tone and a bit of reddish hair called out to me. She was probably touting me. She gave off an atmosphere that made me think I might be able to talk with her. With a little bit of luck, she'll buy the potions from me, is what I thought. You mean me? Whoa, that's rare in a reco. 1. Speaking of which, I was currently using a female avatar. Not good. Since I was away from people for a while, I forgot all about it. No, in real I'm a man. Haha, no way. You can't fake your gender in this game. That's probably because of a machine's misidentification. That's why. I'm a man in real. So you're feminine enough to make a machine mistake you. Nice. That's your role play, isn't it? Yua, she doesn't get it. Let's give up. Well, welcome. Welcome to Magi-san's stall. There's anything from weapons to accessories. I'm Magi the shopkeeper. Hey, you've got a stall already. A beta tester. That's right. You are, Yun. Then, how about Yun Kuan? Nope. My friend and sisters played in beta and invited me for the official launch. Ha. So you wanted to become an archer with a dry smile. In 9 cases out of 10, such a horrible comment would come. But I don't have any bows, you know? But I can sell you some accessories to increase your defense power. No, I'm also a crafter. A fighter with crafting senses. Not bad. I was also aiming to be a fighting blacksmith, but since the crafting senses leveling was delayed because of the fighting part 1, changed my mind in official version and went full blacksmith. Of course, I can fight on a basic level. Is that so? Because of my sense build and using a bow, I'm low on money. I get it. You want me to buy the items you made, don't you? Wani-san will buy it. Really? Thank you very much. I surprised her as I said that with a smile. Magi-san blushed slightly in embarrassment and also smiled. In small voice she muttered, not good. Even if we're the same sex, this is. Wait, who's the same sex? That aside, this is a godsend. I opened a trade screen between me and Magi-san and put in the items that were likely to sell. Magi-san, from whose face blush already disappeared, started to appraise the item. The item I put in the trade window was potion times 25. I still had beginner's potions for myself. They were enough for now. Self-made potions, huh? The recovered amount is quite big. With this color, they'd be about 30 G a piece. NPC ones cost 25 G each. 30 times 25. 750 G. Well, that's because a lot of people use these. The people on the front line already graduated from beginner's potions and buy potions from NPCs, but since the amount of those in the NPC shops is determined and no more can be bought, they were bought out early and are being resold in stalls with rip-off prices. Well, among players there are those who use recovery magic as their main, so it seems parties survive by incorporating those people. Now then, Yun Kuan, ask if you have anything else. The amount of gold I had in my possession increased to 880 G. No, I still can't afford a portable furnace set. Magi-san, you said you make accessories. Does a type the accessories effect depend on the type of furnace used? No, there's no change. The only thing that changes are the types of metal that can be processed. A portable furnace can process iron at most. I can make things up to steel. So that means Yun Kuan's senses are mixing, synthesis, and craftsmanship right. Oh, Magi-san's quite a high-level player. To have that kind of insight from just what I said. I have 3 profession types. That's some difficult senses you've got. Well, the point of gaming is to have fun. Then Wani-san will give you an advice. In the craftsmanship, there's a skill called polishing, right? But if you have craftsmanship and the tools, you can process pebbles into raw gemstones or yourself. And that's called appraising eye. That's why if you can appraise them yourself, you can recover the materials for creating accessories. Thank you very much. I'll try it right away. Yup. Then can we register each other as friends? Cause Yun Kuan seems really interesting. Then I got acquainted with Magi-san, who was a senior crafter in the town, and purchased a polishing set. My pockets felt lonely when I had only 580 G left. Next time I make some potions, I'll buy a portable furnace. Once again, with a happy expression on my face, I went back to the safety area in my hunt spot. When I returned, I desperately started to polish the stones. As a result of appraising the stones I picked up until now, about half of them were just simple stones, but the other half were something of value. Although I found 20 pieces of iron ore from the stones I picked up, I couldn't change them into ingots without a furnace. So for now, in order to level up my craftsmanship, I polished the jewels and gemstones with the polishing set. Grind. A sound echoed in the quiet forest. And as I scraped it lightly, beautiful jewel appeared behind the stone surface. The fist-sized stone became roughly 3 centimeters long when I shaved most of it off. Its name was Peridot Gemstone Medium. It seemed that in this area the only thing that could be collected was Peridot. No matter how many I polished, all of them were Peridots. If I looked in different areas, I could probably find different gemstones. No, how about looking for someone who sells and buys gemstones? No, are there even any people who would sell those? There aren't, are there? Rather than that, it was unreasonable since I was broke anyway. Needing money in order to secure money is hard life. In other words, there's no choice but to polish them myself. Well, I could use craftsmanship as polishing skill, but it would turn into Peridot minimal. Usually the gems become smaller and their value is lower. Moreover, if I were to leave it to skill, the likelihood for polishing to fail increased. And since the skill level is low, then all the more. That's why I carefully polished a dozen of them. Even so, some of them cracked. If that happens, the item disappears and it's treated as failed craft. It took me 3 hours to polish them. When I finished polishing all of the stones, I had 3 medium pieces and 7 small ones. All the others have vanished. If I want to polish more than this, I need to buy a higher grade polishing set. However, thanks to the polishing, my craftsmanship and crafting knowledge both leveled up to 5. All my senses were low level, but I was steadily going at my own pace and wasn't impatient at all. Next, I wanted to check with synthesis and alchemy. I held iron ore in my hand. It might be possible to turn this into ingot without having it go through the furnace. A method of using alchemy's matter conversion to change iron ore into an iron ingot. Even if there's no furnace, that doesn't necessarily mean it can't make ingots. The possibility of being able to turn ore into ingots cannot be ignored. And if there's not enough, I'll just have to pick more stones. And then I changed all the iron ore I had on me with alchemy. Iron ore times 20 into alchemy. For a moment, a white light was released, and the result was something unexpected. Fine iron ore. As the name suggested, it was iron ore again. A fine one, and there were 2 of them. Why did its quality increase? Looks like ingots are something people who are either smiths or craftsmen have monopoly on. I'll consult Magi-san on this fine iron ore later. Can I use synthesis like this? If I were to create an item which could be used right away, I won't be wasteful. Although it's only my imagination, I might be able to change the arrow's grade from wooden arrows into stone arrows. I tried it with a single stone and an arrow. After releasing a light, the result was indeed a stone arrow. If my theory is correct, then by replacing stones with iron or silver it was possible to raise the arrow's grade. Although the cost for that might be too high for a disposable item, but if it's arrows of stone, then the balance of attack power and cost might be a good compromise. Now then, mass production to do. I was in a good mood and tried to make a stone arrow from the recipe, but was unable to synthesize it. The recipe was a tree branch, feather crow, and a 3rd stone. However, I couldn't use the recipe now. Why can't I use it? 3. The beginner's synthesized kit can combine only up to 2. Certainly, among the items written on the list, the 2 of them couldn't be created. In other words, synthesizing from a recipe was impossible unless I buy a better kit. More expenses. And what a hassle. I know I can make it through the wooden arrow, so let's get on to synthesizing. Midway through it, I raised a desperate voice. I changed wooden arrows into stone arrows. I also increased amount of produced wooden arrows. I had now 2 sets of wooden arrows and a set of stone arrows. I secured a sufficient amount. However, it's really a waste that arrows are disposable. An archer wouldn't bear it if he had to discard arrows made from something like mithril, and these aren't strong enough. How about synthesizing tree branches? But from the better quality with things like boughs are made, aren't they? I complained to myself, unconvinced. Maybe just like the iron ore from before, the arrows might be changed into fine ones without changing the material. I won't know until I try it. And I used alchemy on an entire set of wooden arrows. The arrow bundle was wrapped in light. After it was finished, there were 3 arrows. The set of 30 arrows was reduced to 3. What happened to my efforts? Although I wanted to scream, I was patient and checked the item. Wooden arrow plus 10 consumable. What's with those numbers? Although I'd be happy if the attack power were to raise, even though it's disposable, but there was no other addition other than that. Let's try shooting it. Using the basic moves, I've drawn the bow and released it as I always did. I confirmed that the arrow was stuck in the tree. It didn't seem like its attack power was higher. I approached the tree and confirmed it. The arrow has disappeared. It's still disposable, Bow's really hard to use. As I said that in daze, I realized there was an arrow in the quiver I had on my shoulder. The arrow which should have disappeared was in the quiver. The number on it was +9. No way, I thought. I took it from the quiver and shoot it the same way. The arrow which disappeared has come back. Archery's HE. This was a major discovery. Consumables coming back by consuming a number. Archery's cost to performance as well as the troublesome reloading were diminished. With this I can win, I thought. Let's make iron arrows next. In order to prepare a set of +10 arrows, the number of them required was 300. Converting that number into gold cost, it would be 300 G. Not only that's painful for beginners, but it can't be done without the alchemy sense. If they could use a different sense, most people wouldn't bother strengthening disposable arrows. Even if there are some, there's not many of them. In other words, as usual, archers are unfortunate. They cannot properly fight unless they have crafters supporting them. Well, I can do it on my own, and it should be fine if I just raise my own senses. Moreover, I've already found one hidden ability of the bow sense. The ability for returning arrows. There is no need to go through the trouble of taking it out again. I think it's on the level of magic's tracking and swordsman's motion assist. I'm grateful for this. This is truly a fantasy. Yup. Knowing this, it seems like I don't need to do a long reload during combat. Picking an archer might actually turn out to be interesting. Alone in the forest, I grinned, and after checking my status I logged out. Possessed SP1. Bow LV7, Hawk Eyes LV13, Magic Talent LV9, Magic Power LV10, Alchemy LV4, Enchant LV8. Synthesis LV6, Mixing LV6, Craftsmanship LV5, Crafting Knowledge LV5. Unequipped. Taming LV1. After I and Mio logged out from the game, we ate curry for the dinner and exchanged information with each other. Although I say it this way, most information came from Mio, and I only chimed in. Hey, listen Oni-chan. What? More complaints? Yup. Well, I guess. The reselling stalls that bought out all the potions have sold out. One potion that costed 50G now costs 3 times the original price. They're scarce enough for people to buy them for 500G. I know. The amount of potions NPCs have to sell is predetermined, right? Yup, so you knew. I've heard of it. Also, I'm a crafter myself. Maybe I should continue selling potions for the time being? Are you that low on money? I removed taming and took craftsmanship instead, but I need to buy decent furnace and polishing sets. Why are you going in a direction that requires so much money of you? She let out a boo wanting to complain. But the moment when I found out what kind of gem it is after polishing it, I felt like my struggle was awarded. Even so, alchemy, synthesis, mixing and craftsmanship, it's all crafting senses. Usually people pick up crafting based on one material that's handled. Isn't leveling up inefficient like this? No such thing. I made beginner's potions with the herbs I collected in the West. Then I used synthesis to make them into potions. I appraised the stones with craftsmanship to differentiate between iron, ore, and gemstones. Then used matter conversion on the leftover material, raising alchemy, you know. Yuwa, although I said I already mastered it, it's a shame. I still have a leftover material from alchemy, which is fine iron, ore. Also, I don't know what's the use for bone, mulch, and the gallstones. Now that I think of it, Mio is a beta tester too. Let's try asking. Hey, what is mulch and bones used for in this game? Agriculture was it? Agriculture. Yeah, there are land plots to sell in the south district of the town. Players are supposed to raise plant-based items there and collect them afterwards. But since most players don't have any seeds to cultivate, they can't do it. That's why no one goes there. Then, what about gallstones and medicine stones? Oni-chan, didn't you try using mixing sense on them? The amount of recovery pills provide is bigger than beginner's potions, and they need less materials to craft than potions. That means bone powder are downwards interchangeable with bone, and the pills have the same or higher compatibility than potions, or rather, they should be considered as a separate item series. And for the pills, I should use higher quality medicine stones. That was very helpful. I thought of trying to hunt some, but now there's something I want to test with mixing. It's good that Oni-chan's really into the game, but this little sister wants to lament seeing your inefficiency. A game is something to be enjoyed, that's what you said. I don't want to rush too much. I ignored my little sister's frank advices, and while doing the housework, I examined various possibilities. A method to obtain the seeds. There must be one that hasn't been tried yet. After logging in, the first thing I did was to open the alchemy screen. In the alchemy screen, there was alchemy's higher matter conversion and lower matter conversion. For matter conversion, I felt that there is a conversion sequence for each matter. Alchemy was alchemy, just in name. Iron could be only changed into a different iron. It could be only made into fine iron. In other words, the name was a fraud. And when increasing strength of arrows into higher quality ones through higher matter conversion, the name itself was unchanged while only the number of times it could be used was changed. In the end, there was a possibility plants could have a different kind of higher matter conversion. I subjected 10 herbs to alchemy, and as expected, what was born of it were fine herbs. In other words, that's how it is. And if that's what's considered a higher conversion, then basing on the applying the thinking and using lower matter conversion, the plants would be converted into seeds. Should I convert a fine herb? Or maybe should I convert an ordinary one? To try it, I converted some herbs. The conversion rate was 2 times. What was born from alchemy were herb seeds. That meant I could cultivate them on my own, and it made me relieved from the bottom of my heart. If that were to be changed into materials, I would be able to prepare a huge stock by mixing. Then I tried converting fine herbs, and the result was 2 herb seeds. Their grade was written by the plant's name. On the bottom of the seed, it was written that its effect was greater. However, in the end, they were just herbs. To gather large quantities of them and create a high-quality synthetic potion, I would need 24 herbs to use. Being able to make seeds with alchemy is truly a fantasy. No, there's some feeling of reality considering the fact that the type of material can't be ignored. Phew, I used a large amount of gallstones, but after mixing them with herbs I made beginner's pills. If the same principle applies, then they should be upwards interchangeable by using 2 items with synthesis. Also, medicine stones were upwards interchangeable with gallstones. Just as herbs were upwards interchangeable, the upwards interchangeable pills were even with fine herbs. In this case, it would be more effective time-wise to create the former stage item. There was still a possibility that the latter stage could be made from a recipe. By roughly knowing the rules, I can use the alchemy sequences to create different items. Having obtained seeds, I should go to see the fields tomorrow. And for the night before that, it's hunting. Having my bow and arrows, I proceeded through the woods while performing enchants on myself. While actively collecting items, I looked for the enemies. During the day, whichever part of the forest I visited, there were only infestations of large amounts of mobs. During the night, there were wild dogs and flying bats in the darkness, but thanks to Hawkeye's night vision, I could see them clearly during the night in addition to having far sight, which allowed me to take them down before they approached. The bats and wild dogs were fragile. Originally in the darkness, they attacked players from surprise to deal high amounts of damage and defeat them, but for me they were a worthless and tasty prey. Light Element's light magic would also allow one to fight properly, but no one would come to a place like this for fun. Taku said that the mob balance was bad in here, so it meant that battling in this kind of environment was too hard for beginners. Actually, considering that one could hunt in darkness, it meant that dungeons are similarly dark. From the bats I've gotten poison blood. Hey, so I can make poison with this, and when I thought that a recipe has appeared, I could make poison with both herbs and poison blood. Originally, it was something I made by failing to make a potion. Also, I could make an antidote potion by mixing a potion and poison blood. In other words, conquering poison with poison? Well, it seems like another part of the system. And from the wild dogs I've gotten fangs and the dog fur. These items are definitely used by different crafting type people. Look, leather can be used to make a leather armor and fangs can be used to decorate weapons. The mobs continued to reappear as I defeated them. And since I was hunting alone, the amount of drops I had was awesome. Although I beat them effortlessly, I guess it would be hard for people who are not used to it. Also, I found out during the hunting that the enchant's light was shining in the darkness. It seemed like it informed the enemies about my position. The mob's AI was pretty good, so they immediately found the players like that. Somewhat I feel like I've slipped into a role of something like an archer assassin during the night. Well, since I'm a crafter, I guess it's a good thing to employ surprise tactics since I can't fight from the front. It was growing late at night. I'm going to sleep and continue tomorrow. The next morning, although I've come to the town with an intention of renting the land immediately, I needed to prepare war funds first. Today I had potion times 30, pill times 15, and tried to provide antidote potion times 5. Well, if the potions alone are purchased, I'll be already satisfied. On this day as well, I felt strange gazes on me, but I put on an enchantment and entered the gate in a haste. I headed to the place where I found Magi-san yesterday. I found Magi-san in the same place beside a stall and called out to her. Hello, Magi-san. Yunkun, thank you for selling me potions yesterday. The first thing she said and did was to take my hands forcefully enough to make her breast shake and say her appreciations. Although, having to hold a woman's hands was a bit embarrassing as well as surprising. After holding my hands for a while, she settled down. What's going on? Thanks to Yunkun selling me potions. After I offered them for a reasonable price, the frontline players also bought accessories and weapons from me together with them. Even though just yesterday I thought this ain't going good. Oh, so it's like that. Well, wanna buy some today? I've prepared some. Yup. One-E-San store originally sold weapons and accessories, but I can sell them together and have it become a universal stall. Then, please here. As I placed the prepared potions, pills, and the antidote potions in the trade screen, I got surprised by Magi-san's joyful expression. WAAA, thank you for bringing me so many items. And the pills are currently the best medicine one can buy in this town, as the amount of health it recovers is quite large. As for antidote potions, although there were people who had mixing and synthesis in the beta test, in the official version there is no people going in that direction, so there is no antidote potions. Is that so? That means I'm lucky. Yup then. Potions for 35G, pills for 70G, antidote potions for 70G, 2,450G in all. Hey, wait. The price of potions went up as compared to yesterday. It was 30G. Yesterday I bought it for 60% of final price. I'll buy it for 70% today. Looky, if I sell this I can promote my shop. It'll definitely sell and people will think I have fair prices. Also, you want money, right? Magi-san grinned like a Cheshire cat. I couldn't refute, and I needed money. I thought of the farm, mobile furnace, and a higher-level synthesis kit. As I looked at it, I haven't had enough for it yet. Well, if Yun-kun says so, then 60% of price. I'm sorry. Let's stay at that price, please. Yup up. Such an honest reaction gives one E-san a good impression. Moreover, a sight of a cute girl like you getting flustered is interesting. No, I'm a man. So she thinks I'm a girl after all. But didn't she hold my arms at first to see me act embarrassed? No, I don't think she would do that, would she? As I looked at Magi-san, who was all smiles, my doubts faded away. Thank you for the trade, then. Yes, yes. Here's your money. If you raise your cents again, I'll buy items from you. Please take care of me at that time. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Can you check this item? In the trade window, I put the gemstones and fine iron I made yesterday. After checking it, Magi-san's expression turned serious in an instant. She whispered to me, Yun-kun, where did you get this? Where you ask, I got it from the forest in the west normally. No, as for the gems, if polished carefully they can become this size. If your sense raises, the ratio of them getting broken decreases. Since they're only medium size, there's no problem at all. Oh, I've heard something nice. So it means that I'll able to process more jewels by using the skill. The problem is this iron, or fine iron Oregon. Even more so if it was collected in the west. The third town, called the mine town. Until you proceed near the mine, you can't harvest it. Moreover, it's a rare drop from sandmans who are in the quarry's foreground. It usually drops from high-level golem-type mobs. Don't tell me jokes like, I killed it alone, okay? A sandman is as strong as the big boar from the east. No, I have no idea how strong a big boar is. No, it's not like that. I made it through alchemy's higher matter conversion. I see. If you made it with alchemy, that's convincing. Ah, I convinced her. So, what do you want to do? If Yun-kun won't use it, I can. Fine iron, and normal iron, are completely different types of items. With only 2 of them, you can't make anything. Seriously? What can be made from 5 ingots or weapons, 3 for one-handed sword and 5 for a two-handed sword? So that means by consuming 10 iron ores, you can make 1 fine iron ore. That makes 1 fine iron ingot worth 50 iron Oregon. That's quite cumbersome. So is fine iron valuable? No, not at all. However, if the same weapon is to be made by using fine iron, it's of a better quality and a slight correction to the abilities appears. It's not worth buying up iron ores and would turn into a big loss. First, even if I had 1 ingot of it, all I could make with it would be an accessory. Also, out of 1 ingot, the only accessory that can be made is a ring. For a bracelet, you need 2 ingots. Is that so? Then please buy it. I'll make some more later and bring it. Okay, I wanted to hit the market so I can brag about having quality equipment. I checked the trade screen and selected the fine iron Oregon. And the amount of money put in the trade window was 400 G. Hey. Magi-san, are you serious? Nope, it's 100 G for 1 iron Oregon. That's 200 G in total. The price for selling to NPCs would be half of it, so I guess it's a reasonable price for now. The other half of the total money is the payment for partnering up on the market. I understand. Magi-san seems to have quite a bit of money. Yep, since I made a killing in the beta, I'll be able to buy a store soon enough. I'm not envious, I continued to grumble. Well, as long as you're profiting. Yes. Somehow I wasn't satisfied, but it's good that the amount of money I had increased. Want to buy a field? The cheapest one costs 3,000 G. A man with a straw hat said so. Of course it was an NPC. Seems like he was explaining to people how to plant and grow things on the field. There is almost no buyers now. If some appear, the prices will go up. It's better to buy one now. No, if I'm told something that realistic in the game, I'll be troubled. However, in the South Districts, which was as big as a baseball field, there were few people. I get it. Please give me the cheapest one. 3,000 G from my inventory was gone. Ah, my money. Here, the land's deed. It's written in there which field is yours. Also, to cultivate the field you need tools like shovel and a hoe. They cost another 300 G. You must be fucking joking. I've got barely any money remaining. But I can't plant the herb seeds if I don't have any tools. I was in agony. That made me grind my teeth. Always the same. In the end, I bought it. Let's think of it as prior investment. Yeah, an investment. If I do some mixing, I'll earn over 2,000 G. I'll regain it soon enough. I could only think like that. I immediately went to the field I'd purchased. But what's with this hard work? I've had enough. I dug in the rough and hard field with a shovel and cultivated it with a hoe. Even in game, it was quite a hard work. Damn it. Ha, come on. What's this? When I increase my speed with an enchant, the speed of my shoveling has increased too. Although it was a small piece of land, my heart was almost broken by the time I've planted the seeds. Moreover, just by sowing the seeds I won't get high-quality items. The NPC said that I should mix various things with the soil. In other words, mulch, wildflowers, bone powder, and bones. The fertilizers. Next, I mixed the earth with mulch I earnestly picked up in the forest, spread the wildflowers around, and in the end, I mixed the bone powder and bones with the soil. It took me a considerable amount of time, and I noticed the sense growth in my status. Possessed SP3. Bow LV9, a Hawkeye's LV16, Magic Talent LV11, Magic Power LV14, Alchemy LV5, Enchant LV13, Synthesis LV8, Mixing LV8, a Craftsmanship LV5, Crafting Knowledge LV6, Unequipped. Taming LV1. Although I checked my level before leaving the forest, I don't remember doing any actions related with mixing, and yet it has leveled up, which meant it was something related to this field work. Somehow, I wonder if mixing bones and mulch with soil as fertilizer can be interpreted as such. If that was the case, then I can agree with it. Also, what was added to the recipes I had was fertilizer. In other words, it was treated as something made by me. That's suspicious. It can be prepared without any kit. However, oh well. In the end, I sowed the seeds and it was over. There were 20 places to put the seeds in on the field purchased for 3,000 G. The herbs seemed to be harvestable after one day. Fantasy again, eh? It's over. Oh, a call. With a pawn sound appeared a name of the person registered as my friend. It was Taku. What's up? You got time? If you do, then let's hunt. In a party, that is. That's fine. But where? We're going to hunt big boars in the east. Yoon, don't worry about your level and come. Hey, you've already decided that I'm coming? It's fine. Well, I admit. We're stuck without enough potions. I get it. Then I'll wait for you at the east gate. Understood. Big boar hunting, huh? That means they're on the level of sandmans, which are in the mining region of the west. I was a bit interested. I confirmed the equipment I had on me. I had the bow and the improved arrows. Since I have 300 arrows, I won't run out of them during combat. However, I didn't think stone arrows and wooden arrows were reliable. I should buy iron arrows and improve them with alchemy. But I don't have money for that. After I arrived at the eastern gate, I looked for Taku. He was already waiting. It seemed like his equipment was better than the one he had on the first day. It was somehow frustrating. I still had the initial equipment. Yun. Yeah, are you serious? Having me together with you? Honestly, I was quite anxious. Well, since the male-to-female ratio of the party members other than us was 2 to 2, it's fine. If it was just the two of us who were men, it might have been awkward, but I guess there's no problem. As I bowed lightly to Taku's party members. Areko appeared dead. Yua, what a cute girl. But you're holding a bow. Are you all right? Moreover, you've got initial equipment. It's fine. It's a game, so let her just enjoy it. Oh, yeah. I also worry about this. The bow I've got in my possession is the initial one. Also, don't call me an Areko or cute girl. I'm a man. We've heard you're Taku's friend from Real, but your looks are high level. You look like an unyielding type. No, a Kaderi. That's a huge win. A beauty, yeah. Don't talk about my appearance anymore. I beg you. A man with a light equipment and a woman with wavy blonde hair dressed in a clergy robe came over saying that. This one's Yoon. As you can see, he's an archer, but he should be useful. Even if she's useless, she can use the combat this time as a reference to change her senses. Yup, don't decide I'm useless right from the beginning. I'm a crafter. The field I fight on is different. The surrounding people's expressions went, So that's it. That's how it is. A crafter who uses a bow. Moreover, they must have thought I'm an idiot for using initial equipment. But in fact, I couldn't do anything about it since I was broke. In that case, you might be useful. By the way, what are you crafting? It was the man who said it was the one who reacted to my bow, which was initial equipment. Although he looked burly, he was quite cool. Harsh but cool, he was wearing a gray warrior's armor. Cool but annoying. For now, potions. I showed them a potion I made myself after taking it out from inventory. He asked after seeing it. Is it beginner's one? No, it's the one above that. Then you can take the recovery roll. Ah, I've sold out on those. All except for this one. Wah. Taku started laughing while holding his belly. He's been enduring trying not to laugh when I was mistaken for a woman for a while now. Bastard, he exploded with laughter now. Are you an idiot? Why did you sell all the potions? Well, that's because beginner's potions and pills were enough for me. Are you stupid? When your SP exceeds 10, the effect of beginner's potions is reduced. So that's what happens after you exceed 10 SP. I've still got room then. For some reason, the metal-colored warrior held his head. There was no malice in his words. Probably he was trying to be kind, but it felt intimidating because it came from an owner of big burly body. The woman with round glasses and a green triangle hat that stood next to him tried to soothe him. Somehow, she felt like a witch. Even so, the reason frontline people needed potions was that, huh? Well, I'll explain. The light-dressed fighter's Gantz. The healer next to him is Minute. The armored man is Kay. Next, the witch girl's Mommy. And I'm Taku the swordsman. Taku introduced them all at once. In order to politely say hello to everyone, I returned the greetings and self-introduced. I'm Yoon. As you can see, I'm an archer with initial equipment. Although I introduced myself like that, it was the truth. Rather than lie, it's better to describe myself like that. Then we moved to the location big boars were at, near the exit from the plains. As an archer, I didn't waste my arrows in the battles along the way. Although I didn't join the battle like that, instead I proceeded in a way others didn't see me and trained my Hawkeyes, cast enchants, and harvested items. I've collected things like antidote grass and paralysis grass. An antidote potion's recipe was updated. I had a new way to make a potion by combining antidote grass. In other words, there was more than one way to make an item. It can be made through stages, or can be created from a recipe. Majority of players don't collect those, and just buy things from NPC. Also, the stones had copper, ore, and tin Oregon. If I change this, it might become a bronze ingot. Let's consult Magi-san later. Also, it seemed like tree branches could be made anywhere and crow feathers could be easily gathered from crow-type mobs. If the feathers are processed with sewing, one can make items that increase recovery during breaks like sleeping bag or bed. Although everyone seems to sell it for pennies, I really appreciate it since it's a material for my arrows. As I gathered items along the way, I've had a really happy face. But Minutes and Gantz's stares somewhat hurt. What is it? Gantz Minute. Are you really acquainted with Taku? That's what I thought. I mean, he's a really skilled gamer, and to have such a cute girl as a childhood friend. What a Ryaju. Also, you've got sisters, right? In other words, for a no-good human like Taku to have a childhood friend like you to set him straight. What kind of love comedy is this? No, I've got no idea. Also, I'm a man. If it was me, I'd fall for you. Yun-chan. No thank you to men. I love cute girls too. I don't want to be loved that way either. Minute stood behind me and put a hand on my shoulder. As a man, I don't want to be popular in this way. I looked around for rescue. The man called Kay had a bitter atmosphere around him. Mommy-san tried to soothe me. Hey Taku, you're the leader, so try doing something about this. I stared at him relaying that, but he only smiled bitterly. Hey, what's your relationship with Taku-kun? Come on, what's your relationship in real life? Minute. Asking about real life in game is bad manners. The metal-colored warrior, Kay, stepped in to stop him instead of Taku. Taku stretched his shoulders in remonstrance and finally moved. Now, let's attack the enemy like this. Since he played around too much, the fast-footed Gantz will lure Big Boar here. No, that's impossible. The Big Boar's too fast. Let's hit him from a long distance with magic. Satisfied, Minute and Gantz left me be like that. That's fine, but my armor might as well be paper. That's instant death. Also, I won't be able to use channeled magic or I'll get caught. Mommy-san expressed her opinion uneasy. What to do? I thought. One attack is enough to lure him in, right? That's right. Well, as long as it's a direct hit. If it's okay to hit from this position, I can do it. Taku went what? He gave off a feeling like he didn't get it. It's been a while since I was able to surprise him. Well, just look. Enchant, attack. The players enchant. From around level 10 of enchant, the duration it lasts after beginning is longer, the effect of the skill is greater, and the time delay until it can be used again is shorter. Increasing my own attack power, I've drawn the bow. The distance was 20 meters, judging with my eyes. The range seemed to be dependent on one's own attack power. As it grew with the enchant, the range was also increased. Although the firing range had complex calculation, with my leveled up bow and arts, as well as an enchant in addition, it should have enough range to reach. Using Hawkeyes, I took aim and drew the bow to the limit, listening to its sound, and released the arrow. As the arrow rode the wind, before I could confirm whether it hit or not with Hawkeyes, I already knocked the next arrow. When I shot the second arrow, I confirmed that the first one hit the target. Hit it, it's coming. I released the second arrow, but it missed this time. Since I used long-range shooting twice, I didn't have much MP left. After returning to normal shooting range, I cast an enchant. Enchant, defense. I cast a defense enchant on Taku, who was intercepting it. The firepower of mage-type player was overwhelming, and cooperation between two swordsmen and a martial artist was amazing. As the big boar was attacking front to front, Kei didn't draw back a single step. Gantz and Taku continued hit and run tactics. Sometimes to give each other an opportunity to recover, they've drawn attention of the big boar. Prepared for the brutal attack, they've altered its target. 3 men were able to produce a cooperated movement just by speaking their names. Still, the big boar's attacks took down 30% of their HPs with a single blow. But for Taku, it remained at 20%. Oh, I see. Taku's an armor bearer. And the more of the stat player has, the more of it is increased by enchant. Yeah, it's a great discovery. I continued to shoot arrows for a while, and when my MP recovered, I cast defense enchants. When we finally defeated the big boar, Minutes and Mami-san's MP was almost out. It took quite a while. It was strong. So a Sandman is about this strong. That's hard. After the battle was over, everyone was very happy as they checked their levels. And Iwo, the bow, magic talent and magic power as well as enchant all leveled up. So there's an additional experience when the enemy is strong after all. Oh, I didn't think we'd beat a big boar this easily. Maybe we shouldn't have bought items. Easily. Even though it was hard enough for me feel a chill just by looking from afar. Yun, you haven't took on a strong enemy in a party before, have you? I only did the tutorial together with my sisters at first, and then only took weaklings on alone. Normally, in a party that has people who acquired less than 10 SP, it's really close if there's no potions and MP potions. Even if he says so, I don't know what I don't know. Hey Yin, was it? Can I ask something? What is it? Kay, why did you take enchant sense? You must have been told it's useless. Somehow. Although initially I was aiming for an universal support character, I gathered quite a few trash senses and decided to switch to crafting. I took enchant on a whim. At first I was going to replace it too. I see, another one. Why did you cast defense enchants on us, the Vanguard? You should have attack enchant, right? We're here to level up, right? The armor sense or Gantz's leather armor sense won't rise unless you're attacked. That's why. I see. That. Enchant saved me. This time, thank you. Somehow, I felt a chill on my back. I was shaken up having a man act so nicely to me. But that's the fact. Thanks to the defense enchants mitigation, as well as you attracting the enemy with a bow, the MP of our rear guard might have ran out, and it could be dangerous. I'm to hear that then, I guess. Somehow, being praised by girls made me embarrassed. But immediately after, Minute grinned. But why did you cast the first enchant on Taku-kun? Huh? Why would you such a thing? Fufufu, you want to support the boy you like. You're wrong. He just appeared in my line of sight, and I naturally. Your eyes were naturally drawn to Taku-kun. I said you're wrong. Taku is just a childhood friend I can't get free of. In the first place, I'm a guy, is what I was about to say, but sorry for teasing you. Minute continued, seeing my reaction. Probably because I've been responded to so seriously when I was agitated, my face felt a bit hot. Minute headed towards Taku to tease him this time. She's really well equipped. As I looked at her jealous of her equipment, the other members secretly smiled. It must look like I like Taku. Just as I thought of denying it. I shook my head lightly to reset the thoughts. Now, let's have a plan review and check our inventories. After that, let's take down 3 more big boars and go back. We followed Taku's instructions and checked the inventories to see what items we've acquired. Yeah, since I'm in a party, there's not many items. What do I use this big boar's meat? The way to use it will wait. After that, I've gotten items like fangs and big boar's fur. The result of hunting with Taku and the others were level ups. Considering the experience value, taking on large enemies might be rewarding, but it's high risk, high return. Well, I'm not a min-maxer. Being chilled out is good. I thought. Half of my senses were combat ones, the other half was crafting. If I just continued to do combat, my senses wouldn't level up in a balanced way. Having both combat and crafting senses is difficult. That's what Magi-san said, so that's how it was. What is it? Yin-chan. Yin-chan. Minute hugged me from behind. Yua, women are really soft. Hey, not that. I'm a man. I want her to stop calling me with Chan. Don't cling to me. No way, even though you're this cute. Although I wanted her to let go immediately, I didn't want to act violent against a girl. And when I decided to concentrate on bearing with it, I heard a whisper in my ear. A chill ran down my spine. Yin-chan, sorry about teasing you before. Minute. I have no intention of taking Taku-kun away. No, I felt like I'd been mixed into some kind of huge misunderstanding. When I turned my neck, I saw Minute with a big smile on her face nearby. Listen, I'm a man. So stop thinking that way. You're lying. There's no way a girl as cute as you would be a man. Or maybe you're a beauty cross-dressing as a man character. Isn't it fine to wear some cute clothes? I said. Taku. You tell her. Kukukaku. Don't be so shy. Yun's quite similar in real. Oh. A declaration of a real Areko Kame. Taku, you bastard. He looked at me as I was clung into, and didn't want to forcefully peel her off. The eyes of the guy in front of me were laughing. Damn. But an archer's said to be mishapen or weak, but it doesn't feel like that at all. Moreover, although enchant is a mishapen since you can make potions you must have mixing and synthesis, right? I don't think it's bad enough to get such a horrible treatment. Speaking of which, that's how it is. Why do they say it's weak? The ladies tilted their necks. I don't know either. Well, as long as it's interesting, it's fine, right? And the men had a difficult expressions. That's because of the town assault event from Beta. Kay spoke slowly. And he said plainly, during the defense event, the long-ranged force of archers and wizards was to reduce the number of enemies and the vanguard was to finish off the enemy forces. That was the summary of the strategy. The archers in question as a result ran to the town in a hurry to buy arrows. The stock of arrows was gone in a flash. Considering the number of archers out there wasn't enough arrows for them to defend. The archers were hit by unforeseen circumstances, suddenly losing all the arrow supplies. They became good for nothing. The event ended with a narrow victory, but as a result the archers have become antagonized by players. We were in a real rush back then. All of us vanguards ran to the battlefield even despite dying and being in status down state. Right, Taku-san? Yeah. The heroes who have been active back then were called with nicknames like the Silver Paladin or the Water Witch, right? Gantz-san. For some reason, he had distant eyes. Don't make eyes of a dead fish like that. Also, the other strange thing is the enchant. Why do you use it like that? No, I normally apply the enchants to comrades. Come to think of it, it's the first time I put it on someone else. Also, girls, why are you so surprised? Can it be that no one applied it to their comrades? No, enchant sense has a short 2 meters range. We heard that from a person who leveled it. It seemed like it didn't grow, so he gave up and changed it early. In other words, because of short range? Certainly, a short range of 2 meters. It was the same with the bow. With such a short range, you couldn't cast an enchant on a vanguard. If you get out towards the front, you'll be caught up by an attack. Since enchant is considered to be something used by mage types, their defense is paper. That's why it's strange. You could apply enchants safely like that in middle of battle. Do you have any idea? No. I normally look at the people on whom I... With only these words, Taku, who knew about my initial senses, reacted. Yun, you're still leveling your Hawkeyes? In? It's handy. On top of far sight, there's a night vision. It's perfect to allow me hunt at night. When it's activated, then it levels up a lot. You, look at me and cast enchant. Taku moved away 5 meters and said so. I don't really get it, but enchant, defense. He was wrapped in blue light. After around a minute, the enchant's effect disappeared. Next, look to the right and cast it on me. Absolutely don't look my way. I get it. Enchant, defense. What? I couldn't cast it. As Taku saw it, and went, so that's it, and spat out a sigh. The people around me noticed it. Only I didn't get it. I could properly apply enchant to myself and confirm that I can cast it on other people. We've made a big misunderstanding. The essence of Hawkeyes isn't far sight nor night vision. It's targeting capability. I tilted my neck hearing unfamiliar terms. In other words, it's an ability that allows to choose a target in sight. If leveled enough, it'll be a ridiculous ability. I hope it'll become an official cheat that'll help us grow. What do you mean? Come on. I have no idea what's going on and would like an explanation. In other words, Yun, you can enchant anything that's in your line of sight. And if that applies to magic and elemental type senses, the long-range types might become unbeatable, probably. Yun, what will you do? Will you change into a mage? Nope. Doing the same thing as others is boring. I'm going to continue as an archer with crafting style I have. Moreover, how about putting this information on the website's guide? If we do, it'll increase amount of people doing the Hawkeyes and enchant combo. To have someone imitate me. I don't really like it. Only since is the game's title. So why don't we keep silent and let me use my own style? I'm fine being the only one. Roger that. Does anyone have an objection to staying silent about it? Everyone was in favor. Somehow, all of them were good-hearted people. I feel like going on a hunt with them again. The amount of friends increased by 4 all at once. I wonder, will you make 100 friends? I felt like I heard those words. The Hawkeyes and enchant weren't useful by themselves, but became useful after being combined. If I continue like this, I'll be able to support Taku and those comrades even more. Thinking that, I was really happy. 1. Misame, Yun is using a very masculine way to refer to himself, or is a very rough way men refer to themselves. While girls who refer to themselves as boku, also masculine, are already extremely unusual, the girls who would refer to themselves with on, or, are practically a myth. Chapter 3, The Crystal Tree and Mew. After I remembered just how fun was it to hunt with Taku's party, I thought, how about hunting with a different party? But there was none to join. Sadly, I didn't have the courage to invite anyone. Taku and Mew said, try making ties with some people by yourself at first. For Oni-chan to be told that by his little sister, it was a surprise. Not organizing parties with anyone else, I diligently continued to collect as if it was my life's work. Speaking of other players, among the large amount of players who were dissatisfied with the lack of potions, there were some who thought of seizing this business opportunity. To be more exact, they secured money and acquired mixing and synthesis senses one each, and by sharing the workload, they created potions. The division of labor was necessary for mass production. That's what I thought when I heard of it. Calmly thinking of it overnight, I bought out all the herbs NPC had in stock. For the potion, 1 herb was 2G, 2 herbs were 4G. And when I made potions out of it, Magi-san bought it for 35G. In other words, easy profit. Although since I had only 130G, I could buy only that much herbs. Thinking like that, I wanted it to be afternoon already. Let's go right from the morning. No, impossible. I'm the one who's supporting us with housework after all. I need to buy ingredients. Also, since the weather's worsened, I need to dry the rooms. And I was also worried about summer showers, so I linked the regional weather information together with OS settings and set it to alert with a sound in-game. I'm quite bad with machines though. I rushed to the town from the west safety area which served as my middle base. Come to think of it, since I have SP, I can get a speed increase. Sense to run faster. Also, the senses I currently have, namely the combat side of those, had grown during the big boar hunt yesterday. Possessed SP5. Bow LV13, Hawk Eyes LV18, Speed Increase LV1, Magic Talent LV15, Magic Power LV18, Alchemy LV5, Enchant LV16, Synthesis LV11, Mixing LV11, Crafting Knowledge LV7, Unequipped, Taming LV1, Craftsmanship LV5. Fast, really fast. A stat uptype sense like the ones Mew and Sene use. As I experienced it, it's really useful. That's the impression that enveloped me. It's as if I had an enchant on at all times. Moreover, it grows if one acted in compliance to the stat. In order to level up, for attack type you need to accumulate damage dealt, for defense type you need accumulate damage taken. It seemed like for speed you needed accumulate distance traversed by running. I thought that its growth method was similar to that of armor senses. I thought that defense power increase was a mishappen sense for me. In the first place, I'm not under attack because of the position I assume. On the other hand, armored players receive the attacks in conjunction with defense power increase and raise its level to further reduce damage received. Sense builds are quite difficult. I looked at the templates, but physical tasks like Smith, for example, have attack power increase. It seems like the number of times one hits metal is judged as number of attacks and so on. I continued to run lost in thought before I noticed I was already on the central square. Here, I should check in with the NPC store clerk. Excuse me, do you have herbs? I'm sorry, herbs are sold out. They were bought to use for making potions. The man lowered his waist and made an apologetic expression. No, recently NPCs turned really realistic in games. Wait, not that. What do you mean? Earlier various people bought it up to make potions. Incidentally, beginner potions are out of stock as well. Know why? Yesterday, I anticipated the crafting pair, but the resale shops bought it up already. Moreover, in various places on the stalls lined up on opposite side of the square, I've heard a word herb. I moved away from the NPC and headed towards the stall. Herb, 5G each. Beginner's potion, 20G each. Wah. Herbs are just a material item. Moreover, it's at an original price of a beginner's potion. In order to synthesis a beginner's potion, you need at least 40G like that. Selling them like this is just a rip-off using a fact they are in possession of a stall. Even so, there are people who joyfully buy beginner's potions and herbs. Why are you guys so happy? It's unreasonable. That's what I've seen in several places. Somehow, my mood turned really nasty. I hurried to Magi-san to make a delivery. While grumbling, I left this place. After confirming with Magi-san in advance via chat, I came to the usual place. Magi-san, listen to this. I know. The herb-related thing, right? One-E-san's also surprised. Magi-san greeted me in a friendly manner as I raised a miserable voice. Those ripoffs? Is it a declaration of war against my lack of money? Don't get so angry, come on. Your cute face is ruined. I was quite frustrated. For Magi who's seen that, I only looked like a cute girl who's huffing in anger. It seemed like it was pleasing to her, judging from her expression. Then, the delivery ended as I grumbled complaints. The items I sold to Magi-san were potion times 30 and pills times 15 for 70% of final price. Total of 2,100. Maybe I should buy a crafting kit, but I might not have enough. I want money. Then, how about selling the potions by yourself? If it's now, then you could sell them for 3 times of the price I gave you. Certainly she was right. That would be 6,000 G. Homebrewed potions plus they went through drying process. The effect was slightly higher. Although I was confident they would sell, but I'll refrain from that. If I did that, I would be the same as resale shops. Instead, how about you look at items I've gathered so far? There might be some items that can be sold. It's not good after all, purchasing material items. As Magi-san smiled wryly, I put the items I didn't use in the trade screen. The membranes which drop from bats, furs that drop from wild dogs, and fangs. Also, furs that drop from herbivores, and the big fur I made with alchemy. There was quite a lot of materials I didn't use myself. All of them is normal. They're dirt cheap, I guess. But can I ask something? Did you make the big fur yourself? Somehow, Magi-san grinned seeing the big fur. Yes. Well, I want you to keep it secret. Sure. I see. Then, do it with the other items as well, the same thing as you did with this. Then I'll buy them after they've gained some colors. But why just this? Let's say it's because of an acquaintance of mine. The furs and films are used in sewing to make leather armors and coats. Well, considering the only mobs taken down in early game are those on peripheries, there's not enough big furs. The same way you can make ingots. You can also make a fur out of 5 pieces. He wants to make it with sewing even if it's only 1 piece. There's a setting he wants to expand. I don't really get it, but the durability what he can make with the material has is too low. So sewing can connect films and furs the same way ingots can be created. That's how it is. The acquaintance clothier has some of his own created, but he hasn't enough of first-class goods after all, I guess. That's why he'd be glad if I passed it to him. Then, I'll make it with the materials I've left over. There were people around, but since everyone has been making potions, and there was shine all over, it should be fine if I mix in with them and use alchemy. In fact, I can use alchemy without removing the item. Well, here I go. Yes, I appreciate it. Ping. A light appeared, and it was done. I didn't like this bland way of changing. I've always morphed them when they were taken out. The large amount of items I had in my inventory was cleanly converted. Large film times 3, big dog fur times 3, big fur times 7, large fong times 30. It's done. Oh, it's done, huh? Then show it. The trade screen opened once again, and I put there the items I made with alchemy. Oh, thank you. So how much for this? No, I have no idea. Just give me a reasonable price. Even if you say so. 70% of NPC's price, it should be cheap in this case. Also, if it's kept secret, its worth won't fall. What will you do? Will you exploit Wani-san for your own needs? Why are you saying something so pointlessly erotic? I'm fine with 70%. I've said it many times, but Yun Kuen's not greedy enough. Well, honestly, I don't know the price. I'll ask the acquaintance. That's fine for now, right? The amount shown me in the trade screen was 2,500 G. Hey, that's a lot. That's more profit than I made from potions. Somehow, I'm always surprised whenever I trade with Magi-san. Mainly when it came to money. I'm referring to the fine iron ore from yesterday and the converted items from today. I too am constantly surprised. Yun Kuen has a really interesting sense build. That mainly referred to the items I made. I knew that. Even so, it's a mass of mishappened senses. Why is it so interesting? Well, because this character is aiming for the industrial gap. To think there's a player who thought of slipping into the industrial gap. Please don't poke fun at me. Even though I said that, having gotten money, I made a pleased expression and smiled. With this, it was 4,600 G of profit. I can finally buy a portable furnace. Normally, smiths and craftsmen buy a portable furnace and go to the forest in the west to gather iron, ore, and craft. The route I took was quite roundabout. Ever since I started playing, it took me a while before I reached this point. Then, the trade's complete. Is there anything else? Alright, I've picked up copper ore and tin ore. Will it become a bronze ingot if I combine them? A friend from beta version asked this before. What about it? The bronze doesn't have good performance. It looks good, but doesn't have high defense. Well, it's good for practicing craftsmanship even more so than copper. In other words, it's better than copper, but worse than iron. And my craftsmanship sense is low. Also for that, you can buy it from NPCs if you make at least one ingot yourself. In other words, it was an item that was good to make only once. Somehow, I felt sad, even though I picked it up so happily. Well, good luck with practice. Yes. My craftsmanship road seems quite rocky. I separated from Magi-san's stall and gathered the required items from the NPC stores in the town. I've had enough money. I've still had some left over after buying a portable furnace. 800G, I've had enough money. Again, I've still had left over after buying a higher level polishing kit. 1500G, I've had enough money. Once again, I've still had left over after buying a higher level synthesis kit. 1500G, I've had enough money. So I bought 10 sets of iron arrows. 300G the result. What remained was 630G. What I obtained with it is priceless. No wait. I splurged too much. I'm broke again. It means I need to craft again. And I moved it to my field. I have no money. No, if I sell potions every day in a stable manner, it'll be 2000G every day. Also, I have a portable furnace. I can make accessories with this. I can cut decent jewels from the stones. I can make iron arrows plus 10. But I have no money. I'm heartbroken. Well, first to check the field. From the crops, one place yielded a fine herb after planting a fine herb seed in it. In other words, if the seeds are planted as such, they won't ever diminish. Also, the herb types were all high quality thanks to the fertilizer added in. There were 20 of them. 40 of them even if I use Alchemy's lower matter conversion. That would make 20 potions. It was a bit lacking to make a delivery to Magi-san. Also, I can't make antidote potions and pills with herbs. Looks like hunting or harvesting is the main thing to do after all. Well, 20 potions a day is a lot. The simple calculation says it's 700G a day. To refund the cost of the field, 5 days are enough. Well, I'm the only person who has seeds. Then I increased amount of herbs by using alchemy, made beginner potions and potions through it. Since I didn't have time, I made it through recipe. The effect was inferior than when I made them manually, ready-made goods. No, the potions effect is better than those other craft is made. It's something I can be proud of. No, even so there's no visible difference between this and the lower potions. With this alchemy, synthesis and mixing are raised at the same time. Until now leveling alchemy was hard, but now it goes up a bit. It was still early to turn material with higher matter conversion without losing any, but if I could get the higher material, I could increase its size with lower matter conversion. No, the trash sense is flowering rapidly, but the conversion rate hasn't changed yet. Nothing might change in the future. Then, what will change? Well, time's pressing. Next, I need to make ingots with a mobile furnace. Magi-san said copper is a low level ore. Let's start with copper then. I made an ingot from copper ore ×5. I placed them into the furnace and hit the metal that melted out of it with a hammer. Ding 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 ding, although the sound was comfortable. Attack force, my arm. What's with this? The hammer was seriously heavy. If I didn't swing with a constant strength and speed, the copper has grown cold, losing its red glow, and it cracked. The ingot cracked, resulting in a crafting failure. The item disappeared. On the first try, it didn't become an ingot. Moreover, the second and third try weren't successful either. I picked about 30 pieces of copper ore, and now I'm down to half. Come to think of it, people who took smithing or craftsmanship have an attack power increase. That means I was short on attack power, ATK shortage. Because I took speed increase, now I'm in a deadlock. If I take a sense without thinking about it deeply, it seems like it'll strike back at me later. But if it's absolutely necessary, I need to devise a way to overcome this problem no matter what. Come to think of it, when I was doing the field work, I worked while casting an enchant on myself, and that was classified as a crafting. In other words, applying an enchant on myself also has an effect on the crafting in that case. In order to try it out, I held the hammer and cast an attack enchant on myself. Oh, it's light, really light. I could swing such a heavy hammer as intended. Moreover, I wasn't tired that much. The sound echoed as I hit the metal rhythmically. That meant attack enchant increased what in other games would be referred to as muscle strength. In the weapon's case, the strength had no role. Something else had. No, let's not think about it that deep. Anyway, I could substitute. Attack power increase with enchant. Yesterday's field work was done with the speed enchant. In that case, the action operating speed is increased with a speed enchant. The ingot was crafted. I was successful on my 4th time. I wasn't impressed, but it confirmed my assumptions. If I enchanted myself with 2 enchants, wouldn't my efficiency go up? I had the sense build customized as speed increase, magic talent, magic power, enchant craftsmanship, and crafting knowledge. First, attack enchantment. Next, speed enchantment. The red and yellow light occasionally intermingled. Opposing each other, they enveloped my body. Yup, looks like two enchants are possible. I tried to shake the hammer lightly, and together with speed increase I felt that the speed at which my arm was swinging increased. And like that, it was fifth round of ingot production. Once the enchant's effect worn off, I applied it again and wielded the hammer. Whoa, fast. The illuminated with red, forcefully hit copper had sparks occasionally appear from it. It was going well until I reached halfway. But making an ingot takes time. I was too concentrated on keeping up the enchantments and MP ran out halfway. I failed one step after that. I should level my magic power if I want to do it like this. It'll be impossible for me to do ingots better than iron like this. Do I need to take attack power increase after all? As I waited for my MP to recover, I folded my arms and pondered. And then I remembered, crafters can make items with a shortcut from a skill after they make it once before. So I could make copper ingots. I wasted the 5 copper ore from before. MP was consumed as the craftsmanship skill consumed a lump of ore. Somehow, it was unsatisfactory. However, it took about 20% of my MP. I already knew well how handy mixing and synthesis were. My current magic power S level was 19. I've had so much of it, and yet this much was taken. In other words, the more it takes, the better quality metal it becomes. Same as with polishing, ingot had a possibility of a failure. I can't use craftsmanship since well and swing the hammer well enough to make various things. It couldn't be helped even if I thought about a clear solution. I need to level craftsmanship and magic power. By doing so, I might be able to cope with higher metals. Next is the tin ingot. After that, finally iron. I worked manually while strengthening myself with enchant. Even though it's a game, my arms felt heavy and heat rose from the furnace, making me feel hot. Not paying any regards to it, I continued innocently pounded it with the hammer. Cracked. Made it, cracked. I repeated it like that and was able to make some ingots. It took me some time, but I was able to make a number of ingots. I've had 2 iron ingots, others failed. 2 copper ingots and 4 tin ingots. Magic talent was at 17, magic power leveled up to 20. Because I did double enchants, the enchant leveled up to 19. I think it was about the same as an ordinarily growing sorcerer. Now that I think of it, although initially the MP's consumption wasn't good at first, and yet it didn't change that much, still the magic power has grown and the things that were initially unavailable are no longer so. And coupling it with the Hawkeyes, it was possible to compensate for its short range. Thanks to properly making the ingots, my craftsmanship level went up to 10. Although I've been requested to change by Mew, I quite like the senses I've got now. I whispered in daze. I'm satisfied. It was pretty fun. Next time let's try making some accessories, and I logged out. Waiting for me was a hungry Mew who was bowing down to look at me. As I leaned on sofa and was stared at by Mew who had a blank look in her eyes, I went in a hurry to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Oni-chan, no matter how much you're enjoying the game, don't forget to make dinner. I'm ashamed. After the dinner we faced each other while drinking tea, me and Mew. Certainly, I was engrossed in a game and forgot to prepare dinner. That was bad. But you two are sometimes late, right? If Oni-chan's not here, dinner won't appear. No, you could be concerned about your brother and make it occasionally. You sure? It might end with food poisoning. No, try remembering some food that's not poisoned. I don't want to talk about that. How did it turn like this? How? Even if you ask me. I've gotten quite a bit of money and was in a festive mood. As I sipped the tea loudly, Mew stared at me intensely. Silently, she relayed. Say more details, that's what it meant. I met a crafter who taught me a lot and bought items I made. Then I gained money to buy tools and could concentrate on doing things I was unable to before, and it turned this late. Is that crafter a man or a woman? A woman, why? That moment, I felt like Mew's gaze turned even colder. Her eyes narrowed. Being stared directly from the front wasn't too comfortable. Somehow, recently I felt that my dignity as an older brother was gone. So how much did you earn today? I made 4,600 G by selling potions and materials. This was the only thing I was proud of. Being able to earn this much as well, I could boast of it. It was a chance for me to regain my dignity as an older brother after losing a bit of ground. However, Mew's reaction was something different. So you only earned that much. Top-level crafters earn 10 times of that in a day. Oni-chan's heart is about to break. I was originally a power level 5 trash. And I'm not a top-level producer. Even though I sold so many products and earned so much. By the way, I have 300k currently. Oni-chan should have about 200k. You bourgeoisie. What? Is that your power level? If that's the case with 630G, I'll be treated as garbage. Beta testers were able to retain their gold? What a horrible disparity. For today's dinner, I'll forgive you if you accompany me tomorrow. Want me to carry your luggage again? Do you really want to walk through this concrete jungle in this hot summer? No. There's a quest I want to do in-game. It's restricted to a party of 2 women, and I want to do it together with Oni-chan. No, but I'm a man. Your game character is female, right? Also, since it's a quest not many know of, don't pull along any other women. That's why, please. Mio joined her hands and asked me cutely. Certainly, my character was female, but it's not like I liked it. Moreover, I wanted to avoid such a challenging quest. I said, come with me tomorrow. If you don't, I won't forgive you. After a request, it's a threat? I get it. But is it okay to go in initial equipment? Yeah, you're still in initial equipment? I was thinking of buying something cheap. When I save up some money, I'll buy weapons and armor from an NPC. It's better if you don't buy from NPC. The bow purchased from NPC will have low durability. It's just the beginner's weapon and armor that don't have durability set and will never break. Seriously. Then I'll keep using it. However, its design is cheap. She's right. I felt it in the back of my head. Somehow, even though there still are beginners around, Magi-san as well as Taku have fancy clothes and armor. I felt a bit envious of it. The bow is fine, but at least buy some clothes. How about buying some after we finish quest? There are some crafters who deal with cheap and cute clothes. However, their performance is a bit low. I won't buy it. Rather, I'm a man. Why do I have to wear cute clothes? I think it would fit you. I spat out a sigh, rejecting. Right now, I need to concentrate on changing my entire equipment rather than appearance. I get it. Is there anything I can wear? Nope. I don't have what would suit you after all. I guess so. Being told that so clearly was a shock. My little sister already let go of Oni-chan's hand. Mio drank the rest of tea all at once and went up the stairs, but it seems like her grumpy mood from before was gone, and she moved with a nimble gait. Geez, what's going on? On that day, I went to sleep after that. And on the next morning, I was woken up by Mio hitting me. The watch displayed 5 o'clock in the morning. Hey, that's way too early. Although I was angry, I reluctantly made breakfast and finished the housework. However, waking up 5 o'clock in the morning wasn't such a bad thing. Spending time in the cool morning was more comfortable. Rather than have sunlight stab at me when I was hanging laundry, there was an enjoyable and fresh sunshine. It was satisfying. No, I guess that doesn't matter. The quest I'm to do with Mew is scheduled to be given in the afternoon, so until then we'll act separately. I went to sell the items to Magi-san. Yesterday, I didn't have time to hunt, so the only items I had to sell were potions, 40 in total. I earned 1,400G. And heard something good and something bad. The films and leathers I sold yesterday were at much higher value, so she'll pay more for it next time. I was glad hearing that. However, next were the bad news. I scowled. It seems like there's an oversupply of potions now. That's why the price seems to be breaking down. So that'll mean my potions will be the same. Oh, you don't need to worry. Originally, they were sold at a fair price. Moreover, Yunkuan's potion have a high effect, so there are people who know they're hidden masterpieces. That's great. Also, it's about time I purchased a store. I finally accumulated the right amount. Oh, congratulations. I honestly congratulated her. The cheapest store costs 500K minimum. And if I'm buying one, then I thought of getting the biggest one in this town. The initial capital I need is 750K, and I need money for materials too. Currently, I have about 1M. Is that so? You're quite rich, aren't you? M, in other words, either mega or million. A unit for 1 million. Yeah, that's more than Mew and Seine. As expected of a crafter. Isn't she quite a top player? That's why, bring the potions directly to my shop. I'll buy them properly. Thank you very much. At that time I'll come over. I bowed. Although I was a mercenary at first, thinking can I sell the potions, and met her, now I think we've got a pretty good relationship. Magi-san occasionally chatted with me, or called out to customers to promote her new shop. Then, I casually looked at the price and performance of weapons sold by Magi-san. The cheapest one cost 20kg. And Magi-san, this weapon is... Ooh, one-handed sword? I made it in spare time. There's no sense in it. Not that. The effect. Wild Blade one-handed sword. ATK plus 15 additional effect. Critical increase, minimal. My bow had ATK plus 2 and iron arrows had ATK plus 3, which made a total of plus 5. It was roughly the same as the initial swords. NPC's weapons had at most 6. The game barely started, and it's already a high-level weapon. But the problem wasn't there. There's something like an additional effect I've never seen before. Ah, additional effect? Anyone can add it if they have a higher level of smithing sense. If you raise your smithing to 30, it'll change into tempering iron. If that happens, your weapons will have an additional effect. Amazing, right? By the way, when craftsmanship is leveled to 30, it becomes engraving, so do your best. If it's fine, could you teach me? It's fine. It's all in the guides on the website. What's more important is combining characteristics of each sense. It's not something that can be standardized. It's a game where everyone seeks the only talent. It's not something one can do with a template. The least expected way to achieve it might come from within you. Somehow, she said what I was thinking. Hawk eyes and enchant. Others wouldn't think of it. After all, enchant is a magic vanguards would use, and hawk eyes only gives far sight. The first and the second, they were contradicting each other no matter how you slice it. But the range increases when they're combined. I see, but oh well. It really helps to hear that when craftsmanship reaches 30, there's a derivation. I'll do my best and aim for that. Yup. Wani-san likes to watch young ones who do their best. Isn't Magi-san quite young? I thought. Probably she's a college student or so. It's about time for lunch, so I'll log out and eat. I need to go out and make lunch as well, or my little sister will be angry. Oh, a young girl's cooking. Wani-san would like to eat that. Somehow, I felt an interesting nuance there. I too logged out in a place no one will interrupt me. Today's lunch was miso soup and stir-fried vegetables, as well as white rice. Yup. I was quite generous with vegetables. Out of spite for being hit awake in the morning, I mixed in orange mushrooms Mio was bad with. When she was eating, her eyes turned teary, but I ate it with appetite. After meal, Oni-chan, I'll be waiting at the east gate. After saying that, my little sister confined herself in her room. No, at least she could help me wash the dishes, I thought. Well, it's not a big effort anyway. Soon after, I logged in to chase after her. At the east gate, there was a dense crowd of people. At the center of it, there was my little sister. Come hunt with us. We're about to break through a boss mob. Hey, can you come? Won't you come with us? Well, she was being called out to by men and women. My little sister might give off a favorable impression. She's a pretty girl after all. She's being called out like that, I thought. Sorry to make you wait. Too slow. Let's go. Miu was wearing an armor. Her sword was placed the same way as Taku's. There was a profound feeling to it. With white tonation, her character image made it feel like she was a paladin. Hey, come on already. Wanting to run away from the crowd, Mio pulled me by hand. From the crowd behind, I could still hear voices calling out, but I decided to ignore them and tagged along with Mio. When we made some distance, I asked her what happened, but I'm a quite well-known player now. There's lots of people who try to pick me up. Oh, is that really all right? Also, this equipment is a made-to-order product. I asked for an acquaintance from beta version. Talk to them for me, or give it to me, and so on. I'm quite tired of it. Be careful. Don't let some weird guy attach himself to you. It's not a good idea. What? Yun Wenshin's worried about me. Even though her brother's worried, she pokes fun at me by saying that. Since she looked at me with a knowing smile on her face, I pursed my lips and looked away. I'm sorry. Thank you for worrying about me, Yun Wenshin. Hey, I might be a female character in game, but can't you call me brother? Impossible. Also, it's because Wani-chan was too slow it turned out like that. Should I abandon housework? You could have helped me, right? Like wiping dishes, for example. Impossible. Game was calling me. She brought out emotional arguments. I spat out a sigh and changed the topic. So, what quest are we going to undertake? Female only. Moreover, it's a quest with set limit to 2 people. It's investigation of Crystal Cave's interior. No, I have no clue. To explain with simple terms, there's a cave to explore in the woods. There's a separate quest for men only called Environmental Investigation of Human Pond. Quests are given by NPCs, right? Yup. And so, the hunting grounds over there are just right for me right now. In beta version, I was the one who was taken care of. It's hated by everyone, but in the end it's just a mob and not a real game. I'm starting to feel a disturbing atmosphere because of this conversation. It's alright. If Wani-chan stays behind, I'll hunt all the centipedes. Bletch, I want to go back. Even if I'm not a woman, I don't want to go against insect-type monsters. I'm going back. I don't want to go to a place with centipedes. You promised yesterday. Are you going to break the promise? Before that, you should have said so properly. You. And here I thought I'd finally be able to go on a decent adventure with Wani-chan. What's with those teary eyes? Alright, I get it. I'll do it fine. I get it. However, I'll just cast enchants on you from afar. Yeah, look at my valiant appearance. She smiled again, even though she still had tears in her eyes. There were rich expressions, even though it was a VR game. A completely unrelated thought crossed my head. However, along the way, let me harvest. I want to take tin and copper or around here. It's perfect for me to raise my craftsmanship sense. Is that something you heard from that female crafter from before? Well, yeah. Understood. While we're at it, let's hunt some small fries. You haven't come here before, right? There seemed to be something hidden in Mew's words. Well, let's not worry about that. Although I've came here once, I haven't fought along the way. Unlike the herbivores on the plains, there are monstrous monsters in here, like goblins or slimes. A classic small green dwarfs and a jelly cloudy bulging thing. Mew was wielding a one-handed sword and attacked two of them. I also aimed and shot at a small goblin from a distance. In my case, bow attacks were a single-point attack, and unless you hit the slime's weakness, which was nucleus, there was almost no damage. That's why I left the slimes to Mew and focused on goblins. I cast attack enchant on myself and took it down with 6 arrows. Indeed, even if I use long-range shooting arts, having approached me after being shot 6 times was a bit scary. During the hunt for big boars, I didn't know whether my role was to lure, support, or attack. But I realized that I need to improve my equipment if I want to go to distant hunting grounds. Whereas I killed one enemy risking my life, Mew killed one with a single swing. Looks like I'm luggage after all. I wonder what she'll say after the combat is over. I thought while waiting for Mew to come back. It's finally over. Huh, it was a good warm-up, One-Ichan. That was a warm-up? It was seriously dangerous for me. There was room to spare. But I was surprised. One-Ichan's gotten good at handling the bow. I appreciate you saying that. Speaking of which, how are your senses now? Something like this. Possessed SP8. Bow LV16. Hawk Eyes LV20. Speed Increase LV4. Magic Talent LV19. Magic Power LV20. Alchemy LV7. Enchant LV19. Synthesis LV13. Craftsmanship LV10. Crafting Knowledge LV9. Unequipped. Taming LV1. Mixing LV13. The levels were raised in the battle just now. The reason for prioritizing synthesis and craftsmanship is the appraisal of the stones picked up. You took speed increase. Also unexpectedly Hawk Eyes enchant and magic power are high. How did you make it so only those are so high? No, I use enchant on the move. Whatever I do apply enchant for it. It's hard to grow if it's only applied in emergency during combat. But on the move once you try it, it's really useful. It can be a substitute for attack power increase. How about you? One-handed sword LV7. Armor LV28. Attack power increase LV31. Defense power increase LV27. Fighting spirit LV17. Magic talent LV24. Magic power LV24. Magic power recovery LV14. Light element LV22. Recovery magic LV15. Real high level. It's normal. It's something I've done once already, so I can do it efficiently. Also, senses are harder to level starting from 20. You don't need to be bothered, okay? Mew's amazing for having sword turn into one-handed sword in such a short time. In fact, I'm doing better than I did in beta test. There's a difference of money and equipment after all. While humming, she went in front. Yeah, I need to hurry and accumulate some money. I swore to myself in my heart. Yin Wenshin, we arrived. Here's the crystal cave. Are you prepared? Mew turned around with a twirl. Her white hair shook and she made a big smile. Her armor gave her an appearance of a paladin. No, she let out an aura of a battle maiden. Behind her, there was an entrance to the dark den. Will we be able to go back safely? Now then, let's go, light. The dark cave was illuminated with one word of Mew's. This too is a light magic skill, But I had hawk eyes. I saw clearly into depths of the cave where light didn't reach. However, that didn't go my way this time. Yes, I saw it clearly. Gasagasagaza. The sound in the damp air was enough to make me not want to enter it. I don't want to have night vision anymore. I'll remove the sense and look away from that ugly appearance. A centipede which had about 50 centimeters in width drove towards us. Perfectly round eyes appeared in the darkness. Zowawa, I've got goosebumps. I wanted to look away and forget about enchants. Then, One-Ichan, let's go. Leaving those words, Mew started running. She stood in front of the slowly moving centipede, poised with the sword in both hands, and slash. She continued to screw the sword in between the sections of the insect and tried to forcefully rip it apart by adding a twist. The centipede has been disconnected and let out a high-pitched scream in agony. The torso without head continued to move for dozens of seconds independently. Come on, I want to cry already after seeing this scene. I understand the feelings of the girls who ran away. This'll become a trauma. So why does she happily plunge into that instead? Come, let's hurry. I don't want to know more. I don't want to see any more scenes like that. Do your role before whining. Your armor's paper and your weapon's poor, so devote yourself to defense. Also pick up the items. Mew reprimanded me, pierced with her sword, and screwed it decapitating. I withheld the need to whine in me and looked away from Centipede. Since it's a cave, there's a lot of stones. I found 3 stuck in one place. The result of appraisal was Iron Oregon. It was more efficient than run around the West Forest, but it was the worst for mental health. Higua, the centipede's cries of agony rang out, increasing the physiological disgust which came from the surroundings' rustling sounds. While Mew took care of 3 centipedes that appeared at once, I continued to harvest. After 30 minutes I could see the end. Wani-chan, this is the boss room. And in the room behind there's the quest item. Should I fight too? Wani-chan must be bored, right? Then, attract the enemy and cast enchants in advance, okay? Got it. I drew the bow for the first time in this cave and shoot the giant centipede that was occupying the room with an arrow. Hey, what do I do after I attract it? Whoa, it didn't have enough attack power, so the damage was ignored. Next time, try increasing your attack power and use arts. That meant my attack power was too low. I want to change equipment quickly. Thinking that, I raised the bow again. Rapid fire bow, second form. Bow S since second arts. An arts with a small charge up that released 2 arrows at once. One of the arrows shot entered the gap in insect's body and slightly hurt it. The giant centipede finally showed a reaction and lifted its heavy body. Now, since you were able to attract it, try not to get caught. Got it. Then enchant, attack, defense, speed. Enchants were cast in rapid succession. While it was my first time casting triple enchants, it was successful. However, the MP consumption increased exponentially as they were overlaid. It was too late to notice. Although in RPGs, it was a fixed value for each, the enchant became clearly more difficult to use for each one cast. Then let's go. Mew vigorously jumped towards the back of the centipede. The centipede was 3 times as big as the ones from before raised its head. Saliva was hanging from the jaw. It opened and closed. SSSHHR. After the saliva hit the floor, a smoke rose from it. Its name is Acid Dozer. By the way, the small fries from before were called Poison Dozers. YAA. After raising a shout, Mew thrust into the Acid Dozer and walked around the large room. I continued to look for stones in places magic light can't reach undisturbed. While listening to the sounds of the centipede that was cut apart, I looked for stones. Somehow, I found a different kind of stone. A fossil. I don't know what kind of fossil, but it was most likely a fossil. I looked at it from all directions, but I didn't recognize it. It looked like it was big like a fist. It'd be a small fossilized fish or a shellfish. And as I did that, the noises behind started to quiet down. Wani-chan, I finished over here. Ooh, well done. What is it? Did you find something? I found a fossil. Oh, amazing. Is it? I don't know what kind of fossil it is, though. Fossils can be appraised by NPCs, so it's okay. Get it appraised after we go back to town. Apparently, fossils are remnants of ancient items. That's the setting. If you have an expert NPC look at it, you can change it back into item. It's been said around that they become weapons and armors as well as materials. Some people had little luck and got items they didn't know what to do with. What's going to come out? No idea. Well, don't have too high expectations. But fossils are something like a lottery. In some cases there are rare weapons materials, in other equipment, and sometimes it's dragon excrements with an unknown applications. Yua. Well, there's a possibility for a rare item to come out. I see. So how much is the appraisal? Flat 5,000 G. I've got 2,030 G. It's okay. Quest reward is 3,000 G and a quest item. Even so, 5,030 G. My equipment improvement has been postponed. Cheer up, the quest is almost over. Yeah. Mew took my hand and pulled me, proceeding to the back of the cave. The light flooded from the back of the cave and blocked Hawkeye's vision. I couldn't see anything ahead. The quest's end. The deepest part of Crystal Cave, Crystal Tree-S Garden. Yua, beautiful. There was a drifting scent of flowers. The ceiling of the cave was open and light rained down from above. The colorful flowers bloomed in full glory, gathering the light, and water was welling up to the spring in the center. A huge crystal tree stood in the center of it. This crystal tree is a symbol of this quest. It's a view you can see only here. I love this beautiful scenery. Yeah, it's a good place. At first I thought of showing it to you on a screenshot, but since Oni-chan turned into a girl, I thought of coming here to see it together directly. But since you haven't leveled your combat senses quickly, I waited until I'll be able to bring you here safely by myself. Ah, that means refusing because you go with friends, or saying you want to level up were lies. I lied about friends, but the part about leveling up was true. But Oni-chan cast enchants on me and helped me to finish the fight with large centipedes soon enough, even though it usually takes a long time. You were helpful. Good grief, lying to her older brother, when I thought that I put my hand her head and stroked it. Thank you. You showed me a great place. Miu had a shy and embarrassed expression. KHH, seeing such an expression on her. It's been a while since I last saw it. She's usually an energetic girl, but occasionally she becomes really meek. I also want to save this landscape. How do I take a screenshot? Ah, okay. I'll teach you how. After that, it was a bit awkward, but I was taught how to take screenshots by Miu. The crystal tree reflected in the well was too beautiful. We sat down in the flower garden, and after we chatted for a while we could relax, and the awkwardness between us disappeared. Recently, the two of us shut ourselves in the game and haven't talked to each other from the heart like this. Well, like adolescent girls, although I'd like to refrain from calling it like that. Yup, it was a great change of pace. We're going back already? We need to complete the quest and go back. Evening will come soon. Let's hurry before that happens. Miu ignored the fact she was soaking in water and approached the crystal tree. Yup. It broke. Yup. The quest item this time is a branch of this crystal tree. Here, Oni-chan. I received a glittering crystal branch. Crystal trees branch important item. A tree that seems like a crystal. It grows only a centimeter per year. Trees beyond the stature of a human are thought to be more than 150 years old. In this world, it appears that 1,000-years-old crystal trees exist. That was the description, but... No, it has a length of a little finger. Is it fine to break it? It's all right, Oni-chan. The place that's broken will return to original after we leave this place. As expected of game quality. A fantasy. Also, Miu. For a while now I've went back to Oni-chan. So you noticed after all. With her cheeks dyed red she entangled her arm with mine and entrusted her neck to me. Damn, even though we're related, she's still cute. Somehow, I felt like I'm being deceived by her appearance as she acted in a charming way. What was to come was the worst, but she has prepared a surprise for me. On the way back, the enemy hasn't appeared in the cave, and we were taken home in the vicinity of the plains. On the way back, I chatted with Miu. Sorry, I invited you forcibly today. No, it was fun. I didn't know there was such a place. As I looked at the fingertip she touched my nose with, Miu let out a small laughter. But soon after that expression disappeared from her face. One more thing I'm sorry about, Oni-chan. You were unwilling to go on an adventure with me, and you looked really happy as you talked about that other person. I was frustrated. That's why I forcibly brought you along. I don't really mind. In the end, it was fun. I lightly put my hand on Miu's head and lightly stroked it. Without any resistance in particular, she nodded lightly. After that I received a reward from the NPC geologist who was the quest client. I was tired for today and deciding to continue tomorrow. I logged out. Apologizing to Miu for yesterday, I tried making a luxurious dinner. Securing money, equipment, leveling, and the fossil appraisal. The amount of things to do increased, but today I felt like I saw a different aspect of Oso. Chapter 4. The Golem and the Third Town. On the third day of logging into Oso, there was only an hour left until 10 o'clock in the evening. There is something I have to do before I can go anywhere else. Honestly, my thoughts were completely preoccupied with the game. In our household, our parents are very busy during summer earning double income. Moreover, it's a school break, so Mo's at home all day long. I have to prepare 3 meals, do the cleaning, and do housework beginning with laundry. The errands to do aren't only related to housework. At the school we attended, which integrated middle and high schools, the high school students were to attend the school on set days. It was a tedious day on which high schoolers were asked to clean the school which wasn't cleaned during the summer, and we had no choice but to attend it. In addition, I've had bad luck being found by a teacher, and near interesting. I'll leave this work to you. I have been asked to do chores and, thus being bound in school for longer than the others. My payment was a refreshment, a single bottle of juice. In reality, it could be considered a serious labor. On that point, it seemed like Mio and Takumi had a sense, allowing them to sniff out such troublesome things and avoid them. They avoided being in the same place as me, which seemed like the trouble was surrounding me. When I came home from school walking under the scorching sun all sweaty, Mio greeted me with an ice candy in her hand. I remember feeling slight irritation, but that feeling didn't help me take back the huge block of time I lost during the day. During the short time I was logged in for, I delivered the potions I mixed, but the delivered amount was small. I felt resolved to buy another field. And since moving to a land far away would be troublesome, I asked for the adjacent field. If it's that, then you need to pay 2,000 G of additional fees, 5,000 G in total. Although that's what the NPC said, making me angry in process, I reluctantly bought it. The amount of gold in my possession now is 30 G. I'm broke again. Moreover, I don't have time to properly prepare the field, so it won't become a source of income yet. In the end, I delivered the potions to Magi-san's place. Since Magi-san was not always there, the NPC salesperson bought them from me, but rather than at the NPC price, it was purchased from me at Magi-san's price. The potion supply started to become smooth, and the resale shops also began to lower their prices, thus I was able to procure a small amount of herbs. Even so, I want money. I want a brand new weapon and armor, as well as time to appraise the fossil from before. Other than that, I want to make accessories and metal ingots. I want to cultivate antidote grass and paralysis grass. I feel like my senses are spread too wide, and they're going out of my control. The worst thing was that I couldn't continuously manage the field and would need to hire an NPC. However, that is only if I were to have the money for it. And today under the blazing sun I stood in front of Takumi's house. Hey, Takumi? Hurry up and open up. I'll burn to death in this heat. Come in, come in. Sorry to intrude. Here, Takumi. Ice cream. Thanks. As we ate the ice cream which I'd brought as a gift, we sat opposite each other. How's the homework? I copied it without a hitch. Thanks. It's fine. It happens every year. So, what's today's business? The reason I was here today was because Takumi called me here. Well, if I was called by him, then 9 times out of 10 it would be related to a game. And even if it's not that, then it would become talk about games anyway. 1 week after the service started, the potions begun being supplied in a stable manner, and I've already arrived at the second town. What's with that indifferent response of yours? Nothing really. Did you call me because of something like that? No, there's something else. The people who go into the second town are able to transition from town to town via portal. That's why we thought of going to conquer the third town in the west next, and so we hoped you'd join us for that. Why? I'm a crafter. In response to my questioning gaze, Takumi answered indifferently. Since you have mixing and synthesis senses, you can prepare recovery items in advance to take the recovery roll. Also, in the previous fight we learned that enchant is effective. So you can take turns with minute for the recovery roll and attack rolls. Also, you don't have to be worried about the secret of enchant being discovered since the members are the same as last time. No, but still. Is there a problem? There's too many. It's troubling. I'm broke and still have beginner's equipment. There's no materials for potions, also the field. A field? Why did you spend money on something like that? Is there anything bad about it? Well, any beta tester knows the stories about agriculture. This was Takumi's plain description. In the beta version, the South District originally didn't exist, and the town was semi-cylindrical. It was added during an additional update 2 weeks before the beta test ended. The seed items that were added with it seemed to be too difficult to obtain. That's why there's nobody who has a field. Even if you're lucky enough to find a seed, the efficiency is too bad since there's 20 seed slots in each field. Then I need to buy more of them and become a potion billionaire. Even in beta, alchemy was treated as a mishap in sense, and when the seeds were added to the game, people didn't try lower matter conversion on the herbs, and since no one tried it in the official version, there's no information about farms. According to what Takumi said, clearly more than half of the players considered it as fuck agriculture. In the meanwhile, there might have been some modifications to the farm in the update. So, will you help out? From recently, all I've been doing is working and haven't leveled my combat senses. Even so, the drops from Sandmans and Golems sound attractive. Got it. But are you fine with just that? I want drops from the enemies. I don't know if I'll be of any help, but preferably I want plant-type drops, even if just one. Again, some detailed stuff. Yes, I get it. Then, I'll relay it to the others. Our request here is this: 25 potions and 50 pills. Impossible. There's not enough gallstones dropping from herbivores for me to make it. It's all right. I've got the materials. In the first place, drops other than equipment are just making a mess in my inventory. That's fine then. So when is the hunt? Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. I'll contact you later with the exact time. Tomorrow's a warm-up with a Sandman. We're going for the golem the day after tomorrow. If it turns out to be impossible because of your level, you'll just have to do your best next time. Yes, because in the end, I'm packed with trash senses. Don't pout like that. We trust you. Takumi said so lightly, but well, I said it half-jokingly anyway. Also, I can make the items with a recipe. Ah, but there might be not enough materials, so I'll have to journey to the forest in the west to gather some. Understood. I'll be going home to make preparations in that case. I'm going to try making some accessories. My defense power's paper, but that'll be better than nothing. Sure, then I leave it to you. Going with Taku's party to beat a boss mob, huh? I'm looking forward to it a little. After I logged in, I made accessories from the ingots I had on me right now. I put the bronze ingot I synthesized from copper and tin ones on a mobile furnace and stared as it was heated up. When an ingot is being created, it was fine to hit it with all my strength. For accessories that seemed to be pointless. Time after time I went through the procedure step by step in my head. For any procedure that's failed, the rating of the accessory is lowered. There was a memorization and instantaneous reaction needed like in the so-called rhythm games. Moreover, what was required was to be able to repeat the same moves. To be frank, I ruined a bronze ingot in a blink of an eye. If I apply an enchant, it'll be the same as forming an ingot, won't it? After that, I just need to make the thing I want by selecting it from the screen. From that moment, the workflow similar to a rhythm game began. Clang, clang. I hit it soundly with a hammer a few times, then returned it back to the furnace. Then once again I hit with clang clang, and returned it back into furnace. Sometimes I bent it on a bench to make it round, and then butt it back into the furnace. Without taking a break, I continued to work in the furnace's heat. Making even the most basic accessories required time. I had to focus on the unfamiliar task. It was pretty tiring. As a result, even though the rating decreased because I failed a few times, it wasn't a total failure. I was able to make an accessory for the first time. Bronze ring equipment item DF +1. I was able to make lowest level equipment. It held great meaning to me. But can I sell something of this level? It took quite a while, and I have no more bronze ingots. All that's left are iron ones. My craftsmanship level rose to 11, but I didn't feel like I could make iron yet. Well, it's fine even if I fail. There's no point concerning myself too much with it. I put the iron ingot in the furnace. Hammer it, bring it back, bend it, connect it, and heat it up. Even though I was in a game, I wiped the sweat from my forehead. The raising heat was a nightmare and reduced my thinking capability. Nevertheless, I continued to pound it endlessly, just like the polishing I once did. It failed. I put in another ingot without resting. The enchant costs and the amount of MP being recovered wasn't balanced, so the amount of MP I had remaining continued to decrease, but my mind was focused only on the ingot in front of me, free of unnecessary thoughts. Unconsciously, the work continued to flow. Although my throat was parched, I continued to swing without stopping, shaping it. After that, I continued to look at the created accessory for a few minutes. And finally, I was able to spit a sigh. Ring equipment item def +2. There was a long way for me to go. There was a huge difference, like heaven and earth between what I made and the accessories Magi-san made in her spare time. My ring was rugged without any pattern nor engraving on it. Magi-san's was created finely, and on them were embedded finely cut jewels. Geez, on top of this, there are accessories like bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and so on. I can't continue to stumble at this point. After rolling the rings I created in my hands, I equipped them on my fingers. The iron one on the middle finger of my left hand, the bronze ring on the ring finger of the same hand. I looked calmly on my left hand. It was somewhat different from mixing and synthesis. I created a piece of equipment, a profound feeling welled up inside me, and on my slender fingers as white as the white bait, it gave off a feminine feeling which made me feel uneasy. HAAA. Well, quite good for the first time. Took me more time than expected. I didn't have enough time to make an ingot, nor to hunt anymore. That's when a chat came from Taku. What is it? About tomorrow, we're gathering at noon 12 o'clock, and we'll be going to level on Sandman's. Are you ready on your side? I made 2 rings. The total defense is the same as that of an initial armor. That's great. Your defense doubled, isn't that a cheat? As if making it twice as much as initial equipment was a cheat. Rather than that, do you know anything about accessory prices? From worst to best. The good ones like a bracelet +8 def, for example, cost more than 10 kg. Yua, then how about rings with gems in them? Rings, huh? The gems increase the accessory's effectiveness, but they're also quite popular with women too. Why? Well, because they're shiny things. And there are guys who want to give them to girls as presents. Ah, shiny things, huh? Somehow, it makes me want some seafood. 1. I'm not talking about food. You always do stuff at your own pace, don't you? I just think there's no point in hurrying. Well, fine. Well then, don't be late tomorrow. Same to you. After that, I had chatted with Taku about silly things, and time passed imperceptibly. Speaking of which, it's always been like this in school, but this kind of behavior expanded since the holiday began. I thought. Next day, in order to go hunting sandmans with Taku and the others, I came to the meeting place at the west gate early. If I didn't come at least 10 minutes early, I would be anxious. Taku, I'm here. As fast as ever. You're the third. Taku said so, welcoming me. At the meeting place there were two people, Taku and Kei. It looked like they were having a conversation between guys. They seemed to be quite fired up. It's been a while. Yun. Yo, it's been a while. What were you talking about with Taku? About effective utilization of senses, as well as their effects. That sounds interesting. Taku, give me the materials. I'll make the potions and pills now. While glancing sideways at the items Taku was putting in the trade window, I listened to their talk. Information sharing is important. Yun, did you know that you can change the color scheme of equipment if you have craftsmanship? This armor is made of iron, but I had a crafter use EX skill S coloring to change its color scheme. It's a skill most of the crafters have. It's necessary to dye the items. Seriously? Wait a second. I checked to confirm it. In the craftsmanship S skill column, there was ring crafting and coloring added. In other words, they have appeared when I made a ring. Also, this craftsmanship had skills allowing to change shapes and patterns of the accessories from the default. Then, was my ring a default? I was embarrassed to make a default item despite calling myself a crafter. Oh, then how about you try it now? Also, what kind of weapon type senses are there? Hyun's bow is a combat sense, but there's a ton of other ones as well. Me and Taku use sword, but there are also mage's wand and book. Vanguards use spear, katana, dagger, shield, and mace. There are also senses for weapons attached to body parts like ganses. Didn't you investigate them before? Yeah, although I only skimmed through them. I've never seen them before. That's cause I picked stuff from the bottom of the website's guide. What an idiot, this girl. Well, it's fine since you showed me something interesting. From other interesting senses there's cooking and fishing. They are so-called hobby senses. Sounds interesting. In a game food won't go bad. I'll try to remember it. You idiot. Stop that. These are also called trash senses. Taku too, don't teach her half-assedly. I didn't really get it, but Kei seemed to get angry for my sake. Well, in the meantime I used the mixing and with a sparkle the potions were prepared. It looked so surreal. I think that with his range and enchant the style Yin should use is stealth. Stealth, it seemed like a slang. From Kei I've heard about concealment, which makes others unable to sense the light generated by your skills, and discovery, which allows you to find hidden things, allowing one to get increased critical hit rate by striking enemies' vitals. Vital point knowledge, receiving a damage bonus for doing a preemptive attack on the enemy preemptive knowledge, but I was discouraged since they were mainly combat senses. By the way, in case these senses are incorporated, they are very compatible with combat senses like throw, which allows throwing daggers and dagger as well as twin sword. Kei, don't recommend such expert senses to Yun. That's a build made within PvP in mind, right? I might have jumped the gun. Sorry, forget that. No, that was helpful. Well, discovery looks interesting. Also, I made the recovery items. I forced the items on Taku and looked for a new sense. Oh, discovery. Yup, found it now to acquire it. Possessed SP10. Bow LV16. Hawk Eyes LV22. Speed Increase LV5. Discovery LV1. Magic Talent LV22. Magic Power LV21. Alchemy LV9. Enchant LV20. Craftsmanship LV13. Crafting Knowledge LV11. Unequipped. Taming LV1. Mixing LV15. Synthesis LV15. Oh, the collection points that didn't appear until now were visible. I can pick up the items I've overlooked before. As in collecting type, player, it was a discovery that makes me happy. Taku, I can see an item. Well, that's the kind of sense it is. To think you acquired it. It allows to find people. It's something scouts and spies usually have, though I don't think it's an useful thing for a rear guard. What are you saying? Being able to see is wonderful. It's fantastic to be able to pick up items I couldn't before. Hey, what kind of sense is there after this discovery? Oh, I think it turned into see-through, a combat support type sense. See-through allows you to perceive in advance what the enemy will do. There's also other ways to do that, like having sensing turn into sixth sense and such. Then, why are there different ones? That's because of sense derivation. The most famous one is attack power increase and defense power increase turning into physical increase after leveling both of them up to 30. It's useful since two senses occupy only a single slot. So that's why Mew took those two. In other words, there's a way to make a place to equip other senses. Just because she was a beta tester, she was familiar with sense derivation. However, the drawback is that the sense disappears before it can be derived and categorized into another tree. Sense tree? Or categorize? Hearing unfamiliar terms, I wanted to ask and clear it up immediately, but wasn't able to. I came. It's been a while, Yin-chan. As I was suddenly hugged, I screamed quietly. Hey, what a voice that came out from my mouth. Seeing this reaction, Minute said I'm cute and started rubbing her cheek against mine. Before I noticed, Mommy-san lined up next to Kay. Somehow, the two lined up next to each other, looked like a picture together. A quiet warrior and a gentle witch. Yuri, let's start as soon as possible, but to think we'd see some Yuri, too. It was Gantz. He had a pleased look on his face, but don't look this way. Even so, Gantz's armor evolved from a normal leather armor to scale mail. I wonder if it's yet another class of armor. He's got some good equipment there. As I continued to sulk alone, I noticed that Mommy-san was quietly staring at my hand. Yun-san. That hand, fufufu. What is it, Mommy-san? What? For some reason, Mommy-san said hand. My hand was normal when I held it up and stared at it. I heard a loud voice in my ear, and it resonated strongly in my head. Yin-chan, what's with that ring? That's too loud, my ear hurts. Sorry. But fufufu, you sure are a girl. Who did you get it from? I mean, that's a finger on which you put an engagement ring on, right? Who is it from? Tell us. What? What with this? As I looked towards Taku and Kay, Taku responded with laughter, and Kay looked like he realized something. Hey, if you understand that much, then at least explain it to me. What? Why did you look towards Taku-kun? Yun-chan was seduced by some man? Suddenly, Gantz cried out. No, I'm a man. I want to tell them I'm a man, and it's not like that. But what do I say? And Mommy-san quietly showed me her own left hand. There was an elaborately crafted ring on her ring finger. No. It's not like that. Listen to me. It's fine. There's no need to explain to One-san. I desperately tried to solve the misunderstanding, and because I was embarrassed, I continued to fall in deeper and deeper. I don't know what would have happened if Taku didn't stop it 10 minutes later. No, seriously, save me earlier. I said. It's not like that. I'm sorry, I jumped conclusions. That's great. If some man were to attach himself to such a cute girl, I would get mad and his neck would go crack, and I would rip his head off. After making Gantz and Minute, who were making the biggest racket Siza in the West Gate, I folded my arms, making a doubting pose in front of them. The ring I had on a finger was removed and re-equipped on the right hand as not to have it mistaken again. Geez. I've told you before that I'm a crafter. This is a ring I made. What a shame. As Minute prostrated before me, Mommy-san placed her hand on her cheek and spoke happily. Hey, the time's passing quickly. First, confirm the potion distribution and positions. Taku distributed the potions I made earlier to everyone. Most of them went to Vanguard. Rather, although with Sandman it wasn't as tough a battle as the one with the big boar, but we can't drop our guard. The characteristics of a Sandman were slow movement, and its attack power was no greater than that of a big boar. On the other hand, its physical defense was high. If you challenged it without a plan, you will surely end up with a battle of endurance, and since the damage I deal with my bow wasn't too big, it seems like it's not my role to lure it in this time. In other words, the strategy is simple. Men are holding it down, women are casting their magic. Yun will be putting his enchants on us. Is it fine without a defense one? Down to 50% HP is the safe zone. Just like with the big boar, as long as the vanguard isn't taken down, the rear guard won't be attacked. Let's decide this battle fast with the increased attack power. If Taku says so, then so be it. But if the magic attack power cannot be increased, it'll turn into wiping power. Now, how about we try it out? Yeah, let's take it easy. Minute, don't take it too easy. Your recovery magic won't grow unless you commit yourself. Even so, I've got light level 10, so there's no problem. That was the conversation between Minute and Kay, and what was I doing in meanwhile? Of course I was running around while using a speed enchant. The forest was full of items. There was lots of iron, ore, and gemstones. There was also tree branches and herbs. I collected mulch because it was necessary for the field. Also, stones. Although I went a grade higher to iron arrows and it was no longer necessary, I continued picking it up for now. And then we moved further than the places I've been in before. It was an area behind the West Forest. It was an open bald area which looked like a quarry. There were some kind of stones which looked like they would be perfect to sit on. Those were also mobs. They were called armadillos and rock crab. Their defense was high and their movement slow. The warriors didn't seem to like them too much, but they seemed appetizing for the mage types. We proceeded as Minute and Mommy-san continued to hit them with magic. The men were the vanguard and acted like a wall. I put on attack enchants to help. My enchants as a result of my growth reached more than 20 meters. I kept taking detours to collection points within that range. It was a really sweetly spent time. Thanks to discovery, I found hidden collection points that didn't appear up until now and picked up items. In one place there was 5 iron ore in a cluster. We proceeded smoothly towards the safety area in the middle. Although I've seen several parties along the way, they went back before reaching this point. Let's take a break and organize our inventory here. After that, it's Sandman hunting and let's end it for today. A voice called out. Certainly, I remember that I didn't organize the contents of the inventory recently since I wasn't looking for new mixing combinations. I took a look inside. There were items I didn't know. A goblin's horn, blue jelly, venomous insect's shell, acid liquid, stone scales, and rock crab's meat. Given the order of them, goblin, slime, the centipede, and large centipede. And the drop from stone armadillos and rock crabs we killed today. And the amount of iron ore was over 150. I want to hurry and make them into ingots. The application for rock crab's meat was unknown. Is it used for cooking? Hey Taku, what's this rock crab's meat item used for? Huh? You have mixing and you don't know? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. The way to use it is to do it with mixing and cooking. As a material, it's a tasteless meat, but normally it's used just for mixing. What? Tasteless meat on which mixing is used only produces negative effects. And for tasty meat, there's a positive effect. The tasty meat is a rare drop. And in the first place, the only one who can prepare it is someone who has the mixing-s improved sense dosing. Currently, no one focuses on it that much. In other words, the meat that can be obtained easily is bad, huh? Although rock crab seems like it would be delicious, it has an appearance that made me feel like it could become a crab stew. That appearance is a damn fraud. And the delicious food is the big boars. Big boar's delicious. I want to try eating it. If cooking fails, it's put in an abnormal state and cannot be utilized anymore. The only utility value of the meat is to sell it. Now then, we've rested for long enough. Let's start hunting according to the schedule. Taku called the break to an end, and everyone went into battle formation. On the other side of the safety area, there was a broader quarry. The rocks on the left and right were steep, and in distance there was a pudding-like body. The sandmen's bodies had sand constantly flowing from its hands. Their number wasn't large, but to avoid them we had no choice but to run past them all at once. In the back there was the boss. When we ran through unskillfully and stopped before the boss, there was a large amount of sandmen was behind us. As they approached, Minute and Mommy-san attacked them with magic. The 3 vanguards attacked them with swords and fists. I put the enchants on 3 people. From what I've seen, on Sandman physical attacks were less effective, slashing in particular, but when Gantz twisted the Sandman's finger in the opposite direction, it made a clearly anguished expression. Hey, it's just sand, so why can you twist its fingers? Even though they had ATK enchants on them, the damage didn't rise by much, and the rearguard was asked to finish it off. Minute and Mommy continued to cast attack magic, but in the middle they ran out of MP and stopped. There were too many opponents. MP was a bottleneck after all. It's fine for short-term battles like Big Boar or Red Lizard, but this is a prolonged fight, in which case mages can't attack. I wish I had even the lowest level of magic power. Shall we have Minute go back to healer position and prepare for a long battle? Looks like it. Well, let's level up steadily. If it seems impossible, let's challenge it again later. Hey Taku, how about getting another helper? I think it would be good to challenge it with more people. When I said that to one person while dragging out words, everyone's lukewarm line of sight concentrated on me. Why? There's a limit of 6 party members. If you add any more than that, you get a penalty when hunting mobs. He said, unlike the death penalty for dying, it's a penalty for having people join the fight. And the penalty for it is that the more participants is there, the lower leveling rate of senses and item drop rate decrease, stats decline, and increase of mob stats, random bad statuses. The occurrences were named in order. Unreasonably harsh. By collecting monsters and pushing them on the others to MPK them. Although the person doing the PK is subjected to penalty, the people who are involved do not receive any consideration. The recent AI is amazing. 3. There's no merit in attracting them, so let's hurry up and progress gradually. What's with you? That, you're always like that. You leave the most important things for later. The first time I've heard about OSO was when I went to your home. That's also when you passed the VR to me after just a brief talk. Hey, are you listening? Taku, I get it. So don't bring that face so close to me. You don't get it. I need to stand firm at times like this, I thought. And then I felt a stare on my back. To his home, childhood friend, Sundara's Hirii. Although that's what I heard, I didn't retort. Let's continue hunting sandmen. Since I can't attack, I'll continue spamming enchants. Seeing me panicked, Minute and Gantz were agitated even further, but when we entered the battle, they flipped their concentration switch on, as expected of players. I contributed to the battle by diligently casting enchants. Generally, in order to raise everyone's level and to learn how to efficiently hunt sandmen with enchants, we continued to improve until we started running out of MP and were defeated. We disconnected at a good time to prepare for the battle with Golem tomorrow. We were scheduled to defeat the boss mob and open the road to the third town. Well, in my case it would be the second town though. It was the day the boss mob, Golem, was to be subjugated. Taku and the others headed for the Golem. I felt quite insecure knowing I couldn't deliver the stock of recovery items. I told Magi-san that I couldn't deliver them today. It's all right, no worries. Yinkuin too started to go out to hunt. Just bring some when you have spare time. Currently the potion market is quite stable. I responded to that with gratitude. I was fired up wanting to prepare potions after the hunt. I felt like I could prepare 50 of them. Well, I won't let it go to waste. And then I did some mixing research for the first time in a while. I tried boiling blue jelly in an iron container. The precipitation separated the blue mush into a solid mass and water. The solid further changed into a powder as the water disappeared. Its name was blue powder. And if I added water to it, it turned back into blue jelly. What's up with this? And I tried mixing herbs with blue jelly. What came out of it was a blue potion. Was it as effective as synthetic potion is? You think it would be? But that's wrong. The potion's effectiveness was different. When I tried to mix blue powder with dried herbs, there was an extract which looked like coffee. Its effect increased. Its effect increased even more with fine herbs. The recovery amount was large. That makes me happy. I mixed it and extracted it. There wasn't many of them, but I tried experimenting with synthesis. Why did it turn out like this? What came out of synthesis was blue gelatin. Moreover, its description suggested it was a food item. I don't get it. From a material, I made a medicine, and in the end it ended up as food. Just how chaotic is this? My shoulders rose and lowered as I took heavy breath. I fixed my breathing. Yeah, it's all right now. Let's just put this in the inventory. I put away the blue gelatin and took out blue jelly once again. I turned it into powder and mixed to extract. I used an enchant for stability since it unexpectedly required brute strength. Recently, I started thinking that I wouldn't survive in this game if not for enchants. In the morning I prepared potions like that and proceeded to the west the same as yesterday afternoon. I avoided combat as much as possible and headed for the Golem. Everyone was talkative at first, but they gradually stopped chatting. Looks like the boss battle will be tense after all. And that's when we arrived. Is everyone prepared? As Taku shouted, everyone nodded. In front of us was Golem, a 3-meter big bulk of brittle rocks. Its movement was slow, but I can imagine there was a lot of power in that huge body. Then, to start this enchant, attack. I enchanted the 3 vanguards. After that I put defense enchant on Taku and K. For Gantz I cast a double enchant with speed. This was the most effective way to hunt sandmen. Taku and K acted as a wall. Gantz decided to do grappling. Whenever our movements stopped, the magic rearguard wiped them out with fire. The same tactic as yesterday. All right, come over here. We'll be your opponents. Taku's one-handed sword and K's two-handed sword were raised up, and they shouted facing it from the front. They used the swords to receive the strikes and parry them. Whenever the Golem lost its balance, Gantz took its arm and threw it with an Aikido-like move and used an E-bar on it. His movements were fluid, as if he was used to it. Oh, the competitor Golem seems like he's in pain. Wait, is this pro wrestling, or what? The lethal weapon a martial artist could boast of is his entire body. His kicks and punches, although he seemed to start using throws, it's quite fierce. To be able to throw such a giant is something that would probably only happen in games, although there might be some martial artists who can do it in real. Oh, Golem was completely downed. Mages. Now, a channel magic was released with Taku's shout and hit the Golem. Gantz retracted immediately. As someone on rearguard position, I had a good view on the entire battle. Yunchan, recovery please. Yes, here. While at it, I'll recast the enchant. Martial arts type players' fighting style was proximity fighting. And as such, since the body itself is the weapon, they receive a small amount of damage when they attack. While there were fist protectors, gauntlets, as well as foot protection, boots and sandals. There were many ways devised, it couldn't be completely nullified. Thus I took the role of the person responsible for recovery. Gantz is heading out. What a funny guy, I thought when I stared at his back. As Gantz ran, he left behind a red and yellow glow behind him. When Golem got up, it rapidly moved targeting Gantz, but was blocked by Taku and K. It changed target. And when its posture broke down, he was slammed with magic. Every time it was hit with magic, its HP visibly went down with a loud thud. It's going well, isn't it? I thought that, but the enemy was a boss. It won't sell itself at such a low price. 4. We're out of MP here. Vanguard Endure. The mage rearguard ran out of MP when the golem was at about 40% HP. My MP was also running out because I've been continuously casting double enchants. From here on, we men will support the front line until mages recover MP. Even though I said so, I was out of mana as well and felt insecure. I strived to maintain the minimum. I switched the 3 vanguards enchants to defense once. Rather than putting an emphasis on attack, this is where the goal changes to surviving on the front line. Even though sometimes it was critical, all the vanguards managed to maintain their positions. And to try keeping it up, the front line was consuming potions en masse. Come on, fall again. Stop it, Gantz. It's different from before. As K's voice resounded, Gantz jumped in front of the golem. He took its arm, sunk low, and finished it by bending his joint. He took an effort to take it down, but it failed. The minimum of enchants was maintained on him, although he could immediately withdraw if there was a speed enchant. Right now he only had defense. He didn't have enough speed to dodge. Golem's fist hit Gantz's belly, delaying his escape. He was flung into the air, sent flying in a parabola with a resounding hit. It was a critical hit, but it seemed he still had quite a bit HP remaining. However, dodge it. Minut's voice sounded as she was in a position to overlook it all. The golem stood up, grasped Gantz's foot while he was still in the air, and swung him down vertically. Gantz's HP, who was slammed hard into the ground, entered the red zone. Taku and K stood between Gantz and Golem in a hurry to change its target. Hurry into the back and recover. Hey, move, fainted damn. What a bad timing. Gantz didn't move. His HP remained in red zone. Even though it was dangerous, he didn't move. No, he couldn't move. The bad status fainted was the cause. The fainted status appeared when a certain percentage of damage was taken all at once. It's an abnormal condition that happened with low probability. To think it appeared at this timing. The 2 vanguards couldn't cover Gantz, and it was impossible for the 2 mages. They weren't supposed to go in front in the first place. The one who should move now is me. As the one with recovery roll, I took out a blue potion with the biggest amount of recovery and broke into a run. I accelerated with a speed enchant and got closer with a single leap. I sprinkled the potion on him and slapped his cheek, literally hitting him awake. It hurts. Hurry and wake up. There, one more. I took out another blue potion and sprinkled it on him. After using 2, his entire health recovered. What's with this recovery amount? It's fine. Go in the back. You're in the way of those 2. I grabbed his neck and pulled him. MP's almost recovered. We can attack again. Then ignore the timing and don't wait for the down. Just shoot. Understood. At the same time as we withdrew, light and wind magic passed by. KRKKRKRR. A roaring sound of the stones breaking sounded. I couldn't open my eyes because of the strong light. The moment magic stopped, we waited for a moment, but Golem appeared rolling out of the dense sand cloud. Not yet. Damn it. No, it's already over. The moment I spat out a curse, Taku muttered. The golem raised a heavy roar and began to collapse. It rumbled as it crumbled. The atmosphere of the 3rd town's gatekeeper was kind of sorrowful, as if he wasn't able to protect it. Everything collapsed. Now that nothing was moving, I was finally able to exhale. It's finally over. That was seriously dreadful. I'm saved. Thank you, Yunshan. Oh, he's back to being lively. Gantz showed it off by jumping lightly. Geez, would it better if I didn't save you, since the mages were able to attack soon after, eh? That's too cruel. Even if the boss was defeated, if I was to die, it wouldn't count as if I took it down. That'd make me lonely. Also, were Yunshan not to pull Gantz's away, I intended to engulf him with the magic as well. Horrible. Oh, yeah, throwing a small thing away to get the big one. Minute knows her stuff. But well, right now we have no resuscitation items. If he died, he'd be ported back. I'm joking. You did your best, Gantz. Everyone, good job. We can go into 3rd town with this. Yin 2, good job. Let's do a drop check before that. Someone might have a rare drop. Oh, that. Well, rare drop aside, if I'm not wrong, it might have dropped a fine iron ore. Were I to use alchemy on it, I would get a several iron ores and make ingots to level up, right? I opened the inventory thinking about that. There was no fine iron ore, but a different item. Something called Stone of the Earth Spirits dropped. I murmured casually. Rare drops Kami. Because of the loud noise, my body trembled. I was scared of the sudden screams. Sorry about that. There are two kinds of item that drop from bosses. Normal and rare. But for one to come out suddenly, Yun might have good luck. Stone of the Earth Spirits can be used by crafters to reinforce weapons and armor. It's rare and can grant items additional effects. Gantz's armor is also reinforced with Blade Lizard's stone blade scales. It has an additional effect of reflecting damage when receiving an attack. So what do we do with this? Stone of the Earth Spirits material. A stone holding the power of an Earth Spirit within. That's the full description? I don't know what's the additional effect. Well, fine. I don't know what's its worth. Let's ask someone later. You better not. The cardinal rule of OSO is not to show off your sense build, and not to hint you're in possession of a rare item. The former is a PvP countermeasure. The other is to avoid being scammed in trade. So there are things like that. But I trust Mew and Magi-san. What about asking them? But I still have the initial armor, and since I don't have much money, I probably don't have a way to use it. Well, I'll just have it lie here in my inventory. What a waste. Well, it's just like you, and your pace. We've recovered. Let's head to town. All of us together headed to town. We arrived at Mine Town. The buildings had 2 wooden floors and didn't have much green on them. The NPC's skin tone was slightly dark, and they were a bit dirty. With towels around their necks, they really did give off a feeling like miners. I'm here, in a different town. As I trembled in excitement slightly, everyone else was. Cheers up for the good work. Now then, see you next time. Thanks for saving me this time, Yinchan. Laters. Next time level up your bow, and let's find some enemies to hunt. Then Yun. See you next time. They touched a pale blue ball and disappeared. I was left behind alone, in a daze. That was surprisingly bland from everyone. Hey, don't leave me behind. 1. Hikaramono. Literally, it means shiny things. But Japanese call fish with shiny skin with that term, usually when talking about seafood. 2. A Japanese term for love between women girls. 3. For those who don't understand, MPK, monster player kill, and PK, player kill. 4. Originally a Japanese proverb, translated the meaning of the proverb literally, as I didn't found a decent equivalent other than one Dutch one, which was even more confusing and far from the Japanese meaning. Chapter 5. The Pursuers and Equipment. There still weren't many players who had arrived at the third town. It felt really quiet. I went on a stroll, and along the way I listened to what NPCs were talking about. I looked for item-selling booths. Welcome, looking for something? I was greeted by a somewhat motivated man. His skin was white, and he didn't fit the atmosphere of this town, but let's not bother about that. Medical spirit grass. No matter how I looked at it, it was upwards interchangeable with grass. And one more. Magical spirit grass. Somehow, it seemed like it was a herb related from magic. Maybe MP potions can be made with this. However, it's expensive. 500 G each. Total of 1000 G. Were I to spend a few days here and buy some, 2800 G would disappear in no time. However, in my case, if I buy one each, I can grow them with time. That's why I'm going by it. After that, I asked the NPCs around and was recommended a certain place. It was a tavern in the center of the town. I thought that since it's a town, there's no danger, and entered to take a look. There were quite a few people dressed like thugs, since there were muscular people inside. The feeling that I was out of place couldn't be denied. Ho ho, Missy. This is not a place for children to enter. Don't call me Missy. And I'm a man. I returned a glare to a man with a short cut and short sleeves who spoke to me. I wonder if it's an event NPC. Well, let's answer appropriately. HM, what are you wearing on that finger? A ring. Somehow, the drunk man has suddenly turned silent, and it turned eerie. The eyes of the man in front of me turned stern as well. Did you make that ring? Yeah, I made it with craftsmanship. I don't think such slender arms can handle metal. I was yelled at for some reason. What? I made it. Look, if you're satisfied with no better than scrap iron equipment, an ornament makes it obvious. Kachin, this guy kinda pisses me off. It pisses me off that even NPCs know that. I too want some more time to make elaborate accessories, but I don't have time to. What? Wanna go at it? Then try hitting me. If you make me move even a single step, I'll acknowledge you. Men don't go back on their words. Of course. I dropped my waist and accumulated my strength. And then I threw a punch into his stomach with force of my entire body behind it. However, this man wouldn't budge. His six-pack abdominal muscles were as hard as iron. The hand I punched him with hurt. It felt as if I hit an armor. Hey, you must be joking. That's how a woman's slender arms are. Go back and train. Wait a moment. I tried calling out to the man, but I was made to leave the store by a dandy old man who looked like the shopkeeper. As soon as I left the tavern, I heard voices of men chatting leak out from inside. Somehow, I felt like I'd saw a horrible atmosphere and got in a bad mood. Oh, come on. Once I'm back, I'll complain to Magi-san for a bit. The sun was still high. The portal. If I used the pale blue sphere object, it would be fast. But let's run and collect items while at it. The quarry's enemies are slow after all. After deciding so, I ran through everything with speed increase and speed enchant. The golem and sandmen cast me a skeptical gaze, and when inactive, I went back to the first town while collecting items. Thanks to harvesting in the quarry, the amount of iron ore I had on hand was extremely abundant. Magi-san, listen to this. Oh, Yunkuen, how was the boss subjugation? Did it fail? After arriving at Magi-san's shop, I spoke to her across the counter. I went to a chair nearby and started complaining. The golem was successfully defeated, and I went to the third town. Ah, that place. There are people among friends who want a high metalworks, so I want to go there in the near future too. Magi-san's a crafter, right? Can you fight? No, why? That's why 6 parties. We're going to break through it with 36 people in total. Half of them are crafters. Since the purpose is to go to the town, it doesn't matter to me even if I get a penalty. In the first place, the way we raise levels are different. Huh. Combat and crafting are different, huh? There's a substantial and clear difference. So it's not about golem's subjugation. As she said that, we finally came back to the topic. Earlier, I went into a bar when looking around the third town and got in a quarrel with an NPC. I couldn't hold a candle to him. Although it was brief, it seemed like Magi-san realized something. Ah, the tavern near the center. Huh, how nostalgic. What is that place? It's a place through which everyone who handles metal goes through. Yunkuen, what's your craftsmanship level? 13. Impossible then. You need to have at least 25 or that event won't proceed. What does that mean? Actually, we smiths craftsmen don't work only on metal. Well, that's right. Hey, right now I can only use metal and jewels. Yup. That's why in there. After you hit him after reaching level 25, he'll say, physical strength is the essence of a smith, or something, and will throw you forcibly into a mine alone. What's the meaning of that event? They want to offend the player? Well, you get a special skill from that. In general, EX skills are obtained in events. What kind of skill in this case? You can change appearance of items other than metal. And their performance? It's unchanged, but design is often by players who want the looks and equipment. For example, I could attach fur to an Alice band, making dog ears, cat ears, or animal tails. There are some maniacs who would buy those. Well, the one who started it first was me. Magi-san has. Right now I'm using tough metals to make weapons and armor, but if there's an order, I'll make it. By the way, I made a killing in the beta version. It doesn't sound too interesting, but that looks like it could make a custom image for a character. Indeed. A carpenter came to me for some reason, wanting to attach a skull to an ugly stick to make it into a necromancer's image. Then there's a case of weaver who wanted to make a vampire cloak by covering the fabric surface with bat's film. There's quite a lot of freedom. In the end, I happily made it. Those two deal with cloth and wood, and paired up for an event in the second town. I guess now we've kind of partnered up into an association. I see. That's quite an interesting story I've heard. Home ornaments to match character image. A high degree of freedom. Well, I guess that's it. Also, do you have any potions for sale? Ah, yes. I understand. Are the new ones I made okay? Ho-hoo, let me check them. The new thing, blue potions as well as the remainder of potions. In the end, I overestimated the golem's challenge and made 50. Only about half was used. Oh, a blue pot. Moreover, the recovery amount is high. It's as good as the average high pot. Is its effect that high? Yup. 10 blue pots and 22 potions, huh? Well, blue pots are cheap when sold to NPC, but this recovery amount is that of a high pot. Half price of the high pot, so 500 G, about 5,770 G in total. Whoa, a cheap material like blue jellies made it so expensive. I don't know how to make it, but I'm glad it has high effectiveness. I'm leaving. I look forward to future deliveries. I was able to let out my complaints and earned deliciously for the blue potions. My evaluation of blue jelly skyrocketed. After that, I bought some from the NPC shop. Even if you pile up a dust, it'll become a mountain. 7G for one. I bought 100 for a total of 700G. It was quite out of schedule. What remained was 6,000G. I need to procure equipment. Then I'll be short on money to expand the field again. After I logged out during that day's dinner, we reported to each other on the recent events. Whoa, Oni-chan went to the third city, yeah. I was invited by Takumi to be a pseudo-healer. Oh, well, Takumi-sen thought of it well. Crafters want to go to the third town as soon as possible. For some reason, Mio was convinced. In fact, Takumi might have thought of that as well. When I thought that, I felt like I was dancing in his palm. Alright, Oni-chan, today my defense power increase was disposed of, and I got a new physical increase sense. I put the action restriction release in the free place. Speaking of physical increase, I've heard about sense tree, but what's that? Sense tree is, so to speak, a diagram of senses. From the sword, either one-handed sword or two-handed sword is derived. It changes into a different class. So what's in there? For example, if you level senses A and B, you'll be able to get a sense C from a separate tree. And if you pick sense C, you won't be able to go down the trees for A and B. In other words, you need to redo it all. But releveling it from the beginning is a bit hard. Only extreme power fighters would take it. There are some people who don't transfer into another tree and continue to level the same ones. What's that action restriction release sense? It wasn't acquirable in the initial senses. Oni-chan, you need a bit more info. Being efficient is all right, but your brother wants to leisurely sip his tea on a veranda. Once you acquire more than 20 SP, the amount of senses you can take increases. In the beta times, it increased at 42 and will probably increase at 60. That's why there are people who make a total replacement when they get to 20 to fit their image. So, are the senses that appear at 20 strong? Not at all. Speaking of performance, there's not much difference. However, what appears are things that allow to exploit enemy weaknesses or resist abnormal states. A conspicuous kind of things, I guess. Also, some turn into our insight type senses when leveled. So is Hawkeye's. For example, there's a Snake Eyes sense. That one gives a paralytic effect on the seen enemies when activated. It's one of the ones that can be obtained at 20. It's more fight-oriented than Hawkeye's is. You were called garbage. Sorry, Hawkeye's, but I won't forsake you. If Hawkeye's is grown, one day it'll be the strongest. Certainly, no one knows what's the Hawkeye's derivation, since even in the beta no one raised it to more than 25. Alright, I'll try raising all the senses to 30 and see. But now that I think of it, in order to get a lot of SP, it's good to get a lot of senses. In fact, there's a lot of people who take senses and level them to 10 to get new ones. But when I consider it, I think that's hard. Moreover, higher level senses take 2 or 5 SP. After doing such a thing to get those senses, you need to level up to 50 or 60. Leveling up on average is quite hard. As expected of an advanced player, she assessed the shortest route. I still have quite a while until I reach my level from beta, I think. Oni-chan, what are you doing? What do you mean by what? Exactly what I meant. What are you doing to level up? I'm making potions, accessories. I make money by creating consumable items. It's a good way to level. That's for crafting only though. You're broke like usual, aren't you? Mio laughed merrily with a voice like a bell. It's fine, isn't it? Even so, I'm at a level where I'm somewhat useful in the combat. It's true. Well, little sister will watch over Oni-chan. Who do so then? Yup. It's my role to make sure no nasty insects attach themselves to girl Oni-chan. Give it a rest with such teasing jokes. Sometimes when I recall I'm about to lose consciousness from the agony. I understand. Then I'll be going to hunt with Sei-Wenshin. Yes, send my regards to Sei-Ne. Oni-chan, want to go hunt together? I'll pass for now, I'm tired. I did a lot of things. I was nervous on the boss mob. Although VR isn't all that realistic, it was incredibly tense during the battle. I didn't think I would wear down my nerves so much. And what about fighting with a dragon? I went to my room. I thought of these words and of Taku's hunting party. Enhancing weapons and armor's great after all. That instant I realized it. A few days later, with a goal of enhancing my equipment, I went out to do field work. By making accessories and polishing with craftsmanship leveling, as well as making potions, I saved up 40 kg. I had a pleased look on my face after accumulating this much money. It would be good if someone sold me a bow for this, I thought as I walked through the town. I was being stalked. No, wait. It must be a mistake. A model man in his early 20s had a Lola Shota-type boy with him. Hey, wait. This isn't no joke. Why do they continue to stalk me even after I left the town at a brisk pace? Chasing after me? Aren't they quite high-level players? As I turned around, the edge of the cloak and the tall man's head could be seen from where he hid. I can see you. But, for some reason, even knowing he was seen, he didn't stop tailing me. Should I call SOS to someone? But, no. If it's a PK, then people will ran away before that. I have confidence in my feet. They won't come to the third town after me. After deciding that, I escaped to west at full force. Enchant speed. I applied an enchant and ran through. Up until now, I learned the entire forest geography as I collected. I left toward the quarry quickly using the shortest route, but the two continued to remain behind me. They're high-ranked after all, but why are they aiming for me? What I could think of was Stone of the Earth spirits and the money I had on hand. Can it be that they know I have the strengthening material? Even if not so, the half of the 40 kg of my sweat and tears could move the enemy. The benefit of the PK system allows you to take money off the person you defeated. I can't stand up to two people with initial equipment. Even though I'm a man, I'm stalked by men. This is my life's crisis. Even though it's a game, I need to flee to the third town, then go back through a portal and ask someone for help. In the quarry, I avoided armadillos and crabs, as well as ignored sandmen and the golem. The two in the back were stopped by sandmen. Yay, I seated them out with this. I took a breather after entering the town. Haha, finally seated them out. What's with them? Ah, that was scary. They aren't coming after me. I turned back and looked. Although I wasn't confident they disappeared and at ease, I entered the portal hoping that someone would sell me a bow in the first town. Also, an armor, one made from cloth. Speaking of which, that tall man had some good clothes. I wonder if they sell those. While thinking that, I transitioned through the portal. We finally meet you, jerk. There were those people from before in front of the destination portal. I didn't think they would travel such a long distance. We underestimated beginners' equipment. I didn't think you would go as far as the third town. We died and came back here. I'm such an idiot. They returned after dying. I don't have much use for that town yet. They assumed I would use a portal to return and just waited for me to appear. Now let's talk. Hey, wait. I ran away again. This time I need to go to a place these people won't come to. No, I need to hide somewhere where I can wait until someone responds to my SOS. That's right. Magi-sen's shop should be good. Thinking that, I started running. As I glanced behind, the two were running at full power, but they were slower than earlier. Oh, I see. The death penalty status decrease, huh? At this moment, I rushed plunging towards Magi-san's shop. Yunkuen. Magi-san, hide me. Like that, I jumped over the counter and crouched behind it. I suppressed my breath as much as possible and started moving my sight to see signs of presence behind me. Somehow, my heartbeat rate increased rapidly and sweat flowed unpleasantly. After a while, people entered the shop. Magi got a moment. It was those men. The two people's footsteps. My heart rate jumped further. Even though I couldn't see, I moved my eyes to ascertain where they are. Even if PK is impossible on the streets, I don't want to stay together with such guys. What? What happened? And how did the speed accessories from before feel? Magi-san spoke in an informal tone. Those two seemed to be frequent guests at Magi-san's shop. Open sesame. Yeah, they gave us quite good speed. With 5 accessory speed bonus, we were as fast as speed-type players. It was fast. If I were to put the leftover SP into speed, I would be the fastest. The two spoke indifferently about the dead chase after me. Looks like there's a huge difference just with the equipment's enhancement. So, Magi, you're hiding her. I looked up at Magi-san from inside of the counter and shook my head. Magi-san continued to smile and gave me an okay sign with her fingers. Recently there's been quite a few smiths coming to beg me to teach them, but our rule is to sell things at reasonable price, right? A reasonable price, no problem. I more or less know your sense build. What we want to know is about the mysterious blue pot vendor. The one Magic Chi is selling for in consignment. Its effect has reached our ears too. Blue pot, he says, my blue potion. But why? Anyone could make that. Hahan. In other words, you want to force out of her how to make highly effective blue potions and for her to teach you how to use mixing and synthesis? Clued. Magi-san's tone of voice lowered by a level. Because of this voice, the man called Clued faltered. Imajichi, that's not it. Karachi was just interested. Also, we're curious about the novice player Magic Chi got to know recently. The Weaver Karachi wants to know the origin of the film and the big fur. Listen, Lily, I don't know what you're up to, but the fact that she came to ask me for help is enough. Moreover, what about forcibly eliciting technology from someone? Won't that girl's efforts and advantage be lost? You. This time, the Lola Shoto went silent. Magi-san, seriously, thank you. You're really dependable. So what did you do? We thought of asking. And Magi-san looked up at them from below. Her face was scary, or rather she cornered her opponents with a smile on her face. At first we wanted to call out to her, but we couldn't get the timing and she ran away. Although she finally came out from the portal, Her expression changed, and she escaped in a dash into this place. Did she escape through the back door already? Hey, aren't those people just pathetic? Weren't they like, super angry when one of them called me jerk? I totally thought so. Geez, what kind of a retarded thing is the top weaver doing? You too, Lily, for keeping him company. Think about feelings of a girl chased by two men. Even if it's a game, the expressions are transmitted to it. Even if in a game ethics are different from ordinary, it can't be helped that someone would get suspicious. Magi-san said everything I wanted to say. However, I'm a man. As for ethics being different from ordinary. In other words, murder isn't a sin. Clued, your sulky face is scary, so anyone would escape. She ended it perfectly. I get it, my bad. Can I ask you for a follow-up? I'll also prepare some goods as apology. For me too, please, Magic Chi. Magi-san spat out a big sigh. So what will you do? Forgive them? Yun-kun. Like that, I was called out to on the inside of the counter. Certainly, after hearing the story from earlier, it didn't feel like I was being stalked. Well, it should be fine to show my face. That clued man was a bit intimidating. He was so tall. Magi-san, thank you very much. So she was there. Clued had a somewhat uncomfortable expression. So, will you forgive them? Forgive or not? Magi-san already said everything I wanted to, so it's fine. I see. Yun-kun's a kind girl. You make Wani-san happy. I said, what girl? I'm a man. There's no way such a cute girl is a boy. Suddenly, Clued raised his voice. Somehow I understand what kind of person Clued is. He's that. His vectors are the same as Gantz's. In response to my cold gaze, Clued started coughing, and Lily smiled wryly. So, can you introduce me? This is the archer selling the mysterious blue pot. I'm Yun. Then, Youngchi it is. I'm Lily. Since I'm a woodworker, come to me if you want to request a bow. I'm bored with all the requests being staffs. I'm Clued, a weaver mainly dealing with cloth and leather. Both of them are crafters. It felt like they had no weapons, so it was like that. I thought they were sorcerers, surprising. So, I wanted to ask, what are the blue pots? Everyone put on a subtle expression. Only the person asking didn't notice, but the out-of-place feeling was undeniable. Mysterious blue pot. It was a potion sold in consignment with Open Sesame, a shop that dealt with metal weapons and armors and OSO. The blue potion was equivalent to mixed potion. It's been found very useful in beta version as it was very cheap. However, it was difficult to create as it required level 15 mixing. The hurdle was too high for players who just started the official version. With the early potion uproar, there was no one who would make blue pots. Currently, the potion prices have settled down, but a concern for high potions price rising, and then a blue pot with high recovery amount appeared. Although it was inferior to high potion, it was cheap and easy to use, making frontline players rush to Open Sesame to obtain them. And then a story of a mysterious potion mixer appeared, as well as a story of mysterious blue pot. We were looking for the person, but, I apologize for scaring you. No, it's fine. So, I'm that blue pot maker. That's surprising. Even though I just mixed dried herbs with blue jelly powder. Yeah, indeed. We saw a player who went in and out despite not using metal weapons or metal armor. It was out of place. Certainly, I had a bow and cloth armor. Magi-san sold neither of them. Well, I'm just a bro crafter. I just try to barely make a living selling potions like this. However, I don't like it. You, look at my appearance all right. Clued had quite a frown on his face. Honestly, his glare was scary. Magi-san grinned, having fun. I looked back and forth between him and Lily, comparing them. We're crafters. Why do you think we insist on such equipment? Who knows, maybe to enhance your basic stats. As I tilted my head lightly, Clued's eyes were opened wide. Wrong. That's where the romance is. Certainly, enhancing the status part is necessary in the game. However, were just that the case, it would be sufficient to just use what's already in the game system to make ourselves unique. Us crafters are seeking what's not available in the game system. For example, if we are ordered to make a skimpy outfit, we would make one. However, if it's just a costume that has a purpose of showing boobs, it would be vulgar. Indeed, it's important to make it beautiful, to make it attractive. That's where the romance is. Wear cat ears made by Magi. Use equipment made by Lily. Dress in the clothes full of romance, made by me. The language I've been hearing was Japanese. However, I didn't know what the man in front of me was saying. Therefore, I'm trying to say, for you to continue wearing initial equipment is a waste. A pervert. Well, Clued's weird, but there are parts one can sympathize with. How to make it so it's easy to use. How to make it to fit the person. How will the person wear it after it's made? Imagining that is fun. Magi-san said so. Somehow, I could understand the meaning that way. I didn't think of such a thing. I just created potions to sell them expensive. I'm the same. I just make what I want to make. Everyone is different, and that's all right. Lily looked towards me with a carefree smile. Their crafters really say various things, and there are various crafters out there. Therefore, let's consult it. No, no consulting. Even if you don't pay, as an apology, I'll make you best armor I can. Clued. You're really condescending, aren't you? You. Please let me make you armor. Karachi's being really humble. Who was the one who chased her together with him? Lily. Me too. Of course, the two of you are to apologize. Using the technology you have, right? By the way, she has made 40K. For a while now, I felt a big change in Magi-san as compared to when she taught me about crafting. That's too cheap. Every piece of the cloth armor costs 40K. 6 pieces of top and bottom would cost 250K. Who said, it's only for you, Clued? 40K for both of you. High theory I, Magi-san. That's cruel. Magi-san. That's overdoing it, and overkill. Come on, Yunkuen, you're too kind. If you didn't entrust the potions to me, you would earn it sooner. No, I want money. But if I get too greedy, my little sister's complaints will get worse, so I'm not in that much of a hurry. Also, Magi-san is selling them at reasonable price, aren't you? That's it. If it's this person, then I can trust her, is what I thought. You said something that makes me happy. It can't be helped. You, man. Yes. Magi-san's tone of voice was lower by a tone. You escaped by a narrow margin. Be thankful to Yunkuen. However, the main culprit, Clued. You'll make Yunkuen the minimal possible armor. Yeah, of course. 40K per piece. By the way, what are the 6 equipment pieces? Main are head, arms, torso, waist, underwear, and outerwear. By the way, beginner's equipment is just the waist and outer clothes. Oh, then first the outer clothes, please. Understood. What about additional effect? For a crafter, DX would be good. Is that the best choice for a crafter? Alright. Can you use this to strengthen it? I took out an item from the corner of my inventory. I see. Certainly to pass by the golem, you need to defeat it at least once. Oh, Stone of the Earth Spirits. Another request for Karachi with a rare material came. I'm jealous. I took out the Stone of the Earth Spirits. Originally, I thought that I'll be PK'd if I held it, so using it in such a way might be a good idea. If you have a rare material, then pass me all your money. I'll ignore the minimal possible and make it the best one I can make. Is that fine? Isn't the 40K a price for the minimal piece? That would have only the minimal performance then. The reason is lack of the material. Fufufu, like this I'll be able to level up as well and will be mutually beneficial. His black smile was somewhat scary. Well, if you can, then please do make it. I left the store leaving the Stone of the Earth Spirits and all my money behind. A day later, I was contacted through Magi-san. I waited for the armor to be done restlessly. In meantime, I continued to craft potions in silence and trained enchant. Since it seemed like there wasn't enough pills, I hunted around the town collecting gallstones and fur. On the field, I completely changed over to harvesting medical spirit grass and magical spirit grass, and completely migrated to buying herbs from the NPC. My status has grown as well. Possessed SP12. Vow LV17. Hawkeye's LV25, a magic talent LV26, magic power LV24, alchemy LV15, enchant LV28, mixing LV24, synthesis LV17, craftsmanship LV15, crafting knowledge LV12, unequipped. Taming LV1, a speed increase LV7, discovery LV5. From the medical spirit grass I created high potions. From the magical spirit grass I created MP potions. Moreover, through going the same drying procedure, I was able to increase the recovered amount. Perhaps because my mixing was low, more than half failed at first, but right now there's about 70% chances for success. It was also of high quality. Their number increased by using alchemy's lower matter conversion. Although I was quick at preparing them, I couldn't ensure big amounts. For the moment, I recovered the excess from the additional recovered HP. On the contrary, my recent worry was that I wasn't able to level my synthesis since there was no longer any need to create synthetic potions, and I no longer felt a need to raise it. Recently, I've been buying the arrows from the shop. Synthesis went back to being a trash sense. At this rate, synthesis will no longer be needed. I need to do something, I thought, and looked at unused items in my inventory. Recently, I haven't been doing the synthesis with 3 different items. Even adding potions increases the amount they recover. High pots and MP potions are too high level, so they'll fail. Is there an item? Stones? I have stones piled up in large quantities. Isn't there like 200 of them already? They were destroyed when I used synthesis and alchemy on them before. I feel like it would most likely be successful now. Easier to do something than worry about it. Synthesis. The result of 3 stones being combined with synthesis was a rock. A beautiful round rock was lying on my waist. Heavy. I need to move it to inventory. Oh, there it is. Since they were in the way, and to raise the level I began changing stones to rocks. In the middle, I used alchemy. I tried it, but it failed. I wonder if there's some kind of rule for it. Rock wasn't a higher level stone. I wonder what's it used for. They were of perfect size. I'll put them around the field. It's just a whim, but like that it'll be more scenic. I'll leave a dozen rocks. Gray stones, ochre soil, and green herbs, as well as yellow and purple antidote grass and paralysis grasses, changed it into something that looked more like a flower bed than a field. It turned beautiful. It would be good to leave it for a while and show it to Mew later. Everyone makes fun of agriculture, but I think it looks beautiful. There was also decoration called frame. It seemed to add on to the taken screenshot. One day, I want to decorate a shop of my own. Pawn. A sound echoed in my head. It was Magi-san contacting me. Yes, in here. Ah, the armor's made. Clued left it over earlier along with a note. Oh, then I'll pick it up as I deliver the potions. Understood, I'll be waiting. Well, for blue pots I can make them immediately from a recipe. As long as I go through multiple processes it'll be the same, and the only difference will be an intense MP consumption. Instead, for that amount magic power will be leveled up. It has its good and bad points. Now that it's made, let's go. Enchant, speed. I changed into speed increase since and applied an enchant on myself before advancing to town at full speed. Leaving a yellow afterimage behind me, I arrived near the town center at the open sesame in a matter of minutes. Magi-san, hello. Yes. Welcome. Armor, here you go. Also, there's a service, he said. Nervous, I received the armor through the trade screen with Magi-san. There was some kind of a note attached inside. CS Ochre Creator Outerwear. Def plus 16 additional effect. DX bonus, auto repair. It's as different from my old armor as heaven and earth. That's right. But what's the most amazing is the effect of Stone of Earth Spirits. The rare material gives the equipment an additional effect. That's a so-called reinforcement material, which can bring on special effects. The effect of this Stone of Earth Spirits was auto repair. With this effect, the equipment will absorb MP to automatically recover. Even if it's completely destroyed, it will recover as long as there's time and MP. That's what's written on the note. That's convenient. If it's broken, I won't have to pay to repurchase it again. Oh, that makes me happy. Then, I'll try it immediately. After I took it out and looked at it, it felt like black and yellow-brown coat. There was a large cut on the shoulders which exposed the entire shoulder and its skin, focusing on the ease of movements. There were decorations made from leather and golden metal at some places. I understood just how good Clued's sense was. The inside was simple, black and durable. It felt nice. When I put the leather coat over it, the inside was hidden. Although I said it was a leather coat, its hem wasn't too long. It was at a degree where it hid my butt at best. Around the waist there was a belt I could adjust to have it fit the body. It's cool. I like it. But what does the CS in the name mean? That. Crafters can freely change the name of items they create. Includes case for him to put his ID in there means he has his confidence in them. It's an abbreviation for Clued series. That's embarrassing. Somehow, it felt like a limited edition item. Well, fine. Next time I'll pick it up from him normally. It's embarrassing after all, isn't it? Also, if you act as a model for him next time, there'll be a discount. That's what was written on the note. Somehow I had a bad feeling after being asked to be his model. That guy's on the same vector as Gantz. He'll most likely have me wear some weird clothes. I'll think about it. Right. Also, there's nothing else. Is that so? Then, potion delivery. I placed the blue pots in the trade screen. 1 blue pot for 500 G, 50 for 25 kg. You've gathered a lot in 3 days. Have a little patience. Won't you have your own shop soon? I wonder. I want to have it one day, but well, hey. I see. If that happens, you'll sell them by yourself. Wani-san will be lonely. Then I'll show my face here once in a while. Talking to Magi-san is fun after all. Oh ho, you trying to make Wani-san fall for you? Don't joke. It's true. Also, we can talk with each other as crafters, right? As I smiled, Magi-san opened her eyes wide in surprise and immediately responded with a smile of her own. A conversation between fellow crafters. That sounds appealing. Well, if that happens, I'd be glad if you were willing to deliver some potions here. Then, in exchange for a souvenir from this shop. The two of us had fun speaking about time that hasn't come yet. Then I'll try making something with armor performance. Going to create items again? Your DX was rose from before when you failed, so it might succeed. Before that there's a battle. I don't know what kind of effect the status will have. When you confirm it, let me know. Understood. After I heard that, I got out of the town and headed east. Goblins and big boars. In the middle area where slimes emerged, there were two other kinds of mob emerging, mill bird and gray rat. In terms of level, they were corresponding to armadillos and rock crabs. But here, their speed was fast, but defense was low. The mill bird was twirling around in the air. When I approached within a certain distance, it raised a cry and assaulted me. In Mew's case, she waited for the enemy to approach to slash with her sword. Even though it was charging at me, it announced its assault in advance with a loud cry and was easy to perceive. Gray rats were just big rats. Not cute at all. The rats were as big as a small dog. If I didn't approach them, they wouldn't attack. It's a mob which linked at short distance. My target today were the birds. I aimed from long range at the mill birds flying in the air. My attack power wasn't high, but their HP wasn't high either. After I shot it, I was noticed, and before it approached, I released 3 arrows, dropping it down to the ground. My bow's accuracy hasn't as low a hit rate as others said it had, but the accuracy was kind of different from before now. I aim effortlessly. Indeed, I can aim at the place of my choosing freely. In fact, when I aimed at the bird's wings, its flight was disturbed, resulting in its destruction. Just by changing armor, there was this much difference. And by aiming at specific parts of the bird, I learned that there is a significant difference in amount of damage dealt. In particular, if I hit its head, it'll be a critical hit for sure. By hitting both wings, I disturbed its flight. I see. The damage is determined also by the location which is hit. Also, it seems like bow has a close relation with DX. The relation between bow and dexterity. Thanks to the bonus DX from the armor, accuracy went up. That meant archers had their accuracy improved with DX. The reason many archers were frustrated before was cost to performance of the bow, accuracy, and range. For the range, there's a trend for relying on ATK. For the accuracy, there's a trend of relying on DX. Cost to performance was related to players' ability to manage their own finances. While certainly, in this game the player's skill is necessary, that doesn't mean there's no assistance. Something like the swordsman's motion assist and mage's tracking. In other words, the bow also has its own assistance, but everyone was too distracted with shooting range and didn't notice the accuracy correction. In other words, muscle brains. And because I'm a crafter, my DX is high. How ironic. The fact that I took trash senses led me to this. Early, I didn't level much, but as I continued to train, everything my DX increased and the correction was applied to my accuracy. That was my hypothesis. That meant, if I lowered the DX on purpose, my accuracy would decrease, and in exchange my DX and correction would continue to increase. I returned to the initial armor and removed all the senses which might have been involved with DX. I didn't think I could shoot down the birds without hawk eyes. Now, I'll believe in the bow's level and shoot them. The arrow flew 10 meters. It didn't go as far as half of the usual range with full senses equipped. It didn't reach the crow, and after drawing a parabolic trajectory, it fell down. It hit a rat that was wriggling on the ground. In a state with an arrow stuck to its back, it has come to assault me angrily. I pulled an arrow in a hurry and aimed it, but it didn't hit at all. It took too long to equip the senses and the equipment. The rat closed the distance between us. Since I removed speed increase and enchant, even if I ran away, I would be caught. I was brought to close combat, and because of a single rat, I returned to town by dying. Ouch. Dying is surprisingly painful. It's been a while since I received any damage, hasn't it? The last time was on the first day the game started. Although I was doing crafting and long-range shooting up until now, I might have went too far with sense experimentation. The place I was returned to was the central square of the first town. I have proven probably. Considering the initial speed of herbivores, if DX is low, then an enemy might be made to avoid the arrows. I stood up and fixed the equipment. Because of death penalty, I've got boring leisure time. Not good. I've still had time. Maybe I'll log out to do shopping. How about I do Chinese cuisine for dinner? I gave up on crafting for the day and obediently logged out. Chapter 6. The Try and Ring and Value of Information. And on the next day, after learning my lesson yesterday, I decided not to leave the town for the day. No, I don't plan on becoming a shut-in. I'm just going to earn money to buy a bow. Although I have a reliable source of income from blue pots, I haven't had anything other than that. I thought of trying to sell handmade accessories. When it came to my feelings, it would be good if they sold level. Thanks to the armor's DX, the amount of failures when polishing jewelry decreased, and I was able to work in a stable manner. I tried to proceed to the next stage. That is, processing fine iron ore. I want to try out the limits of a portable furnace. Also, I want to make a one-off piece of equipment unique to only me. Influenced by what Magi-san and Lily said, the urge inside me to make unique equipment burst out, and this is the result. I put the fine iron ore I prepared with alchemy into the furnace and changed it into an ingot. I applied an enchant on myself and continued to swing the hammer, pounding into the ingot, and the first one was completed. Since my DX is high, the success rate of crafting was increased. In fact, it was really noticeable. It was easy. Even the iron was being made while humming a song, and I continued to mass-produce more and more fine iron ingots. The reason he was struggling so hard up until now was because he was leveling. Looks like the path of carnage is the path of the strong ones after all. Low-rank crafting skills were okay, but at high rank, it was a highly valuable experience to make something with one's own hands. The success rate was also high, and I made a ring of my own. I changed its name and design. The color was changed into that of a black metal to match my black clothing. 3 rings intersected with a peridot on a middle pedestal. The effect of the jewelry material was a defense increase. For a minimal it was 1, for small size 2, for medium size 3. The ring I made now was incomparable with the ones I had made up until now. Try and ring equipment item. Def +9. The upper limit of fine iron ore was 6, so it was a quite high-level accessory. My sense levels were also rising nicely, I thought, and looked at them. It seemed like Enchant S level reached 30. Enchant Sense has reached LV 30 or higher. Consume 3 SP for Enchant Arts. It seems like I got a sense I've seen for the first time. Since the total number of SP I have acquired hasn't reached 20, it must be the sense's growth. Enchant Arts' description was, the amount of enchant types increase, releasing attribute-based preconditions, etc. The former meant that there were 3 more types of enchants, including INT enchant. If I have an INT enchant, then my existence significance increases as I'm able to strengthen the rear guard. And as for the latter, it was no good. I didn't know the unknown preconditions. After that, the description continued. Item enchant. For real. If I can strengthen things in advance, battles will be easy. I wonder what can it be used on other than equipment. I was excited after acquiring the skill. An enchant skill column. Oh, it increased all at once. The magic attack power increased with intelligence and magic defense power increased with mind. Other than that, there was cursed, which lowered the target's stats appeared. In addition to that, there were 2 new types added: skill enchant and item enchant. What? Skill enchant. You can apply one of your skills into an item. Hey, that doesn't benefit me at all. It's used to stick my skills into equipment of others. The other one has properly benefited me. Item enchant. Player can apply the enchant to an item. If I put it on items, it'll sell. Item enchant. Enchant attack. Immediately, I applied the item enchant on an accessory. Ring equipment item. Def +5 additional effect. ATK enchant. I did it, and then in a good mood, I tried applying a second enchant to the item, but it broke. Ah, full. Is that so? If I could enchant items indefinitely with no risk, I would do double, triple enchants. Since they were items I intended to sell rather than use anyway, I repeated the experiment. I wonder if in addition to enchants I can put cursed on it. Well, let's experiment more. Item enchant. Cursed defense. Along with a black luminescence release, the ring's status has acquired DF cursed. Yua, isn't that a cursed item? Now that I think about it. Item enchant. Cursed attack. It broke after all. Next, I used enchant, cursed, and enchant in this order. The try and ring I made. Seriously, this performance is impossible. Try and ring equipment item. Def +9 additional effect. ATK enchant, speed enchant, mind cursed. With this, for a mage, I could discard the attack and put magic attack as well as defense. Why did it broke and was cursed when using 2 enchants? Maybe a material has a limit to its tolerance. In other words, depending on the material, it can take more or less. If the material's grade were to be raised, there would be no negative compensation with cursed. Moreover, these enchants, if I apply the cursed and enchant of the same types, they cancel each other out. That means, this rule allows me to freely change enchants on the equipment. By the way, it was impossible for food items and consumables. They broke immediately and disappeared. I wondered how would it work if the stones and ingots I had were applied an attack enchant. Were it combined with throwing sense, would their attack power go up? The number of possibilities have expanded. Well, that's about this much for now. And now that I know what the conditions are for it, and the fact it doesn't break, I know it's magic, not crafting type. Speaking of which, am I the only person who has ever leveled enchant up to this point? In order to raise that question, I contacted Magi-san. Magi-san, is it all right now? What is it, Yunkoin? Coming to deliver potions again? Yes, I'll come over. Also after that there's something I want to talk about. Got it. I'll be waiting. I headed over there by running. Although I ran equipped with accessories that were subjected to speed enchants, the regular enchant and item enchant seemed to be separate, and there was a slight difference between the speed. Because of that, I almost hit people several times while running. In the middle I switched into walking at a brisk pace. And in the case of item enchants, there was no light generated. Magi-san, hello. Oh, you came. Shall we get on to the potion delivery? Let's do it then. As usual, I sold blue pots, making money. Because of the DEX bonus, the amount of potions which failed decreased. I increased the size of the field and wondered about making antidote potions and paralysis potions in addition. Yunkoin, how's your current state? Getting better bit by bit. Also, the DX seemed to have an effect on the bow's corrections. Oh, you finally got that far. As expected of my disciple. No, it has nothing to do with our master-disciple relationship. Also, she spoke as if she already knew about it. You knew? Who do you think I am? Magi-san the blacksmith. During the beta test, I examined variety of sense characteristics together with Clued and Lily. We were looking for optimal corrections and combat positions. If you knew, then you could have told me. She made a sign with her hand and apologized. I didn't do it on purpose to be mean to you. Just think about it. What would it be if I taught you everything? Wouldn't it be same as looking at the guide on the website? Well, certainly that's true. Also, I hate people who overly rely on the others, and the people who look for their own selves are my pride. I give advices to people who come or negotiate with them. I welcome interesting children like you. What I hate is the riffraff. The people who want to be taught. The guys who track guide sites to boast I'm the best. That breaks the only one concept, is what I think. These are some harsh words. Well, even information is for exchange. I too bought information about items and mobs in exchange for the best weapons and armor for them. I was thankful for the top crafter's words. Geez, I need to pave my own way. It looks like there's a need for payment for the advanced lesson just now. I'm not that much of a devil. As long as Yunkoin becomes a fellow crafter in the future, I'll be satisfied. Then, for raising me up to this point, I'll give you this ring as a present. I finally managed to make it out of a fine iron, or today. Oh, you've finally reached that point. Right now I'm dealing with steel. Also, I deal with silver products. Well, looks like there's still a long way ahead of me. Then here you go. I did my best. I removed the Trian ring from my finger and passed it to her. I still haven't had enough confidence as a crafter. Then, I'm going to secure some more money from now on. Yup. See you. Wani-san will cherish this gift. I went out of the store, and when broke into a run, Magi-san jumped out of the store in a rush. But since I already began running, I didn't notice it. Geez, why did she leave it and left like that? I've never seen an accessory like this one. Magi-san murmured with an inaudible voice no one could hear. In order to secure more money, I carried out the field expansion using the money I had. After buying the 5th additional field, the price increased tenfold. There was a further fee for buying an adjacent one. The amount of fields I had increased to 6, and the amount of items I could cultivate was 120. Moreover, I bought items necessary for mixing and ended up having only 10 kg remaining. Even though I acted in such a grand manner in front of Magi-san, I'm back to being broke. To improve my weapon and armor, also to buy my own store. The road ahead of me is long. But before that, in order to create accessories, I'll need a higher-ranking furnace. A furnace that can process steel costs 80k. The one above that, 800k. I wonder if I can do anything with the remaining money. I browsed my inventory. The items that failed to go through the inspection were destroyed. Also, the randomly enchanted accessories occupied a corner of my inventory. Other than that, what I could use was meat, centipede's poison. Speaking of which, I forgot about the fossil. The appraisal fee's 5,000 G for a single time. If I take potions to Magi-san's place, I can get some money. Let's turn it into an item. So where do I restore it? If I'm not wrong, then I need to show it to an NPC named Geologist. I remembered. I didn't know where he was, but it should be fine if I proceed while asking the town's NPCs and explore the town. I asked the first NPC on the central square. It seemed to be in the northern district. I had the NPC tell me the exact location and headed towards it. When I arrived, for some reason, I was in front of an antique shop. Hey, fossils are fossils, but why does an antique shop take care of fossils? Welcome. Do you need anything from our store? A man wearing a shabby vest and a wild bedhead appeared. Can I have a fossil appraised in here? Yeah, other than that I deal with antiques. Occasionally I have real bargains. As I looked at the items in the store, most of them looked more like ornaments than item used for battles. In front of some of their names broken was written. For today, just appraisal. This thing here. I removed gold from my inventory and put it next to fossil. Sure, I accept. Then I'll take a look. He removed a monocle from his breast pocket and looked at the fossil through it. Seeing his figure, it seemed like he could use it as a theme for making accessories. Appraised. This is a seed. A seed? One of those you sow on the fields? Well, that's convenient for me. What? Are you a farmer? This is a vitality tree seed. It's not really rare. And I thought it was rare. It's a tree that grows in a quite remote location, but it can be easily found in volcanic regions. Where did you find this fossil? In a nearby cave. It might have been growing in this neighborhood long time ago. If you want to sell it, I'll purchase it for 100G. No, I'm taking it with me. I want to raise it. It's not an unusual tree, but if it takes root, it'll bear fruit every day. In long term, you might be able to collect it. And thus I have received a seed of vitality tree. Although I went back to the field in a hurry and tried to plant it, but unfortunately, the preparations still weren't done. I swung down the hoe intently on the 3 new fields. Under the blue sky, I worked in the field, while emanating red and yellow light. Thanks to the bonus from the accessories, I showed a performance equal to that of a farm tractor. It was easier than before, but as expected, it took some time. I wasn't able to prepare any funds by selling accessories. However, I'm cultivating the high potion and MP potions materials on the field and have a prospect of stable production for antidote potions and paralysis potions. Today, I logged into the game in the afternoon. Yesterday, and the day before, I desperately cultivated the fields and covered about half of them with plants. The other half was unused since there wasn't enough seeds. Good grief, I thought of blaming the fact that I didn't plan ahead, but I decided not to go too deep into it since it's a game. Pawn. Immediately after I logged in, a sound rang out. The caller was Magi-san. It was unusual for her to contact me on her own since I was at her place yesterday. Thinking that, I opened the friend chat. Hello, what happened? Hey, Yunkuen. Actually, Clued and Lily want to talk with you. So could you come to Clued's shop? Seriously? Oh, meeting him would be hard. The stalking incident aside, I'm not good with his attitude and behavior. Looks like you're bad at dealing with him. I too sometimes go, what's this guy talking about? Yeah, well, you don't really hide it, but I won't say that. Can I make some potions first? It'll take about 30 minutes. Roger that. Then if you come to Open Sesame, I'll guide you to Clued's shop. I cut the call from Magi-san and recovered items I cultivated on the field. The vitality tree only extended a little and wasn't harvestable yet. Even so, the amount of items that were planted increased. However, since it was time-consuming to harvest from the field, there was no time to make potions. There's no time. High pots and MP pots should be fine for a delivery. I can make more after coming back. I made sure there are items in the inventory and left the field. It was a road I was accustomed to traverse. I was also familiar with the NPC I avoided as I passed by. Look, there's a perfect gap to pass through between those two. Oh, those players were surprised by me slipping past. Sorry. I continued to run like that and arrived at Magi-san's shop. I'm here. Oh, just in time. Let's go then. Magi-san said something to the clerk NPC and left Open Sesame with me. After we left the store, the people we passed by continued to glance at us in secret. Since I moved through the town at full power, I wasn't being looked at too much, but an archer was unexpectedly unusual. I felt bad being looked at and wanted to go to a place I won't be seen in. Magi-san, Clued's shop is. It's a shop in the Eastern District that faces the main street. Look, there it is, commonest cafe and clothier. In the direction she pointed to with her finger, there was a shop with an open terrace. No matter how I looked at it, it was a cafe. By the way, that one on the opposite side is Lily's shop, Lily's woodworking shop. As I looked at the other side, there was a store with an elegant wooden sign. Although the amount of people entering wasn't all that big, but there were quite a few people coming and going. How to say it? One side seems quite diligent. I wonder about the other, though. It's a nice cafe, isn't it? Isn't it? Clued said that it's supposed to be a cosplay cafe. I have a bad feeling. I don't want to enter. No, I have to enter though. Then, let's go in. But it seems like it's closed though. That's because cooking is a mishap in sense, so it doesn't serve as a cafe. Sorry to intrude. Immediately after I entered following the calm Magi-san, I was attacked by a fierce regret. You came, then change into this. For some reason, Clued was waiting for us holding a pink maid outfit as well as a Japanese-style maid outfit. And while continuing to move with the flow as she entered, Magi decided everything with a blow to his belly. The way her fist hit him was beautiful. Jigufu, your fist seems heavier than before. I thought I'd vomit my internal organs. Come on, Karachi, don't make fun of people like that. It's not good. Looks like the strength is different. That ring's amazing. All three of them said something completely different. I stood in daze at the entrance of the store and looked over the scene. Magi-san gripped her fist and confirmed it. Lily sat on the counter seats further ahead, and on the ground Clued peeked through behind his knees. Why, you all right? I'm okay. No problem. I was just shocked. There was no HP damage nor pain. So, why are you saying to people who are passing by something that makes the space freeze? Clued stared at Magi-san and laughed under his nose. Why? A foolish question. I want you to wear it, because I want to see it. This characteristic and practical pink maid outfit makes one seem like he's being fawned upon. It has a sly cuteness. Japanese-style maid clothes have calm and nostalgic colors from Taisho era's romanticism and Japanese beauty, as well as slightly mature and non-striking atmosphere. I want to see it. That's all. Yes. I don't really get it, but since your acquaintance with Yun-kun is shallow, you better stop. As I listened to the flow of conversation between Magi-san and Clued, I took some more distance. Well, that's enough jokes. Yun, I want to ask you something. Is that fine? What is it? I was slightly shaken up after the lengthy speech from before. I braced myself slightly. You didn't give accessories to anyone other than Magi, have you? The Trine ring? Ah, yeah. I haven't prepared enough assortment to sell yet. Although I mostly used them to practice enchants, the copper rings couldn't bear it. Enchants were possibly only on accessories made from bronze or higher material. I see. Then this way. I looked around the store. We were guided to the room in the back, behind the counter, which had an atmosphere of a workplace. The tapestries were decorated with cloth and leather. There was a simple dressing room made of stone prepared inside as well. The four of us sat down around a large wooden table in the center of the workspace. Now then, I have a few questions. Sure. I'll say in advance, it's fine if you don't say anything. If you are worried about your own advantage in the game or things like to the point of wanting to hide it, then that's fine. Somehow, Clued exuded an atmosphere as if he was a police interrogator, and it felt even harder to deal with him. I glanced at Magi-san. She responded with an atmosphere which meant it's all right. Then I'll ask, can you make the ring Magi's wearing freely? Yeah, if I have time. At this point, I thought of talking about enchant arts, but earlier they said that they don't want to force the process out of me, so I shut up. Are you completely aware of the process? Not yet. I think I know about half of it. The last one. If you were to sell Trine ring, how much would you call for it? Somehow, an unexpected question came in the end. It's the best from my weak rings, but I have confidence it would be at least. It should be fine to sell it for 15K? Huh. That's when everyone spat out a sigh. Too expensive, huh? Then. Too expensive, is it? Then 10K. No. Youngchi, it's the other way around. That's too cheap. Shocking. Since I've been buying her items up until now, Yun-kun doesn't know the stall's prices. To put it plainly, that thing of yours costs at least 50K. If the combinations can be freely changed, then mages would pay 100K for it. Huh? Asking for 50K for 5 iron ingots. That's too expensive. Impossible. In fact, it would be fine if ingots sold for 500G each. Currently, we can only make one bonus type as an additional effect. But you can make 3 types. Although there's a cursed, which is a negative effect as an addition. But for players who don't need physical attack, such a thing wouldn't bother them, as they would get no disadvantage. Well, I could tell that if I put on INT and Mind and ATK as a negative, I could sell it to mage types. Other than that, I could make a purely physical one. Customizing it to individual style was possible. And if my sense was still craftsmanship, if it increases to level 30 and becomes engraving, I might be able to attach bonuses with more freedom. In other words, that's this thing's only worth. Yeah, the equipment provides players enhancement. And here's the main thing. We want you to teach us the manufacturing method. Of course, we'll pay for information. Huh. Another outrageous request came. I've stopped thinking for a moment. I didn't know how to interpret it. Clued began explaining with a meek expression. We're not approaching you with RMT. We intend to pay you with in-game currency. And no, wait a minute. How did it turn out this way? What's up with the sell me the recipe? I don't get it. Even if you ask for the meaning, well, just teaching us the process is meaningless. Once the information appears on the net, we'll get it. But if anything, there's a basic philosophy of the three of us. I still didn't get it. My expression must have relayed that. That's why Magi-san took over after Clued. The fundamental principle the three of us have is to sell at a fair price. It's no good if it's too cheap or too expensive. It was a coincidence that we were called the top crafters in the beta version. And so, the things we made usually sold. In other words, that's synonymous with us setting the price. That's why we want information about items in order to set a proper price. That means we're the ones who are indicating what's the fair price in this game. For example, what if Yun-kun created the accessories with his new recipe? Whether it was cheap or expensive, no matter. And if that price was thought of as appropriate, what do you think would happen? If I sold cheap, it would be resold at a higher price. If I sold it too expensive, I would be profiteering. Indeed. Moreover, with little availability, it would be thought as premium, and there is a possibility it would become breeding grounds for RMT. We don't want such situation to happen. That's why we want to know the preparation method in advance in case someone appears and makes it so that we're able to provide the same thing at reasonable price. Well, you're free to laugh if you think that wanting to balance the game is hypocritical. We're just going to find another player who found the new process and negotiate with him or her. After all, the game's currency is imaginary gold. There's no regret, even if we have to pay information fee. In other words, if I release those I would earn, and it would be a reasonable price too. Then, it's not about the talk about me selling it, is it? It's about the possibility someone found that point. Yup, we have no intention of obstructing Youngchi from playing. It's okay to play as you want to play. Also, it's fine if you refuse. Lily said so. I thought it was fine to cooperate with them. The first impression I had of Clued and Lily was bad, but I was made this great armor. Moreover, I trusted Magi-san. I understand. I'll tell you. Though, it's not like it's anything special. Ah, that helps. I explained about my enchant art sense. There were the two newly added skills skill enchant and item enchant. The additional effect on the Trine ring was made with usage of item enchant. And for some reason, if you don't put a curse on it, it'll break. Break. If I don't adhere to the rule, the item disappears. I can put 3 effects on a material, but depending on the rank and type of the material, it's possible that amount of additional effects it can be enchanted with might change both for more or less. Also, it's impossible for food and consumables. It was possible for material items. That's about all I know right now. Youngchi investigated quite a lot. I roughly understand what's item enchant, but what does skill enchant do? Skill enchant is, I haven't verified it yet, so I'm not sure, but probably it allows me to stick the skill I have into the items. That's why you said you know only half of it. I'm glad I asked in advance. Clued murmured. No, I think that was completely useless. Yun-kun, you've learned another outrageous skill. Being able to enchant your skills to the items freely is convenient. No, I don't think it's not useful at all though. There's Bao-S Art's long-distance shooting and rapid-fire Bao, second form, as well as mixing and synthesis recipes. Also, there are the craftsmanship-S additional skills that are subject to skill enchant. Skill enchant cannot enchant passive abilities that are associated with the sense, for example Hawkeye's, Farsight, or Night Vision, as well as its targeting ability or craftsmanship-S appraising eye. The so-called skills that were called active skills could be added to the target. That's why my speed increase S speed increase nor Hawkeye's Farsight cannot be added. It's impossible. There are several possibilities. What kind of items can be enchanted, whether it can be enchanted into materials or not, and what happens to the enchanted items if it's a magical skill, where is MP taken from? Depending on these 3, it might change a lot. It has to be verified right. Then Youngchi, try enchanting this staff. A piece of wood Lily took out started emitting light and changed into an uncouth staff. It must have been made with woodworking S skill. Is that fine? But I don't have any magical senses. Enchant arts is also a sense from the magic class. Isn't it fine to enchant it with enchant? Got it. Ah. Somehow, it seems like I need to register a keyword. It seemed like there was a need for a word to trigger the skill. I wonder if it's to make it so it doesn't overlap with creator's own skills? Then, how about active? It's set. Then, skill enchant, enchant attack. My MP was drained, and the cane started to emit a red light, changing its status. Staff weapon. ATK plus 2 INT plus 8 additional effect. ATK, enchant. Then, can I try it out? Lily held the staff. The keyword's active. Got it, let's go. Active. Together with Lily's voice, the cane flashed red light, which enveloped Lily. And then the staff broke. I see. Skill enchant is too strong, so this is the price. Skill enchant S skills can be only used once, and then they're disposable. Also, Lily, your MP. Good grief. The enchant was used without any MP. Oh, it can be used without MP since it's not sucked out. But it's disposable. Breaking weapons is wasteful, an out-of-place thought crossed my mind. This is dangerous. There'll definitely be a demand. The fact that not only Youngchi can use it, and I could do it as well changes a lot. Anyone can use it. This can not only be put in equipment, but also simple materials. Inexpensive items might turn into items from which magic can be used. After that, we experimented with a few items, but the skill enchant S limit was maintained. The enchanted skill can be added to item separately from item enchant, and the added skills will not activate unless creator sets the keyword in advance. It will break whenever the skill is used. Having weapons or armor damaged in the middle of the combat is fatal. Among skills, there were some that couldn't be enchanted in. It was enchant arts, skill enchant, and item enchant, just these two. It was obvious that it'll be impossible. The final things, the fact that it could be attached to materials was a big thing. And the item skill enchant was used on can be named freely. I see. At the moment Yun has monopoly on it. Looks like it. Well, I don't think that's its limit. Just like with item enchant which broke accessories made of copper, if the material is appropriately high ranked to the skill that was put in it might not be destroyed. If you learn anything else, contact us. I was really grateful to the three of them. Although aside from them accompanying me to confirm things, I was the one they were grateful to. Thanks for today. If Yun Kuin wants to sell some items made with use of enchant arts, then I would be glad if you consulted the price with us. Yes. If anything, then I would be the one grateful for such advice. Then Yun. This is the information fee. A trade request screen appeared and connected with Clued. Then, when I saw the amount being given, I doubted my eyes. 3,000 kg. Meaning, 3M. Too much money. It was unrealistic. Being given a 3M fortune, suddenly I was confused. No, there's so much it's weird. Wait a moment. As I cried out, Clued tilted his neck. Magi-san and Lily smiled wryly. One gets paid for the work they have done. It's natural. Also, the three of us discussed the amount we thought was reasonable beforehand. It's a fair price. That means the three of them brainstormed and concluded they chip in 1M each. No, I need to refuse. I can't take it. Don't worry. In this game, you'll use up that kind of money in no time. If anything, it's twice the amount needed to purchase a shop. Even more is needed to expand the facilities. That's why take it. Or will you return it? With Clued's last words, my will bent. Big money sounded appealing, but I would be anxious if I held it. First, with my equipment, I would lose to a PK, and I didn't want a huge amount of money to go to waste. I appreciate goods more. That's right. It should be fine if I change it into items as soon as possible. That's Clued and Lily. Prepare me equipment for 1M. Sure. Youngchi is using a bow, but what kind to make? Longbow? Or maybe a short bow? What bonus, ATK or DX? I'll take the contract for 400k. Then I'll take 600k and make the waist and the underwear equipment. As for enhancement material, it can be strengthened later. The bonus will be DX, the same as last time, and I hope you will leave design to me. Lily. As for the bow, a longbow with ATK bonus. Include the same armor bonus. As for design, absolutely no skirts. Somehow, it felt really anticlimactic as I ordered the equipment so casually. Also, when I said no skirts, Clued's made an unpleasant expression. You are a perfect model, I found. Sailor uniforms and Miko garments, battle maiden's costume, yukatas and cheongsams. I even want you to wear a swimsuit. I'll put up with all that, but at least wear a skirt. No, I'll be troubled if you emphasize it so much. And hey, why are you looking at me from above? After you wear it, I'll take SS2 from various angles. I'll give you a discount too, and we'll be satisfied. I don't want to. Rather, I'm a man. What, a man? Then a Boy Scout's outfit, military uniform, a naval costume. No, it should be a casual outfit or a swordsman's. No, it has to be one from Animal Pajama series, a suit hiding body, and so on. I've heard quite disturbing words. Magi-san re-equipped the Tryon ring and gripped her fist. As Clued looked at it, he began to shed cold sweat. I beg you, wearing a skirt is too embarrassing, anything but that. I get it. A craftsman needs to fulfill the client's request. However, I will get you to wear my cosplay costume one day. Kukukudo. Hey, that's scary. Somehow the cool atmosphere was ruined. Well, fine. I paid the 1M up front. I really have no idea what to do with remaining 2M. Youngchi's using the initial equipment right now, so she doesn't know. But repairing equipment unexpectedly takes time and money. By the way, the price paid for repairing broken equipment is based on its rank. Roughly 20% of the price paid when buying the weapon. I calculate 10% for armor. In other words, 80k for the weapon I asked now, 30k for one piece of armor. The total for all items I asked for would be 140k. Well, the price is also influenced by the degree it was damaged by. It's an amount you'll use immediately and in a planned manner too. I was grateful for Magi-san's words. I delivered the potions and logged out. 1. RMT, real money trade. 2. SS for screenshots. Chapter 7. The Black Maiden's Longbow and the Magic Gem. The need to secure money has disappeared. But forget 50kg, I can't just carry around friggin' 2M. Although a huge amount of money rained down on me from the sky, I'm just a simple citizen. I don't want to carry such a fortune around. I'm seriously scared of things like PK. I might be in a state a lottery's winner would be in. I selected Taku from the friend list and called him. Hey, you there? Taku, what is it? If you want an invite for hunt, then it's impossible. We're currently hunting around the second town. Not that, a short consultation. I won't take long. Got it. Everyone eat, a small break. I'm talking now. Isn't stopping in the middle of a hunt bad? So? It's unusual for Yun to consult with me. No, I just accumulated a lot of money, but I'm afraid to carry it around with me. Can it be deposited somewhere? Is there an in-game bank or something? I haven't seen one. But guilds and homes can function as a storage for items and gold. I don't have a home. Well, there are no guilds yet either. I'll start one soon, if I find people that is. I see a guild. Well, I'm hunting solo so it doesn't matter to me. So, how much did you accumulate? No, it's scary so I'm not saying. Also, I want to deposit it as not to splurge. I would use it up immediately afterwards. You're right, you'd buy something like a field. After buying 5th field the price goes up tenfold. There's also a fee taken. No way, don't tell me you bought more. I bought 6. I paid 100k for the fields up until now. Although I've been earning quite well, the money continues to disappear for some reason when I buy materials or tools. How mysterious. You should just set up a shop in there. I can. No, I have no idea. It's possible? Maybe. I'll ask the NPC. Sure, then I'll be going too. Somehow that conversation ended. No, it can't be. It's a farmland, the South District. It could be done, everyone would buy out the fields, right? And that's not true, is it, NPC-san? You want a store? If you buy enough land to become a landlord, you'll be able to make one. Hey, it can be done. By the way, how much land do I need? If you buy 10, you'll be authorized as a landlord. However, the land for the store is a different thing. In addition, construction of the store is done separately from that. Then, for adjacent fields, 200 kg then. Can you handle all that land alone? If needed, you can hire a farmer's daughter. Want to try it? The NPC was worrying about me. No, he's right. I think I might not be able to manage it. While worrying about that, I received a deed of land. You said you wanted a store? There's a lot of land to pick from so you can freely choose. Then a place that's adjacent both to the field and the main street. You chose some favorable conditions again. One land piece 200 kg. Just a moment ago, I paid 200k for 4 pieces of land. Now it's 200k for one. Well, with one it would be too narrow. If you bought 3, 4, it would be nice and wide. How wide is one land? The same as a single field. So 4 would be quite spacious, but it might be good with just 3. Then give me 3, please. That'll be 800 kg. Wait a moment. Just now you said 200k. That's the lowest price. In that case, it's 800 kg together with fee for adjacent lands. This should already be a good enough compromise. The NPC rebuked me saying so, growling. Got it. Fine then. Then give me those. I didn't think 2M would turn into 1M in such a short time. However, with 10 fields I could produce 200 items. That made me happy. I might even hire an NPC to manage it, when I thought that the key item, landlord's certificate, appeared in my inventory. Then I'll pass this to you. This is... The NPC passed me a few sheets of paper and a pen. It seemed important even though there was nothing written on it. Draw the floor plan of the store on it, and just show it to Master Carpenter at the second town. Just put the estimates in there. After that you just need to pay me to build the store. In other words, this is a quest item. This town only rents out shops. One isn't constructed by merely purchasing the land. There is a dedicated quest for construction. In fact, a quest store construction appeared in the quest column, but, hey, have you been in the second town? Oh, once you go there, once you can move between with portals, right? But before that, you need to defeat the boss at least once. The NPC narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. No, I already agreed. Is there anything else? Hey, oh right, I forgot. It seems like a new conversation. Is that something advantageous to me? In case you want to hire farmer's daughter, it's 100 kg a month. You're saying that now? What will you do? 3 months contract. But well, I hired her. She can cultivate it with a hoe, plant the fertilizer, and I just have to give her seeds and specify partitions, and everything would be done by itself. And when it's ripe, it seemed like she harvested it. NPC San, who did heavy labor. Cheers for the good work. It seemed like she worked even after I logged out. The field problem has been eliminated. From tomorrow, I need to start heading to second town to capture it. The store I dreamed of. I need to go to the second town to find Master Carpenter, get the store plan. In order to do that, I have to fight with Boss Mob, Blade Lizard. Honestly, it was a pain. However, I had an idea who would help me with to pass it. Meow. Actually, I need to go to the second town. Could you help me pass through? That's what I let out of myself when we were sitting together at the dinner. Today's dinner was made to please her. Thus, I made Mio's favorite meat spaghetti. Well, it was easy to make noodles. But that was secret from her. Oni-chan got interested in moving forward. Of course I'll help. Let's summer adventure. Not really. Rather than that, Mio, do you know what adventure means? Adventure meant adventure in French. Although it was necessarily wrong, it had a meaning of love, adventures, and playing with fire. I have a quest for which I absolutely have to go to the second town. It's unusual for Oni-chan to receive a quest. If it's the second town, then there's collection of fairy glow or investigation of Mildandy's Road. Also, there's a quest related to establishment of a guild, subjugate Mastaldane. No, it's store construction quest. I've never heard about it. What do you get for it? Is it fine to say? Honestly, it's the seed business. I want to keep it secret since I want to continue buy out the fields in secret. All right, let's say it ambiguously. As long as I'm not specific, there's no problem. I've become a landlord. How do you become a landlord? Yup, it didn't work. My little sister hath tilted her head cutely, a classic. If a natural type pretty girl did it, it seemed like everyone would most likely drop in an instant. Damn, this girl's a hardcore gamer. The possibility of becoming a landlord has lodged itself in her head already. She's a person who would start investigating flags to become a landlord. I bought land. Land where? I haven't heard of it. No, I think you know. I've heard of it from you. From me. She thought silently with a fork in her hand. With that question, I shut up and watched her quietly. It can't be. Oh, you noticed. Southern District's fields. You bought it even though there's no seeds. Even I haven't found any. No, I bought it because I had seeds. Oni-chan has seeds. How did you get them? Normally like this, yeah. Indeed, it glowed and done. I used a skill, see. Well, if she understands, that'll be amazing. Did you find a sense that makes seeds? She understood. What's this? A non-verbal conversation between siblings. Don't spread the word. Don't put the info on the forums. I won't tell anyone. I won't. Then I'll tell you. Thank you, Oni-chan. What a greedy little sister. Good grief. I made it with alchemy sense. Did you learn such a skill by raising alchemy S level? No, I used lower matter conversion. If you use it on plant-based item, the seeds are the lowest level item of the type, and they grow into the source plant. In other words, you made it from herbs. That means, I bought raw material for hypots and MP potions and cultivated them. By using alchemy sense, I increased the number of seeds, cultivating a whole field. I create potions by using mixing and sell them. Oh, Oni-chan. You can make hypots and MP potions? What? Is it that surprising? It's impossible not to be surprised. The items players create have a naturally high effect. When thinking of hunting efficiency, those potions are much more efficient than the ones made by NPC. But I'm playing solo, and I defeat things before they can deal damage. I will die if they get close. Other than the hunt with Taku and the others, I haven't tasted any real hunting. Right now I'm in the middle of cultivating materials for hypots and MP potions. Meanwhile, I earn by selling blue pots. For you to make blue pots, you raised your mixing pretty high. Recently there have been circulating premium blue pots. They're perfect for rearguards who have less HP. Premium blue pots? After mysterious blue pots, now it changed into premium. I don't know about premium blue pots, but I purchase and make them with cheap materials. I have switched the fields to raising high pots. Oni-chan. I'll get the best setup of members. Tomorrow I'll talk with everyone. So the day after tomorrow, let's go and hunt Blade Lizard in 2 days. Sure. I'm also in the middle of preparing equipment, so if you could do that, it'd help. I managed to get her on my side. That's great, but it made me uneasy just how was Mio so easily motivated. Tomorrow I'll also be preparing, so the day after tomorrow. I'm fine with any time, so I leave it to you. Got it. We'll provide you the passage, making sure you're safe and sound. I want to level my bow too, so let me help. As I said that, Mio started pondering. I got it. I've become really anxious. It seemed like I'd be a huge nuisance to her party members. Rather than just provide the party provisions, how about I prepare them apology gifts? It will be a reward for escorting me through this boss, as well as for spreading shop's publicity. After dinner, I started preparations for the day after tomorrow. I bought materials and created potions. The enemy challenged was Blade Lizard. When we were fighting Golem, majority of the blue pots I had were unused. After talking with Mew, it seemed that the recovery items that were currently used were high pots and highly effective blue pots. For players of Mew and the others, level high pots won't be necessary, but I can't say it'll be absolutely safe. Although I couldn't increase the success rate to the extreme, I'd like to erase the elements that make me anxious as much as possible. Admittedly, I felt like something would happen because of how fired up Mew was. And so, despite knowing it's in excess, I made about 100 blue pots. If there's this much prepared, I can feel safe about everything. And the yet unseen party members, as well as Mew, can use it on another occasion. And, since there was no time at the moment, rather than preparing it manually, I used a skill. When using mixing and synthesis to create items, 1-by-1 success rate is high, but the experience amount given is low. On the contrary, if you create a large amount of items at a time, a part of crafted items will fail, but a bigger amount of experience will be earned. Recently, the amount of blue pots I could make at once with the skill increased. There was no more big material losses because of failures. Passing just blue pots to them doesn't seem all that interesting. Need to find something that'll be more interesting. If possible, I want to pass them some items that would increase publicity of my shop. I looked for items that would look good in my inventory. Thinking of practical use, an assortment of high pots and MP potions would have an impact. Something like Bond Festival gifts. Wait, that's for house visit gifts. An enchanted ring, impossible. I can't pass them such a thing all of a sudden. Come to think of it, skill enchant can be used on material items. If I don't have any items to give out, let's try making some. Let's try experimenting for a bit. The keyword enchant should be fine. Skill enchant, enchant attack. I applied attack power increase enchant to a stone. The material received the red light of enchant, and without breaking, it settled down on my hands. To name it now, how about enchant stone? The trigger keys enchant too. The enchant stone I held in my hand since the keyword I was thinking of and started the skill that has been embedded in. It finished its role and became sand. Not only just with a murmur, but also despite not intending to activate it. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be verified. Checking the differences between the normal stones and enchant stones I made, I wondered. Like this, it'll be hard to distinguish it from a normal stone. It's no different from the normal large stones I hold. They are stones of the size of my fist. It seems like it would be hard to carry them around. Well, I made this thing, but passing them something this clunky is, well, awkward. That's right, I've got just the right skills for processing substances. I took out a new stone, and then subjected it to polishing from the skill window. The scrub stone has changed into a size that was easy to hold and had a glossy surface. This is it. This size makes it easy to grip, but the color has remained as it is. Since each type of enchant has its own color, let's dye it to match the type of enchant. Red for attack power increase, blue for defense increase, yellow for speed increase, also orange for magic attack and green for magic defense. After matching the colors, I polished the stones and dyed the each type in their respective colors before subjecting them to enchantments. There are items like these in games, aren't there? Ones that raise your stats temporarily. Well, in this game's case, if you have mixing s next sense dosing, you can make that kind of potions from monster's meat. That's what Taku said before. And for no reason in particular, the enchant arts level increased. Maybe to enchant a magic attack. I should level up a sense which deal with magic attacks? And wouldn't putting a magic attack in be awesome? For example, scrolls with magic in them that let you cast magic once. There should be items like that. Ones that allow you to invoke magic without using MP and pointlessly long chance. A Gatling gun which has 100 magic rounds. Truly, romance. I was curious about it to the point I couldn't help but to try it out. Possessed SP12. Hawk Eyes LV28. Magic Talent LV28. Magic Power LV26. Alchemy LV18. Enchant Arts LV3. Mixing LV29. Synthesis LV20. Craftsmanship LV21. Crafting Knowledge LV19. Earth Element Talent LV1. Unequipped. Bow LV18. Taming LV1. Speed Increase LV11. Discovery LV8. Because I wasn't in combat, I removed Bow Sense and got an elemental talent. The reason I picked Earth Element was because it was somewhat unpopular and none of my acquaintances had this element. No, it wasn't all that unpopular. It's just that others were putting appearance as the priority. Of course, even though I took magic, it doesn't mean I'm going to become a mage. Don't expect me to level senses like staff or magic book. Right from the beginning, I'll focus on crafting items by using Earth magic. Earth Element S magic. At the start, there's just this The only Earth Element S skill was Bomb. When I tried it out, there was an explosion of ochre yellow light. Honestly, as far as explosions go, it was just as vivid as light or flame. It's plain, but it's not like it's the only weak element among the 6 elements, is it? Can it be enchanted into a stone? Although I tried it out on a stone, it cracked. I tried to enchant it 2, 3 times, and it broke every time. In other words, stones weren't of high enough rank as a material. I tried using iron ingots, but it was no good either. If it came down to that, the only item I could use were gems. I tried using a small-sized gem, but it didn't work. The synthetic gems of medium size weren't strong enough and collapsed too. It left only medium-sized paradots. As expected, it's impossible to enchant small-sized ones. If the next size won't work, I'll give up for today. Keywords Bomb Set. Skill Enchant Bomb. After emitting ochre yellow light, the peridot gem remained in my hand without breaking. That means elemental magic needs quite a high-ranked material, otherwise it's no good, huh? At the very least, medium-sized gems. Although it's not yet confirmed, but seems like containing the top-level magic would be difficult or impossible. Thinking of the game balance, deadly blows which could be triggered with just a keyword without consuming any MP just by preparing the magic in advance would be nothing else other than a cheat. In order to avoid that, the rank of the material required for attack magic might have been set higher. Seriously. I do think it's quite reasonable. Also, one more thing. My MP gauge. Just by casting the weakest magic, 30% of my MP was consumed. 1% of my MP was used when recited normally, but the reason MP consumption didn't bother me when making enchant stones was either because of enchant magic's low rank or the fact that it was originally derived from the enchant itself. And depending on how much MP is required in order to enchant a high-rank attack magic, I can assume that if there's not enough MP, the enchanting will fail. Enchanting with high-level spells will be hard. The material and the amount of MP I possess, as well as the magic I possess, are the deciding factors. If I were to name it in the same fashion as the enchant stones, it'll be Magic Gem, I guess. I can't make big amounts of magic gems. Well, let's think of it as of a trump card. I sat down to recover my MP and put the bomb enchants into the remaining gems. After finally making about 2 dozen of them, my Earth Element went up to level 2. Somehow, it took quite a while. Maybe I should take Magic Recovery Sense? I thought, but it was too late to experiment with that. On the next day, the moment I logged in, I was called out to buy the NPC. I left management of the field too. Yun-san. Yes? What is it? There was something to talk about concerning field. The NPC spoke to me by herself. Anyhow, even if I talked to the AI for the entire day, I wouldn't get bored of it. That's the conversation ability it had. Amazing. I wonder if there are people who train their ability to speak with people by using NPCs. The vitality tree has finally settled in. Thank you. I'll take a look then. After I replied, she returned a charming smile. How detailed. Can it be that there's a person inside? I wondered. And I've been guided to the vitality tree. It was tall enough to reach my chest and bore 3 fruits. The shape of the fruit, amazing, it's garlic. Garlic growing on trees, how surreal. Hey, what can vitality tree be used for? I wonder. On the contrary, I want to ask Yin-san, why have you planted this? I had a seed, so I planted it. It would be better if there were no such realistic, awkward atmosphere. If I was told that it's people who are operating NPCs, I'm confident I would immediately believe them. Since the atmosphere was so awkward, I spoke out. I'll be going out for a while, so I'll leave harvesting to you. Yes, have a nice trip. I was running away, though I did have errands to run. I contacted Magi-san and the others beforehand, and went to pick up the weapon and armor. It seemed like we're gathering together in Lily's shop today. I left towards the town and headed to the shop in the Eastern District. Probably since it was open today, there were people who entered and left Clued's shop. Surprisingly, I felt like there was a lot of female customers. No, just a coincidence. Yeah, coincidence. It's just that there's a lot of women who dress in cloth and leather equipment. While telling myself that, I entered Lily's shop on the opposite side. Inside, there seemed to be some customers. They were magic users and people who wanted wooden weapons. In the store, there were wands and staff with jewels as well as bows. There were also striking weapons like flail, a stick with a chain attached to it. They all decorated the shop. The weapons had a different kind of charm from the ones Magi-san's shop had and were pleasing to the eye. Interesting, there's even a slingshot. There was an Y-shaped wooden weapon with stretching leather material between branching parts. Welcome, Youngchi. The bow is ready. Leaving the people who looked at the weapons in the store alone, I faced towards Lily, who was behind the counter. The store seemed to be smoothly operated by a clerk NPC who had a slender face. After Lily took me to the back of the store, NPC looked towards us and nodded lightly. This, too, was realistic. I came. How about the other two? Karachi's still in his shop. Magic Chi is waiting in the back. Can I go into the back too? There's something I want to show everyone that I don't want others to see. What? You've been naughty again. Stop with the accusations. It's nothing I need to feel guilty of. I mouthed a complaint, but Lily in front of me laughed happily. I cringed. Oh, Yunkuin. Hello. Hello, Magi-san. I feel like I'm not necessary today, but is there something? About that, look forward to it later. Ahaha. You're such a tease, Youngchi. Lily said so and picked up a longbow that was placed in the middle of the table. The bow was made just as Youngchi requested it. It's big, so handling it might be hard. Try holding it. It was a curvy and flexible bow. The color was black. The tone was like that of ebony. The string was very tense. Overall, the bow was quite heavy, but it wasn't at a level where it couldn't be handled. Rather than that, it gave a nice feeling as I held it in my hand. Black Maiden's longbow weapon. ATK plus 40 additional effect. ATK bonus. Black Maidens, why Maidens? Weapons just like armor pieces rank up, and additional effects can be added with an enhancement material. Also, I'll occasionally do a maintenance on it to recover its durability, but, Youngchi, can you use it? Yeah, it's a bit heavy, but it fits nicely. Using it might be hard, but I'll be able to aim quite far with this. I pulled the string without an arrow and released it. A clear sound like that of a string instrument resounded in the room. Yunkuin's really amazing. Is that so? Among weapons, the equipment that does not fit one status gets a negative stat correction. If a metal armor is equipped without enough ATK, speed drops down extremely, and in case of a large sword, it cannot be lifted. That also applies to a bow. And so, Yunkuin wasn't rejected by the bow. That's amazing. If the equipment does not fit the status, there's a negative correction, a rejection. That's clever. The negative correction for the bow is damage reflection. The people who use bows in reality sometimes injure their hands while handling it, right? That's the happening phenomenon. If your DX is too low, every time you shoot an arrow you receive damage. It seemed like they were groundless fears of mine. Maybe she'll somehow manage as she is now, I thought, but it seems like you have enough DX. So the reason Lily was hesitating as he passed the bow was that. Even so, to think Bao had such an unfortunate circumstance and I didn't know of it. Also, it seemed like it's impossible to use any other equipment since it doesn't match me. Speaking of which, Taku, for example, didn't wear a whole body armor. He didn't have metal equipment on his head nor arms. Among the players I passed by in the town, only a few of them had full-body metal armor, although it was lack of funds, but it seems like they couldn't equip it for such a profound reason. It appears like Karachi has come. Come inside. Lily seemed to have been talking with Clued via friend call. Before long, Clued came inside, guided by the NPC. I'm last, huh? Sorry I'm late. We didn't really have to wait for you. Also, you were doing that again, right? Magi-san waved her hand, speaking in amazement. What's that? Hey, what does that mean? I was putting screenshots of players wearing my clothes on the blog. Peeping shots. You really are rude. I properly explain it to people. I hide their faces as well. It's a blog introducing the clothes. And you too are one of my models. Why? The clothes you're wearing are my masterpiece. They're pieces wearing the name of CS. How could I leave them unrecorded? No, I've no idea about that. Just give me the armor. Good grief, what a hasty girl. He let out a sigh. No, I'm the one who's tired mentally here. Here, inner and waist equipment. I started gnashing my teeth in the middle. Inner was still good. There was an embroidery same as the one on the black coat. I didn't know what kind of embroidery it was, but it looked like a cool emblem. However, I couldn't accept the waist. Hey, this ain't pants. This is a swimsuit. It's not panties, so you don't have to be ashamed. I said no skirt, so you made a swimsuit. That's extra embarrassing. Don't worry. If you tie a loincloth on your belly, it'll be like a skirt. No, sorry. I was joking. Magi-san raised her fist, aiming for Clued with a smile on her face. Among rings she had equipped on her fingers, there was the Trine ring. These are ATK increasing rings, that's for sure. The real thing is this. Instead of the swimsuit from before, what he took out was hot pants. These were made from dark green fabric. They felt similar to jeans as they touched the skin. It must have been easy to move in them. I was a bit anxious about my back, but the hem of the coat was splendidly designed to hide my butt. CS number 6 Ochre Creator. That's what you should call it. That series name and number feels a bit embarrassing though. That's one thing I won't surrender. Also, look at the equipment's performance. CS number 6 Ochre Creator Underwear. Def plus 10 Mind plus 10 additional effect. DX bonus. CS number 6 Ochre Creator Waist. Def plus 10 Speed plus 10 additional effect. DX bonus. Add the plus 16 physical defense from the outerwear. There's magic defense 10 and speed 10. That's what you get from 3 pieces of armor. The performance should be better than some lame, full-body metal armor. No, I have no clue. There's nothing I can compare it to, so I leave it to specialists. Is that so, Magi-san? It's true. If anything, there's the speed increase, so you can move more nimbly than when using a metal armor. You serious? Well, certainly being fast appears to be a good thing. I've already prepared the designs for the 3 other pieces. Hurry up and prepare gold for it. I want people to worship the fully complete Ochre Creator set. But won't they look even if it's on the display? Clothes are to be worn by a best model. I have no interest in clothes that aren't worn. That line of his was cool, but he wants to dress me up. Dangerous. I feel goosebumps because of that. Lily, is there a place I can change in? Then, there's a private room over there. This way, please. I've been guided to the room and changed into Ochre Creator equipment. It was comfortable to wear, much better than the initial equipment I've been wearing up until now. My body was light. I could feel the speed increase as benefits. I've finished changing. Everyone's been staring at me. Wait a sec. The quiver is hung on my shoulder. My hair was fine. Although it felt weird to worry about dressing up in the VR, but I lightly fixed it up. It suits you. Yunkun looks really light. Oh, Youngchi looks like a model. Looks like my judgment wasn't wrong. Being given such a positive feedback by those 3 made me happy, but a bit embarrassed as well. Maybe sympathizing with these feelings of mine, Lily approached me and pulled me by my hand. Then while wearing that equipment, let's try out the bow. Lily took us all to the back of the shop. In there was a 10 meters wide and 15 meters long place that was reminiscent of shooting grounds. I made it for trial shooting with magic and the bow. Youngchi, try shooting the scarecrow. All right, let's try it for a bit. I stared with hawk eyes at the scarecrow wearing a plate armor. I knocked an arrow on the new longbow and pulled the string. Probably because of the new armor's DX increase, it was easier to handle the string than a while ago. I released the first one. The arrow flew straight and hit the center of the scarecrow, but was repelled by the metal plate. However, in the place it hit, there was a small dent. Next I moved, walking to the right. I shot an arrow, and despite moving away to a different spot, I hit the same place as before. The third one was shot from the left, and it also hit the same place. This time, the dent on the steel plate increased. Fourth, fifth, I shoot from the left and right the same way. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Although it was a small pace, I continued to sidestep to both left and right, and while shooting arrows, my posture was undisturbed. After shooting 18 arrows, I was able to tear through the metal plate. I lowered the bow and let out a big sigh. I spoke to myself about my impressions. I think it's good. Before, I was unable to pierce through iron. You pierce through iron with just an arrow. Shooting on the move is high-level technique for those who attack from long distances, Yunkun. Moreover, she shot all the arrows in the same place. Youngchi's DX is quite high. Being told so by Magi-san and Lily was embarrassing. And while crossing his arms, Clued mumbled. Rec done, SS made, folder name, Black War Goddess. Finished, saved and hidden. I've heard something scary. Ignorance is a bliss. Let's move on with the conversation. Thank you for making me cool weapon and armor. Lily, Clued. Don't mention it. Won't you become my model? I'll give you a discount on the armor. Don't worry. I love making things with my own hands. Lily, I look forward to being your regular customer. Include men's clothes, and you won't use my name. These are the conditions. Lily made a joyful expression. Include raised his shoulders in protest, as well as Magi-san, who looked at us as if she saw something pleasant. Now then, the thing I wanted to talk to you three about. With the enchant arts as skill enchant from before, I have itemized materials. I showed the 3 enchant stones and magic gems. The fact that enchanting and attack magic consume a large amount of MP and the possibility that higher level skills cannot be added unless the material is adequately high level. I have expressed my opinion on that and described what I think. After my explanation finished, the first one to raise a doubtful voice was Lily. What about effectiveness? How much damage does it deal? When holding a wand or staff, there's additional damage correction. How about the enchanted magic gem? The perceptive Lily posed questions in a rapid succession. As a carpenter, he knew a lot of magic users who used wands and staffs, thus he asked. But I couldn't answer. In fact, I haven't tried it out yet. So could I do it in here? Sure, try aiming it at that scarecrow. I stowed the bow in the inventory and took out the magic gems instead. I held it in my left hand. Boom! I held another gem in my right hand. I made a pose to throw it. Responding to the keyword, the magic gem started to emit light. But the gem in my right hand wasn't the only one that lit up. The 9 gems I held in my left hand responded as well. Shit, get down. Immediately after Clude's yell rang out, all the gems I held in my hands exploded. After the explosion, a dense smoke enveloped us, but I somehow survived. The surroundings of Ground Zero were marked with brown burn marks. The part of the store was broken. Cough, cough. Impossible, a spontaneous discharge. I feel dizzy. Since I was at the Ground Zero, my HP barely survived after being subjected to multiple magical explosions. Have I not changed my equipment, I would be definitely dead. Lily, who was nearby, has also received some damage. Magi-san, are you okay? I'm fine since Clude held me down. Better say that I shielded you. But that sure was flashy. Scolding will come later. Look at your body first. I raised a dumb voice. I looked at myself. The left half of the outerwear's coat disappeared completely. The underwear and hot pants were torn, giving them a risque feel. My left flank and my left buttock were completely exposed. Since I had a female body type, exposure of the white skin was horribly embarrassing. In real, I'm a man. Even though it wasn't my original body, being seen still wasn't good. Although I immediately hid my body with my hands. The torn places were very wide, and it was pointless to try hiding them like that. Seeing my reaction, continued to stare. Click, a sound of a shutter rang out. What did he screenshot just now? Lily's clothes were torn as well. It's true. My entire body received minor damage. I checked my equipment. The entirety of my new armor was damaged, even though it was brand new. For an armor to be damaged by 10 rounds of beginner's magic. Impossible. Not necessarily. There's a bonus for chaining the same type. Also, with a simultaneous explosion, a combo happened. The amount of damage was increased with every blow. It's not such an impossible phenomenon. Moreover, only I received the damage since I was at 0 distance. While hiding my body, I took out a potion and recovered. Looks like you need clothes to change into. You too can change into these. What Clude took out was a sailor uniform and a Navy's military uniform. It can't be that you want me to wear sailor uniform? Wrong. The one who will wear sailor uniform is Lily. You're wearing this military uniform. Sure. Give it to me. I'll change into it. Is that fine? You're a man, aren't you? It's okay. Since it's a game, one should fool around a bit. After saying so, Lily went into a private room to change into a sailor uniform. After he came back, this time I went into the private room and changed. The Navy's military uniform let out a neat impression overall. I spontaneously accepted the waist equipment, which were slacks. Feeling the mood those clothes created, I tried folding hands behind my back. I changed. Lily, I'm sorry for causing such a commotion with that explosion. Don't worry, Youngchi. My armor was broken just a little bit. Playing with fireworks on the grounds is dangerous. But that's not a phenomenon you see in games. Although 2 people were optimistic, Clude silently crossed his arms. His form was beautiful, but unfortunately, he was intimidating as he stood silent. Please say something. How sad. It was torn up immediately after I passed it to you. I'm sorry. I'll fix you two's equipment immediately. Yun's outerwear will repair automatically. But the other has to be repaired. Same for Lily's, who was hit by collateral. You will pay for the repairs since you're the one responsible. No way, I wasn't all that. No, it's fine. I'm the one responsible. so let me pay. The fact that I was the one who involved him with it didn't change. That's why I'll pay. Good. That's a great resolve you've got. Lily's shop repairs approximately 300K. Your clothes repair 150K. Lily's full body armor repair 350K. 800K in total. Impossible. I can't pay. There's no way I can pay that. I don't have enough gold on hand now. A cold sweat starts flowing down my skin. I don't have enough. I don't have enough gold to fix the store. To spend 2M in just a few days, that's amazing in its own way. Yunkuan, it can't be helped. If you allow me to put screenshots of you wearing those clothes on the blog, I'll pay the money you're lacking. With that it'll get cheaper. Well, if it's just 1 or 2 shots. Well, that much is fine. Lily, take a pose. Yun, fold your arms behind your back. I'm going to take screenshots until I'm satisfied. Hey, wait. The current situation escalated grandly, and many photos were taken. Later, he sent me commemorative pictures. I don't need them. It's been a while since I did such a good job. Cheers for the good work, Yunkuan. Clued too. You should hold back some. Magi-san happily watched our photo session. In the middle I gave up too, and continued to do what Clued told me to. That has nothing to do with screenshot, does it? Right now, my broken armor was self-repairing itself by absorbing my MP. For other pieces, Clued repaired them for me. My pockets were once again empty. I was left without a penny. Now then, we've strayed from the main topic. Youngshi, what do you intend to do with enchant stones and magic gems? I want to pass it to acquaintances to get impressions and then try selling them in the store. However, since making magic gems is tedious, I'll probably leave them for my own use. Then, let's do our standard routine, time to determine the price. We're going to market it with an average of the prices everyone says. If it doesn't feel good enough, we'll adjust it. How much for an enchant stone? As Magi-san said that, everyone said their price going clockwise as we sat around the table. 5,000 from me. 10. Then, I'll say 10K. How about Yunkuan? I'd say 5,000 G. Then, a enchant stone for about 7,500? For a consumable used for boss battles, that's reasonable. If the effect's duration lengthens, then that amount can increase. I don't know much about prices, but is that how it is? Then, how about magic gem? 50. The opinion of the three was perfectly in sync. Well, I'm going to use it for myself. I don't know what's its value, but is it really worth that much? I'm going to keep making them for myself, but I didn't think it was only worth that much. Well, the price depends on the magic type. The damage of 10 bombs that brought you near death. Were such a suicide bombing to be used at the rearguard positions, I think that would surely send everyone to oblivion. 50 kg for fireworks which will fly up from the ground. Also, if you can use a defense-type magic with one action, I think it might be useful when an immediate effect is needed. Magic Gem seems to activate about 5 seconds after the keyword is chanted. In the meantime, it's possible to throw it. From what I've seen, rather than using a tracking like magic, the drawback is that it's activated starting from the gem itself. I don't really feel like it's a disadvantage. Maybe it's possible to install a trigger activation for it? You could make something like traps, right? Something like bombs or landmines. I can't think of 50 kg lying down on the ground. Heck, from what I've heard it feels like it's more useful against other players rather than monsters. In fact, after checking it later, it seemed like it was possible to set up a trigger beforehand. It seems like the ownership of the magic gems remained even after they left my hands. Although it was convenient, it felt like it'll be hard to handle multiple of them. I need to utilize the lesson I learned from the accidental explosion and give each one their own keywords. Honestly, it would be a hassle. I would definitely forget them. Somehow, the value of gold remains the same. I'm broke so I can't buy anything. It's fine. If you need money, then bring them to me. I'll buy enchant stones in consignment along with the potions. Then after I'll get some impressions, I'll bring you some. I'm sorry to take your time today, and thank you for your counsel. I said so in the end and left Lily's store. As a side note, in the evening of that day, I've been sent a picture of myself cross-dressing, even though I'm really a man, into navy uniform and a confused expression in a 2-shot photo with Lily hugging me with a big smile as he was dressed in sailor uniform. It was taken really well, and since it would be a waste, I didn't delete it. Surprisingly, cosplay can be a good thing. Chapter 8. The Blade Lizard and the Train Man. On the day I was supposed to subjugate the Blade Lizard with Mew, I was made wait for Mew at the Eastern Gate, the same one we met at last time. I'm going to meet up with friends and head to the meeting location. And like that, it was my turn to wait. Well, that's fine by me. I opened the inventory and confirmed what items I had. for sets of iron arrows plus 10, other than that there were enchant stones and various recovery items, antidote, and paralysis potions. Oh right, I learned something interesting. The name of the NPC that was hired to take care of the field appeared to be Kyuko. After talking with her, I learned that she can also deliver the items to other people on my behalf, as well as purchase items from NPCs for me. I thought of having her purchase additional material items and having her deliver potions to Magi-san. Also, one more thing. This morning when I was mixing items on the field, my mixing S level increased up to 30. After using 2 SP, I upgraded it to dosing. With this, I could use monster meat to create medicines. And so, it could be said that my senses have grown splendidly. Possessed SP 12. Bow LV 18. Hawk Eyes LV 28. Speed Increase LV 11. Discovery LV 8. Magic Talent LV 29. Magic Power LV 27. Alchemy LV 20. Enchant Arts LV 6. Dosing LV 1. Crafting Knowledge LV 19. Unequipped. Taming LV 1. Craftsmanship LV 21. Synthesis LV 21. Earth Element Talent LV 3. It was a sense build adjusted for combat purposes. The reason dosing was used rather than Earth Element Talent was for the sake of equipping items. Even though they were on similar levels, one of the senses was a stage higher, and the DX increase value was high for crafting type senses. Originally, my main wasn't magic, so I don't benefit much from INT and mind stats. Well, I've quite the margin when it comes to SP I can spend. The amount of SP I acquired exceeded 20, and even though I checked the new senses, I didn't find anything attractive. The best ones were Snake Eyes Mew told me about, bad status resistance senses, as well as different types of resistance senses. From operation type senses, the ones which managed operations, there was action restriction release, Mew took, swimming step, and climbing. Other than that, the knowledge type senses, survival and linguistics, also ones for relations with NPCs, haggling, and purchase increase. Those were some specialized senses. Being able to acquire more senses was a good thing, but all of them had very limited applications. Although I was interested in them, there was nothing I needed from among them. Well, the senses you don't need to think too deeply about are the best. I was waiting for Mew and the others while staring blankly at the sky. Occasionally, I felt gazes from around focused on me. The moment I looked around, everyone faced away all at once. Although that seemed to happen many times, it must have been my imagination after all. Once again, I looked at the sky inadvertently. After a while, clop, 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 a sound of fast footsteps reached my ears. HM. Dao. I had been embraced from the side. I withstood the weight of the other party, then complained to them. Mew, you approach normally. It's embarrassing to do such a thing in front of people, right? That's cause. You finally replaced your clothes after such a long time. Both your bow and your equipment are new. Yes, your comrades are looking over here. The women who stood behind Mew were either dumbfounded, smiled wryly, or for some reason they made ecstatic smiles. Also, seeing Wani-chan in new equipment made me kinda happy. That's fine, but stop calling me that. But you have a female body. Won't it be weird if I call you Oni-chan? Mew moved closer to me and whispered, although I tried to argue with her. Or maybe, you want people to think your little sister's family is weird? Just speak as if you were my Wani-chan. Then you should have introduced me as your friend, right? I wanted to introduce my Wani-chan to them. My older sister I'm proud of. Geez, being told that it's hard to refuse. Mew likes me to the point where she wanted to brag about me. It can't be helped, let's do it properly. Have you finished talking? Yup. Luka-chan, we finished. Today, we were supposed to bring Mew's acquaintance Crafter to Second Town. Is it this person? Yup, my real family. Nice to meet you. I'm called Yun. My little sister has been in your care. Somehow, everyone was surprised. I see. So I was the main reason for that. The woman in chainmail equipment who stood in the center had a different kind of black hair tied behind her back and a two-handed sword at her waist. Even though she was a woman, she was about as tall as I am. Nice to meet you. I'm Lucato. Among companions, I'm called Luca. With Lucato's greeting as a trigger, Mew's comrades introduced themselves to me. A prideful magic user with small round glasses and thick eyebrows was called Kahaku. The magic user wearing a fancy two-forking hat was Ririi. With purple hair and hybrid black-colored armor made of cloth and metal, Totobi. The girl with mismatched eyes, right eye blue and left eye red, as well as long canines as her features, Hino. Together with Lucato and Mew, they made up a party of 6. Since all of them were at a similar age to Mew's, I was relieved in a lot of ways. Now then, we can't keep standing here and be in the way. We can continue talking as we move. Yeah, you're right. We left the town through the eastern gate. For some reason, from behind, I felt regret and gazes full of envy. Once again, I want to think of it as a coincidence. I have heard about it before, about Mew's family member who is playing this game as well. Well, I have some spare time during summer holidays, and I started playing to meet our older sister. By older sister, you mean Sei-san? Yeah, though I say that, I've met her only once in the game. She doesn't contact me at all. Thinking of which, even though I started playing to meet with Sei-ne, I've been fascinated by crafting and the bow. Sei-san is doing her best in another party. We have passed by each other several times. Is that so? Well, as long as she's all right. If there is a need for it, she will contact me through friend list. It's about time to organize the party and register each other as friends. Ah, you're right. Are we going with all 7 for the boss? No. If we do that, then there will be a penalty. One person will leave the party and Yun-san will enter instead. In fact, we can hunt the boss with 5 people. Understood. For the time being, let me at least help out with the small fries. I too wanted to raise the level of my bow. That's how I felt. Lucado didn't reject it. I registered everyone as friends and formed party with them. The rearguard Ririi was removed from party and replaced with me. For the time being, I called out to Ririi whose position I took. Nice to meet you. Can I call you Ririi? Likewise. Fufufu. Thank you very much for showing me some good stuff when we first met. Ririi was staring at me with a hot expression. Seeing that, the girl with odd eyes grabbed her neck and pulled her. Please don't mind her. She welcomes only girls entangling with each other. That's the so-called Yuri. I found some new material. Fufufu, such a slender body, like a kitty cat. The one who showed a wry smile was Hino with distinctive long canines. That's a very nice smile, Ririi-san. She's been staring at me with an ecstatic look for a while now. My intuition told me that she's a dangerous person with a different vector from Gantz and Clued. Now then, let's proceed. Ah, Lucado. Wait a moment. Can you distribute this to everyone? I opened a trade screen, stopping Lucado, who was about to depart. What? 1-chan? It can't be that you're bothered about paying? I explained about 1-chan before in detail, convincing everyone already. Ain't no problem. No need to worry. You're one of ours relative. We can bear carrying ya. Following Mew's remark was Kahaku. Is that Kansai dialect? That's a bit unique. Well, for me, having to depend on someone makes me feel unpleasant too. Well, just take this for now. The recovery should be sufficient with this, and I want you to tell me your impressions on how comfortable using those items is later. In trade, I forced a large amount of blue pots and various enchant stones to Lucado. Why do you have so much of those? Well, what happened? After she checked the item she received, Lucado raised a confused voice. Hino asked anxiously. 100 of the luxury blue pots and unknown status rising items. Everyone was surprised. No, me, you already knew about blue pots. Though speaking of which, you don't know about enchant stones. I told them how to use the enchant stones and what the keyword, as well as briefly explain the types of enchants activated by each color. We can't take luxury blue pots and such valuable items like this. Is that so? Come to think of it, status rising type of items made from monsters are very rare. So items that raise status might be quite expensive. In my case, I made it from cheap materials, so it would be a ripoff. I want some impressions on these items' usage. They're one of the new items I'll be putting in the store I intend to open. Well as a thank you gift for today's escort and my regards for accompanying Mew in the future. I understand. But let me say, Mew is our important companion. We will continue getting along well in the future. So she felt similar. I'm glad such nice girls have gathered around Mew. Fufufu, beautiful sisterly love. At this rate, it'll bear forbidden. You should restrain yourself a bit. Somehow, there seemed to be a fool and the straight man exchange, but let's leave it at that. Otherwise it might come back to me and hit me like a boomerang. Along the way, we kept hunting the enemy properly and proceeded with 7 people. Because my weapon's performance was better, even without an enchant, I easily defeated millbirds and goblins. As usual, I couldn't defeat slimes that easily, but it seemed like I was dealing some damage. If I spent some time on it, I think I could defeat it. Even so, Mew's comrades were amazing. The big boar, which took us a few minutes to defeat, was taken down without us taking major damage. You're all amazing. I've been hunting big boars before, but we haven't been able to defeat them so easily. Although before I was being carried as well. Taku and the others might be able to do the same thing now. No, not at all. Our magic classes cannot hunt them solo. From the ones who can kill a big boar solo, it would be only our vanguards, Mew-chan and Tobi-chan. Not at all. I can't do such a thing. I can only use the worst tactics and attack it from behind for a critical hit. The one who's strange is Mew. She can fight with the blade lizard alone. Hey, Mew, you can fight with a boss mob alone? It's normal for me to challenge a blade lizard before going to sleep. Even if I die, the death penalty will be released as I go to sleep. I don't level up nor gain experience. Just by doing actions, I'm leveling up even if I don't defeat it. The complex movements from a fierce fight are optimal for leveling up. That way of thinking's weird. In VR, there's pain as well. Fighting while being aware of that's insane. Moreover, the percentage of your win is weird. A real cheat. This little sister of mine leveled up so much she was able to defeat a boss mob who's supposed to be defeated in a group huh. And although it didn't take long, with ease I spoke to Kahaku, who was the straight man. Sorry for having Mew burden you in so many ways. Well, she's very reliable. And in such a peaceful atmosphere we proceeded towards the blade lizard. Even so, even though we've heard from you that you're a crafter, you can fight quite well. Is that so? As expected of Mew's One-E-san. You're quite a gamer. I wanted to correct Lakado's remark. I'm an older brother. Also, I'm not playing games all that much. I held down the words that seemed like they would unconsciously leak from my mouth, and spoke appropriately. Well, it's that. With a bow I can attack from a distance and defeat enemies while not allowing them to approach. That's how it is. Fufufu. Even if bow's garbage, you're a bow-holding Cupid. You can make anyone FLI stop that. Riri and Kahaku made a comical scene behind me, but just as Riri said, the bow was treated as a mishap in sense. However, Lucado muttered, is that so? Curiously. Yun-san. I've got a question. How far can you shoot with a bow? Such a question. Honestly, I didn't know. I confirmed along the way that I can normally hit the targets 15 meters away. With the bow's attack correction as well as the long-range shooting and enchant, I might be able to shoot as far as 60 meters, which was the limit of Hawkeye's. However, I can't expect it to hit. If I make sure it hits, it'll be about 2/3 of that. I don't know. I haven't tried it. Is that so? My I don't know was taken negatively. Lucado made a slightly regretful expression. Can you try hitting that from this position? That. I looked towards it. That was probably the blade lizard. The distance was about 30 meters. It was an about 2 meters long lizard curled up and sleeping. Its scales were about as sharp as a sword was. The gaps between there were wide, but the scales seemed to be hard. Looks difficult. However, I could aim for the gaps between them at this distance. Wait, I'll pull it, so prepare for combat. From this place? I applied a triple enchant on myself, and aiming towards the sky, I released the art long-range shooting. The arrow that was released from the bow, as I made such a form, drew an arc, and was stuck to the back of blade lizard. The advantage of this way of shooting was that the time between shooting and the moment it hit was extended. Like this we could prepare ourselves before we engage with enemy. It faced this way. It's coming. When the blade lizard faced this way, I shoot for the second time. It pierced through the gap between the scales on its shoulder. Just as I declared, the big lizard stood up on its limbs and came at us with full force. I continued to shoot like a machine. Rapid fire bow, second form. When the art's cooldown ended, I triggered another art. After taking 2 arrows in my hand, I released both of them at the same time. I surprised myself with my own fantasy-like movements. One of the arrows hit a scale, the other pierced through its nape. The moment the lizard entered the range of magic attacks, I fell back, deciding to leave it to Lucado and the others. Unexpectedly that scraped off some HP. The long-distance attacks with arrows took 10% of the lizard's HP was shaved off. Fufufu. That was wonderful, Yun-san. It's as if you are a battle maiden from fairy tales. Well, thank you. Yeah, there's no choice but to fiercely embara, one tie stop dat. Riri. Geez Kahaku. I'm properly guarding her, aren't I? With a fearless smile, Riri responded to Kahaku, who retorted to her despite being in middle of battle. That was some classic man's-eye comedy. In the middle of combat, Hino tried to calm Kahaku, saying, calm down, calm down. Riri running out of control, retorting Kahaku, and Hino who followed up. That might have been a good combination. However, it was a bit painful as Riri continued to watch me feverishly. I ignored it and continued to observe the battle against Blade Lizard. The 4 Vanguard members cooperated, accurately damaging the Blade Lizard. When they saw it prepare a dangerous attack with its tail, everyone moved away. With that timing, Kahaku unleashed her fire magic. Lucado taunted it. Hino shattered its scales from the flank by using a large hammer, Mew happily followed up, hitting the exposed flesh, and Totobi aimed for weaknesses to get critical hits. When everyone switched to avoiding attacks, Kahaku attacked with fire magic. With a stable formation, they continued to deal damage. At this rate, it'll be done soon enough, I thought. Ririi, why are you looking away? You need to guard her properly. No, you're wrong. There's something in the distance. Ririi was looking in the opposite direction from the boss. Her expression was a serious one, different from the one earlier. I looked in the same direction. It was still small, but I knew it was a player. It gradually grew. It seemed like he had a large amount of monsters behind him. That guy, he's pulling monsters. What did you say, his clothes characteristics? Red. I plainly answered Ririi's question, who stood next to me. Train man is coming. Ririi yelled loud enough to have everyone in this location hear it. What's a train man? I shouldn't be the only one who was reminded of a certain unique romance novel that's been a hot topic once. That ain't a train. It's a MPK-NPKer. Huh. Kahaku can even retort to my thoughts. What? Restructure the party. Hino and I will attract the big ones. Totobi reduced the number of small fries. Kahaku and Ririi wipe them with magic. Mew continue attracting the boss to you. I can reduce their numbers with ranged attacks. As Lucado gave out precise instructions, I gave her a proposal. You can't. If you attack as you are now, there will be a penalty. So what should I do? I'm sorry. Please take Blade Lizard together with Mew. Don't worry about the small fries and the train man. There were 5 big boars, as well as a huge number of rats and birds pulled. Could they win against so many opponents? Luka-chan, what to do? I can win even alone. Mew intended to defeat the boss who had 70% HP remaining all alone. I get it. I'll support you and we'll defeat it together. We organized the party. It was just me and Mew together. Hey Mew, honestly, can we win against it, just the two of us? Easily. I could even defeat it alone, you know. Mew made a provocative smile, but hearing such a cheap provocation, I laughed. Mew, there's no time. Let's hurry up and defeat it so we can help Lucado and the others. I'm pretty generous, so I'll use quite a lot of items. How reliable. I leave my back to you. Leave it to me. Also take this. Enchant, attack, defense, speed. And I applied enchants on Mew. Attack, defense, speed, the 3 enhancements. And I recovered my MP from 20% to full by using an MP potion. I continued to cast enchants. It was time for next step. Now, you lizardy bastard. I'll be your opponent. Cursed, defense. I stretched my hand to the blade lizard and chanted a curse. Mew's sword, which was strengthened with an enchantment, tore through the weakened defense of the scales, as if they were paper, and shove off its health. One-ichan, this is amazing. Stop the pointless chatter. Watch out for its tail. Got it. My body is as light as a feather. While standing in front of the boss, Mew showed sharp swordsmanship, and occasionally she avoided irregular tail attacks, after which she launched counterattacks. It seems like she could feel the benefits of the enchant. I moved as not to hit Mew with the bow and took the lizard on. Mew, target change. Roger. After I moved to the opposite side from Mew, I signaled her. The moment she saw my signal, she loosened her attacks and took distance. That moment I hit the blade lizard with all my firepower. Bow technique, arrow stitching. It was an art I learned at the bow's 15th level. An art with emphasis on the firepower. The released arrow cut through the air with a loud noise and pierced the lizard's side. Target's heading this way. Roger. Change. The target was changed to me. The blade lizard directed its head towards me, who was a short distance away, although I couldn't move because of the art's cooldown. Using the opportunity, Mew approached blade lizard from the other side. HAA, fifth breaker. Enchant, cursed, and a big arts technique. In conjunction of all these elements we all invested in, it would surely shave off the blade lizard's HP. What remained was half of its HP. Even if it's difficult for Mew alone, together we can defeat it. Just when I thought so, I saw Lucado and the others collide head-on with a flock of monsters. The train man who was in front passed by Lucado's side and was clad in black aura. That must have been the penalty for joint struggle, a disadvantage that occurs when you try MPKing. His strength fell drastically. In the worst case, train man will be involved in the fight at melee. However, Mew, careful. Suddenly my body moved. Mew has become the blade lizard's target and couldn't pay attention to anything else. As I entered between the train man and Mew, my body has received things which were flying towards her. Ugh. One-ichan. What was stuck to my belly were throwing knives. It wasn't a fatal wound, so there was no reason to fall because of a single attack from a player. Rather than that, don't let your guard down. Kaya. As Mew looked away from the blade lizard, she was hit by a tail swipe, and after her body received it, she was flung into a tree. Gah, bastard, fucking around like that. I put the anger I felt for a while now into words. Why did this guy do such an action? I understood that, the moment aura emanating from the train man's body disappeared. The joint struggle penalty appears when people present fight together. To remove it, you need to become hostile with other players. It was a simple theory. That's why here and now it turned into a three-way struggle. And, after regaining his speed and forcing the monsters on us, the train man plunged into the woods. Wani-chan, I don't mind it. Rather than that, let's hurry up and finish the blade lizard. In order to have it take its eyes off from Mew and have its guard drop, I received damage I didn't need to. Currently, after taking on blade lizards and train man's attacks, I had 10% HP left. After falling because I didn't have a defense enchant on, luckily, I haven't fainted. I'll heal you immediately. High heal. Geez, why are you making such a tearful expression? But, because of me, you're all worn out after taking a hit, right? Hurry up and recover. Although it was less severe than mine, she received damage. It can't be helped. I took out my trump card, a high potion, and used it on Mew. Mine and Mew's enchants had ran out already. Lucado and the others somehow endured, but it was dangerous because of a huge number of small fry. Right now the target concentrated on those girls. That means we need an early conclusion. Mew, can you lure him somewhere? Wani-chan, let's strike back at once. Why up? Then I'll guide it to that tree. The place Mew specified was by the roots of a single tree. I'll make preparations for something big. Can you endure? Leave it to me. I've gotten this from Wani-chan after all. She took out a yellow enchant with her hand and activated it. Mew, who had her speed raised, started to play around with the blade lizard without restraints. The lizard, who lost half of its HP, had the scales on his body stand up, making it harder for people. In the specified location, I spread magic gems. I hope it goes well. Mew, preparations are done. Roger. I'll head over there. Mew rushed towards the tree at full force. I poised with an arrow from a distance and waited. And when Mew rushed towards the tree and she kicked off it, she jumped over the lizard's head and used the tree's branch as a scaffold. It was the so-called triangle jump. Although I was surprised by that superhuman movement, I acted how I was supposed to. Blow up, you lizardy bastard. Bomb. As it bumped its head against the tree, multiple bombing has occurred under the belly of Blade Lizard, who searched for Mew. Although it was a weak magic if it was just one shot, a chain attack occurred with the same timing. As the bombing happened, its HP was reduced all at once. I didn't think it would take it down completely, that's why at full force. Enchant, attack, cursed, defense. Fifth breaker. The strengthened Mew landed on its back and launched 5 consecutive hits on the weakened Blade Lizard. As a result of the physical status's difference, the attacks crushed the scales and reaped its life. We defeated the Blade Lizard. Even though we defeated the Blade Lizard, the battle continued. We went to help Lucado and the others to deal with large amount of birds, rats, and nasty big boars. Since we were divided into 2 parties, if we attacked unskillfully, there would be a joint struggle penalty. In order to avoid that, I used enchants and cursed, and Mew was supporting others with recovery. Third-party heals. Such assistance was performed frequently in other games. If you act in that manner in this game, joint struggle penalty doesn't occur. Cursed, defense. Backstab. My cursed lowered the big boar's defense, and one blow of Totobi's dagger in the vital point dealt critical damage and killed it. It's over. Imma done. I'll never forgive the train man. The one who raised a loud voice was Kahaku. It seems like everyone else was just as angry as she was. Come on, I'm already fed up. This is such dangerous melee combat. I would have died 3 times already if not for the items we got from Yun-san. Well, thanks to that my combat senses level went up greatly. Indeed, when I tried using enchant stones I was really surprised. My defense has skyrocketed with a buff and my attacks got stronger as well. The one who said so were Hino and Lucado. Those 2 were attracting enemies' attention by actively standing in front of the big boars. Because of that, they were able to experience how enchant stones for attack and defense worked. Hearing you say that means that it was worth coming prepared. But I didn't think we would use that many potions. I was tired and crouched down. In order to restore MP after using my enchants, as well as to restore Kahaku's and Ririai's MP, I generously used MP potions. I was almost out of items I could use. Everyone has it so nice. Your combat senses leveled up. The only thing that leveled up for me was recovery and action restriction release. Let's try leveling up the same way next time. The risk is too high. Also, this time we managed to do it thanks to items we were given by Yun-san. Maybe if we buy some next time. As Mew made a thoughtless, one-sided declaration, Totobi returned a realistic response. Well, she had only one way thinking, but everyone smiled wryly, forgiving her for that. What was spent this time was 100 blue potions and 5 types of enchant stones, 20 of them per person. I thought it was unlikely all of them would be used. Moreover, I passed MP potions to others. 100 of blue pots, 500 G each, 50k in all. Since I'm going to sell enchant stones for 7,500 G each, it was 750k for 100. As for MP potions, about 20 was used. 20 times 1,500 G each, 30k in total. A 1M spent in just a moment, huh? That moment, the air around froze. In my case, I was the one who made the items. They were items I created by collecting materials for a few days. That's how it felt to me. However, the surrounding atmosphere felt different. Their glittering eyes were honestly scary. What? The items that were used this time? That's if I sold them in my shop, is what I mean. Is that true? What you said just now? Everyone who was sitting down stared at me. Even Riri, who was staring at me with such feverish expression before. Is 1M too expensive? Sorry about that. Then I'll cut the price more then. Not that. It's the other way around. It's too fair a price. Is that so? Since I'm broke, that's a lot of money to me. If everyone chips in and we're able to acquire such items, we can engage in difficult battles to have our levels skyrocket. The efficiency would be really good. If it's me, I would pay the money without the hesitation. Like that, Lakado's manner of speaking strengthened. I see. 167k per person, and they can buy it. Well, it was similar to the prices I paid for repairing my armor, and if they can explosively increase their leveling efficiency, it's a fair price, is what it means. Also, I'm curious about that explosion. What was that attack you used on Blade Lizard? That magic-like item-like thing. A landmine. Totobi pointed out. Although it had a flashy effect, there was no way she saw the magic gems. It is an item, but I don't intend on selling it. If I were to sell it, that would be 50k each. This time, it was just a remnant I had used to experiment with bombing attack. A trade secret. I somehow managed to squeeze out those words. Totobi backed out obediently. Fufufu. By the way, that landmine sheet, how much did it cost? That'd be 450 kg. 450k? That's an absurd splurging. Also, Riri, landmine sheet has a different meaning. Riri asked, and Kahaku retorted to her. Well, that's true. Using 450k just to take down 30% of Blade Lizard's HP was absurd. I thought so as well. Moreover, I was currently in a state where I had no gems on me. Like this, I couldn't make any accessories with gems embedded in either. That means I need to procure them from somewhere. Price-wise, it wasn't all that nice for me. Well, there's a lot I want to ask about, so forgive me. Also, what's a landmine sheet? Landmine sheets exist in the web novels. A take this and blow away type of thing that overwhelms the enemy. Totobi-san, thank you for a polite description. It seems like something as stupid and mishappened as what I did. I understand it well. I don't know if that's a cheat, but the last move Mew definitely looked like one. I mean, that was a triangle jump. Also, it seems like running on the walls and three-dimensional movement by kicking off objects seemed possible. Also, running over water's surface or running vertically like a ninja. That's normal. If you level action restriction release, you can easily jump 2 meters into the air. Mew's an authentic cheater. Before that, she jumped overhead of medium-sized mobs and cut their brains like bamboo shots. It's hard to understand it if it's said like that. In a nutshell, first, jump up. Second, rotate vertically above the move. 3. Slash the mob's unprotected head. 4. Land behind it. Those were no longer human actions. Oh, little sister of mine, you have stopped being human. Doing acrobatic attacks on a boss mob, what are you aiming for? To be a paladin. If what I imagine is correct, a paladin shouldn't be that mobile. Everyone around agreed with me. Really, you're really troublesome. He came again. What do we do? Totobi, who was wary of the surroundings, realized it quickly. As I turned around, I caught a sight of a guy. A man wearing bright red cloth armor. It was the appearance of the guy who pulled monsters once again. Since it was such a hassle to defeat the monsters, I've put it into a corner of my head. But when I recalled it, anger sprung from nowhere. Wani-chan, what to do? Are we running away? Yeah, there's 3 big boars and lots of other mobs. Running to the town is a good idea. It felt unpleasant. Although I wanted to complain to him directly, talking with him would be a pain in the ass too. The moment he entered melee range with us, he would escape once again. Suddenly, I've come up with a way. That's right. Train Man's method is to gather monsters by using his speed, and then to push them onto others, then run away proud with what he did. In other words, the strength and the weakness of that strategy was speed. I muttered in as low as possible voice. I hope this works. Cursed speed. I applied it, aiming at the Train Man. It seemed to be applied properly. A dark yellow color was emitted from his body, and he slowed down all at once. All right, let's go. And like that, I proceeded into the second town with a smile of satisfaction. I felt like I heard a man scream from behind. You reap what you sow. Hey, One-chan. What did you do? Somehow that guy, he's been knocked down by monsters. Oh, he must have sprained his feet. Isn't he just tired? Look, he got what he deserves. That's right. A guy like that should just beat the mobs he pulled by himself. He no believed the shameless excuse I made, even though everyone else knew well that wasn't so. Fu. Yun-san's quite wonderful. Just by looking at him with your cold eyes, that guy's been thrilled. You saying jokes like that again. Won't you stop it? Fu. Kahaku and Riri really do get along well. What a pity. Yun-san, won't you enter our guild when we make one? That's right. One-chan, come and join us. Mew has clung to my arm. Well, it was a situation which normally would make boys jealous, but having silver armor pressed against my arm hurt. Since I want to leisurely enjoy playing this world, I will have to refuse. Although I apologized, Lucado didn't seem like she was disappointed. Looks like she expected that answer. Well, let's leave jokes at that. We have arrived. With this, the escort request is finished. Although I've said we will escort you, we made you enter battle. I'm sorry for that. I don't mind. My level has increased, and I had fun as well. If you say it that way, then my heart's at ease. Welcome, then, to the second town. After we left the forest, there were wide pastures and beautiful streams. It was a rural town flooded with single-floored wooden buildings. In a few places, old people gathered and drank tea in the sun. In others, some children were running around. It's a peaceful place. The third town is dealing with things like ore. This place deals with cloth and leather, as well as wood. We're fighting with mobs in the nearby forest to raise our levels. But since the boss is too strong, we can't beat him. That's why we spoke about trying to go north and south of the first town before that. Lucado explained, and Mew provided supplementary information. I see. All mobs other than boss are of a reasonable strength. But if you have a strong boss, that entices people to explore different locations. So the management encourages people that way. They're good. Well then, that's as far as we go. We're going to hunt some. That's right. We've defeated a lot and got plenty of items. Let's sell this and purchase some recovery items. One-chan, I'll be back for dinner. Mew said so and walked alongside Lucado. I parted with them, and then she came back as if recalling something. Oni-chan, when you covered for me, you were really cool. She whispered those words into my ear so that only I could hear them before chasing after Lucado and the others with a mischievous smile. Good grief, I smiled wryly and mixed in a sigh. And then, I explored the town alone in order to find Carpenter, the quest NPC. Epilogue, the Archer and the Atelier. I met up with the Carpenter NPC and completed the quest, but since I was penniless, I spent 4 days securing money. Yesterday, I was finally able to complete the store I desired. I wiped the wooden counter while grinning. Yun-san, are you that happy? Of course. This was my dream. Going independent is a man's dream. You're a woman, Yun-san. Kyuko-san, the NPC responded like that. I'm a man, so I didn't mind it. Well, although I've been only hired, since Yun-san can't manage her money, I need to manage the contents of your purse. It's embarrassing to continue forever with just a counter in a store. If we have money, then we can do renovations and expand it. Yes, that's right. Only the counter was splendid. On the contrary, instead of shelves, items were lying on the item boxes. There were sample-use potions sorted by class and enchant stones. Just this wooden counter cost me 300k. And to hire Kyuko-san as a clerk, I needed to pay 50kg monthly. Because I paid an additional fee to have her work the shop on top of doing agricultural work, it was cheaper than hiring a clerk normally. For the time being, to have it function as a quarters one could live in, I needed 30,000 kg, 30 m. It was an endless struggle, but my current goal is to get a high-temperature furnace and a high-level mixing kit. The beginner's mixing kit wasn't good enough to process monsters' meat or vitality trees' fruits. I've had a shortage of high-grade tools. Just the furnace's cost was estimated at 1 m. And the next level of mixing kit cost 200k. In the first place, Yun-kuen's business policy is weird. You've limited transactions up to 5 pieces of one kind of good and cheap too. Thanks to that, we always have problems with stock. If you're selling, you should release the limit and sell it for more. Surprisingly, you've got self-indulgent parts to you. Isn't making money a secondary concern? If we sell it cheaply, we'll get a lot of returning clients. If the item performance is good, they'll come back every day, even if it's a hassle. Also, it's a way to prevent reselling, so I think it's a good way to slowly increase the amount of visitors. At first, I introduced the shop to all my friends. After that, their acquaintances came as customers. I think people won't come, but I leave it to you. Do you remember the important points? Yes, I have noted everything. I remember the enchant stone description perfectly. Even so, with only enchant stone as the featured product, isn't our assortment kinda poor? Beginner's potions and potions, pills, high potions, and MP potions, and ST recovery medicine. There's no other shop that has such an assortment in this town. Please have some confidence. Kyuko-san made a charming smile. I managed to obtain a beautiful woman's smile. An NPC's though. The reason it doesn't sell is probably the location. It was the South District, and the only people who would try exploring the South District would be those who want to try having a field. And even those who buy one, eventually resell the field. As I looked around, no one else other than me had a field covered with greenery. Occasionally, people look at my field curiously. But since non-authorized people can't harvest it, they think it's just a part of the background. Oh right, there's a message from Open Sesame. They want some enchant stones for resale too. Hearing that makes me happy. Let's get to the main issue then. For a few days, I haven't shown my face at Magi-san's place. Occasionally, we reported to each other via friend calls. It's not like I'm restraining you. There are times like these kind of feeling. I did quests or hunted in the vicinity of the second town in order to secure money. However, most of the various mob types dropped mainly meat or thread. I harvested high-quality wood and any medicinal herbs I could find. Most of them weren't items I fancied. After consulting with Magi-san, I learned that Clued and Lily wanted them. Next time, I'll show my face at their places with souvenirs. The rank of the materials I've had wasn't low at the moment. I guess I could process it into a higher rank material by using alchemy. Also, I've been invited by Magi-san with, let's try searching around the third town together next time. Certainly, the ore that was around it sounded really appealing, and I wanted to take revenge on that tavern sometime. Not good. The summer vacations are about to be wrapped up, and I've perfectly addicted myself to this game. Huh. I've had lots of fun, haven't I? Feeling fulfilled every day is a good thing. However, you have no money, so do your best. You're right. Then, I'll be going. I leave the store to you. It's fine if you do everything as scheduled. Have a nice trip, Yin-san. I stood up from the counter chair and checked my equipment. That's okay. Armor's okay. Also, a self-made iron ring. One strengthened with an attack enchant. There's no iron or around the second town, and my stock of iron ingots was gone. Should I run towards the second town? I could harvest some iron or on the way there. I said so absent-mindedly, and after going out into the sun, I turned around to look behind me. There was a brand new store made of wood. It was built on the side adjacent to the main street, with nothing on its left or right. The plain store stood out. On the small store built on 3 pieces of land, I bought there was a splendid sign propped up. An unique term coined for this game, atelier. Workshop. Atelier was coined from the term yell as to cheer on the adventurers. 1. The original purpose of this character was to devote it to support. The shop's name was made such as to remind me of that. Also, it suggests that there are crafters who cheer me on. I'll be going, atelier. I cast these words into empty air and sprinted through the town. While leaving a yellow light behind me, I avoided the players passing by them. I left the town moving outside. Today, too, the sky was blue. It seems like it's going to be a fun day.